land has been our teacher in many, many ways.
A lot of people come here to visit the forests and have this idea that it's like untouched by man, that it's wilderness, but the reality is that people have lived in and among these forests and in tune with them for such a long time.
Well, when the first Europeans arrived, we were illiterate to stuff that they were writing, but they were also illiterate to our totem poles.
And the importance of our language is that it comes out of this landscape. It's so integral to our culture.
It's the crest of the raven. It's about that Mother Nature will provide for our needs, but not our greed.
There's a lot of things that threaten the diversity of life in this place. We want to get more in touch with the reality of relationships with everything that is here, because everything has spirit and life.
Yeah.
So, for example, when my father goes in the forest to get a log for a canoe, there's a whole process around that.
I learned about canoe carving from my father and my grandfather. The process of selecting a tree for a canoe was one of the most important steps. I had to come here several times and sit here and just listen, make sure that there's no eagle nests around, or a wolf den, or a bear den, or a cougar den. The cutting off old growth has to stop. The future generations, they won't have this kind of a forest anymore.
The Nature Conservancy's project in the Emerald Edge is focused on the indigenous people and the local communities that call this place home. The Nature Conservancy's vision of what success looks like in the future in the Emerald Edge, this amazing 100 million acre landscape, is a place where the local and indigenous communities have sustainable livelihoods, economies, and cultures, and the plants, the animals, the waters are all healthy and supporting themselves and the people that live here.
The forest, I think that with proper management will regain its health back again. And I think that with partnering with the Nature Conservancy will go a long ways to doing that.
We have these traditional territories and these intergenerational responsibilities that are handed down. It's really important to bring back these traditional roles that have been suppressed for, the last 100 years, to uphold these teachings that have been carried on.
Our connection and our relationship with this land here, where all our songs and dances and ceremonies had been conceived, was in these forests by our grandfathers and our grandmothers. Without the Nature Conservancy's help and involvement, that it would not be the same. And so I'm very hopeful.
We're focused on ensuring that the people that live here have the capacity, the access, and the ability to take care of their lands and waters forever.
Should we say? Please. Good morning. We are still waiting for two of our speakers, but I think we can already start. It's a pleasure to be with all of you, and it's actually an honor to have such a distinguished guest speakers with us today. Just so that you know, we will need, you all will need to have, we need to have translations both from Spanish and from Portuguese. So the first speaker that will speak in Spanish, the channel is number 1. And when the second speaker speaks in Portuguese, it will be channel 4, okay? So they will be distributed to you. So let's do that while we still wait for our colleagues, the headsets. Thank you. Funciona? Oui. And so, first thing that I would say is that just imagine that our chairs are the same level as yours. and if there's one thing I learned in living with the Chavanti Indians is that the best way of conversation is always on a round circle where everybody is at the same height, at the same level of conversation. Those are true conversations. So in spite of ours being a bit higher, imagine we are at the very same level. This will be a conversational tone, what we want here. But as I was saying, it is really an honor to have such distinguished guests. And it's a pleasure to be co-hosting this with CI. And we will have 4 guests today. And I would actually ask them to introduce themselves. So please, Kristen Walker-Painamilla, if you could introduce you.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. Bon dia. My name is Kristen Walker-Painamilla, and I'm the Senior Vice President for the Center for Communities and Conservation, Conservation International.
Mi nombre es Tuntia Catán. Soy de Pueblo Shuar, de Amazonía Ecuatoriana. Actualmente soy vicecoordinador de COICA, coordinadora de las organizaciones indígenas de la cuenca amazónica, presente en 9 países.
Gracias. And we're still going to have other 2 guest speakers. One is Toya Mancineri. He is a representative of COIAB, which is the coordinator of Brazilian Amazon indigenous people organizations. And also Bharati Pathak, who is, she works for the dedicated grant mechanism for indigenous peoples and local communities, and they'll be arriving soon. So I am Leonardo Lacerda, and I am the Global Managing Director for IUCN for our program called Tackle Climate Change. And it is a pleasure to be here with you today. And I'll start by saying that the objective of this panel is to talk about 2 things that are really critical. It's about rights and it's about governance. And we've been seeing, important announcements here about increased funding for indigenous people. And we know how important rights and governance is behind about how some of these funding mechanisms operate. And here we are lucky to have already a few of the representatives that look at these funding mechanisms already indigenous run mechanisms. So I think it will be a very interesting part of the discussion here. At TNC, we have a very deep respect for communities and cultures as a very core value of our organization. And we've been partnering with indigenous people and local communities for many decades. People is central to what we do. But I must say that our history is always imperfect. There have been missteps. But for us, what is really important is the commitment to do things right and to learn through real partnerships where it's by building trust and reinforcing trust that we are capable of overcoming and learning mutually, not only unilaterally. And so as part of that learning, we've developed two things that I'd like to share with you. One is a human rights for working with indigenous people and local communities. This is that document. I just entered TNC. It is a very important thing. Anyone entering the organization needs to read it and absorb it and live that document, which has two purposes. One is to respect and actively promote the human rights of indigenous peoples and local communities, and the other is to improve the practice of nature conservation together with people. And it is around 9 main principles. The first is to honor, before anything, the right of self-determination of indigenous peoples, and understanding it's their choice. It's their free choice to get engaged or not on whatever they want to get engaged. And the second is ensure that there is a prior engagement with them before we start anything, before we announce anything, before we launch any project. So prior engagement is critical. And also the informed decision making. So it's not only informing, but really making sure that both parties have all the information needed to go forward consciously in any engagement. And we also deem very importantly what we call the right to withhold consent. That is, if any of the parties think that would not like to get engaged and want the engagement to stop, it should stop. So, and beyond this document, which is much more detailed, I don't want to go into the specificities of it here, but we have also a document for the practitioners that gets into the nuts and bolts of how to do conservation with people, and that we call that Strong Voices, Active Choices, a practitioner's guide. And that guide guides us into 4 main things. First, how to secure rights, actively secure rights for over lands, waters, and resources for indigenous peoples and local communities. The other is how to strengthen, to ensure that there are good systems of governance in place and good leadership. And the third is how can we ensure good dialogue, and finally ensure that in everything we do, livelihood is at the center of what we think, ensuring livelihoods and economic livelihood choices are there. So what I'd like to, when we came here, we saw a video of a Kleoquot sound in an island in Canada called Vancouver Island, and that was one of the examples of a program we have, which is called the Emerald Edge, which cuts across from southeastern Alaska down to northwestern US, which is one of the most important um, temperate rainforests in the globe. And we've been working on this area now of around 100 million acres, or 40 million hectares, with various different indigenous groups, and particularly to try to support indigenous people's rights and help some of them to move from a excessive dependence on logging. And we are going to be seeing here one example that I'd like to ask my colleague to hear about, the example of Alaska Seacoast Trust. So if you could please show that.
The Sustainable Southeast Partnership started as an idea that Southeast Alaska need. The Sustainable Southeast Partnership started as an idea that Southeast Alaska need not be a region of conflict, that we could come together across divides, that we could build a stronger future for our communities, our region, our lands and waters, and our people together. The Sustainable Southeast Partnership is a dynamic collective uniting diverse skills and perspectives to strengthen cultural, ecological, and economic resilience across Southeast Alaska. Our network includes tribal governments, community-minded organizations, local businesses, native corporations and entities, culture bearers, educators, and state and federal agencies, storytellers, and more. We envision self-determined and connected communities where Alaska Native values continue to inspire society, shape our relationships, and ensure that each generation thrives on healthy lands and waters. Whether through community forestry initiatives that are defining what collaborative land management can look like on the Tongass, feeding our people during a pandemic, catalyzing affordable housing solutions in our villages, or supporting our youth to develop job opportunities and optimism for their future, the SSP is improving the lives of Southeast Alaskans and the resilience of our region. We are proving that when the Alaska Native values that have always governed our relationships to the land, to our economy, and to each other are shared as a foundation for collaborative work, we can accomplish great things.
SSP makes me feel like I belong, like I'm part of something bigger. Like I have valuable contributions for my community and to the region. Like I'm wrapped in a blanket of friendship and support. The SSP gives me hope for the future of all Southeast Alaskans.
The SSP provides a powerful platform for sharing resources, creating partnerships, and finding local sustainable solutions to Southeast's unique energy challenges.
Part of this process is not just healing our lands, but healing our relationships with one another and making the future possible for my grandbabies and their grandbabies.
I have found that SSP provides an outstanding method for effective collaboration on matters relating to human resources, on natural resources, such as what you see behind me, and all of those resources we as people want to be sustainable.
The SSP means working to help local businesses thrive.
The SSP is a commitment to future generations.
The SSP means trust and collaboration. It means leaning in and learning together.
The SSP means doing the work with other awesome people who also love and live in this place. The SSP is progress over perfection.
It's a different way of doing business. It's a different way of looking at natural resources and stewardship for the lands and the waters that are important to my community and to myself. Thank you, SSP.
To me, SSP is a way for the communities of Southeast Alaska to work together so that the region and its resources are managed and sustained by people that are from these communities and are indigenous to these lands.
Building a robust and diversified economy in the face of cycles of boom and bust extraction, healing from colonial trauma, addressing a rapidly changing climate or a global pandemic. The challenges we face are enormous, but we believe we can meet them if we stand together with our roots intertwined. We're surrounded by opportunity, by cultural ingenuity, by grit and persistence, by people who show up for one another again and again. What we're announcing today is building a new model for the future for our homelands. It's taking the work and relationships we've built for over a decade and allowing us to level up, to go deeper and wider, and whether you've been involved for the last 10 years or if this is your first time hearing about us, there's now a role in it for you too.
Thank you. So I would like now to invite Tutiak to speak about the holistic agreements that COICA has been developing and implementing. So Tutiak.
Hola. Sí, es importante el tema que has abordado, el tema de derechos, y creo que eso es lo que nosotros hemos planteado en esta COP. El derecho en términos de aumentar la tenencia de tierra y garantizar la tenencia de tierra, derechos culturales, derechos económicos y el tema de derecho de la naturaleza. Ese es un nivel. Y el otro nivel es el tema de ejercer dentro de los derechos ganados como un espacio territorial, ejercer la gobernanza del espacio territorial que tienes. Y ese ejercicio de la gobernanza implica algunos aspectos, como por ejemplo planificar, hacer ordenamiento de tu territorio, el tema de uso de bosques, de conservación, de iniciativas, tanto culturales, iniciativas innovadoras, entre otros. En ese aspecto, en la Amazonía, creímos que faltaba un programa con una visión concreta, pero a largo plazo. Entonces empezamos a conversar sobre unir esfuerzos entre la experiencia que tiene COICA en términos de gestión holístico de territorios dentro de la estructura de cada comunidad. Como nosotros decimos, gestión holística significa ser lo que eres en tu pueblo, administrar tu bosque, tener tu casa y en las comunidades básicamente tener una prosperidad, un nivel de vida plena. Entonces, eso es el concepto y también queríamos unir con el esfuerzo y la experiencia que habían hecho CI, Conservación Internacional, con el programa de acuerdos de conservación. Entonces la discusión empieza de que, bueno, no podemos hablar solamente de conservación cuando la gente vive en el terreno, ¿no? Y tampoco desde la comunidad puede hacer las cosas solas sin apoyo tanto de la COICA y de los aliados. Entonces, creímos que era necesario emprender un programa que tenga líneas que coadyuven estas experiencias, tanto de COICA y CI. Entonces se genera una idea que se llama Acuerdos Holísticos para la Vida Plena, que es una combinación de experiencia de CI y COICA. Entonces ahí lo que decimos es prácticamente trabajar en la línea de preservación de lo que nos queda en la Amazonía. O sea, hay que garantizar, conservar, pero no desde el enfoque de los estados, de los gobiernos, que es declarar áreas protegidas, sino desde el enfoque de cada pueblo debe de planificar para preservar el espacio, el bioma territorial que tiene. Y el otro componente es el tema de restaurar lo que está degradado, dañado. Entonces, debe haber un programa con esa línea. Pero también tenía que haber un programa con enfoque de gestión del territorio, pero con enfoque de implementación de iniciativas, emprendimientos, con esta visión de economía indígena o comunitaria. Pero esto se basa en que el tema de preservar o conservar y restaurar y todo lo que es generar los emprendimientos necesitaban, tienen un costo, ¿no? Tienen un costo. Y lo que estábamos pensando y tenemos pensado es que se realicen mediante, no sé cuál es la palabra, aunque no me gusta mucho, es el término de incentivo. Es como, incentivo me suena un poco medio como, bueno, te doy algo porque estás haciendo algo, sino en términos de derecho, darle a la persona lo que realmente tiene que recibir por preservar, por restaurar y para que implemente sus propias iniciativas. Entonces, esto nace de una experiencia propia de que las comunidades tienen que llegar a un acuerdo en una comunidad o entre comunidades o entre organizaciones para preservar un área determinado, que ellos decidan preservar y ser delimitado y tener una garantía a largo plazo para la conservación y tener también otros lugares espacios de restauración. Lo que estamos aprendiendo ahora mismo, estamos haciendo desde COICA en Ecuador y Bolivia, estamos haciendo iniciativas de restauración en este ámbito. Hemos hecho con enfoque de pueblos indígenas, restauración de enfoque desde pueblos indígenas, no como un equipo, digamos, de técnicos, científicos, que te dicen, o forestales, que dicen, bueno, tienes que sembrar así o por allá, sino las mismas comunidades, generalmente están trabajando jóvenes, es liderado por los jóvenes, e invitan a los mayores para que pues, les comenten por qué deben pues, sembrar un árbol, qué tipo de árboles tienen que sembrar. Entonces ha habido una discusión. Lo que yo he hecho es una experiencia. En Ecuador hemos ya restaurado 200 hectáreas. En Bolivia, con los compañeros de CIDOB, también justamente el presidente está aquí y nos vamos a reunir hasta donde han avanzado, pero la meta es 200 hectáreas más allá en Bolivia. El tema es lo siguiente, la misma comunidad, hicimos dos trabajos, uno fue con metodología de mingas, como se dice allá. Minga es, bueno, todos colaboramos, todos vienen, ponen el hombro, siembran y, bueno, la autoridad convoca, se genera toda la alimentación y viene toda la gente a trabajar. Y hacen el trabajo de preparar el terreno, de movilizar toda la logística y sembrar la plantita. El tema, eso fue una metodología. Y la otra metodología fue trabajar con las mujeres en una comunidad. Pero no era a través de la metodología de mingas, sino a través de la metodología de incentivo. O te doy porque tú vas a hacer eso, te doy un incentivo físico o económico. Entonces, se realizó que cada mujer pueda restaurar con las plantas que ella quisiera, frutales, alimenticios, maderables, espirituales, todo lo que quiera sembrar, pero que me garantice que estas plantas están ahí. Y que eso no es de la comunidad, sino es de ella, es de su familia, es para sus hijos. Entonces, cada persona decidió, o sea, cada mujer decidió sembrar ya sea 1 o 2 hectáreas más, o algunas hectáreas también. Entonces, se vio que en algún momento dimos el seguimiento con los jóvenes, hicieron buen trabajo. Ahora están 100 hectáreas solamente con un grupo de mujeres sembradas en un lugar. 100 hectáreas sembradas, ellas son felices. Y en algún momento llegamos y dijimos, bueno, había un compromiso de darles $500 por hectárea. Pero nadie creía porque mucha gente, muchas organizaciones, inclusive el Estado, a través del Ministerio del Ambiente, habían llegado con similares programas a través de, en Ecuador se llama Pro Amazonía. Habían llegado con similares programas, pero no les habían cumplido. Entonces tuvimos muchos problemas porque decían, bueno, ¿ustedes quiénes son? ¿Cómo sabemos que nos van a cumplir? Pero bueno, eso fue un acuerdo, como decir, no había nada, digamos, legal entre ellos y nosotros, sino un acuerdo de palabra, no sé cómo se dice, acuerdo de damas o de caballeros. Pero sin embargo ellos cumplieron y en un momento tuvimos que llegar y darles. Y esta vez la experiencia que nos enseñó es que cuando ellos hacen y creen que es para ellos, lo hacen muy bien. Pero cuando es algo, eso fue la experiencia que tuvimos en otro lugar, cuando es algo comunitario, es de todos. Entonces ya lo hacen a su manera, a veces no lo hacen bien. Entonces eso fue el aprendizaje que tuvimos. Entonces eso es una experiencia que tenemos en Ecuador y los acuerdos holísticos quiere escalar a nivel de toda la cuenca amazónica. Con los acuerdos holísticos tenemos pensado que tenemos que hacer acuerdos con entre comunidades, entre organizaciones, a nivel del país y también, ¿por qué no?, a nivel en los espacios binacionales o trinacionales. Entonces, la base fundamental para empezar ese tipo de trabajos es llegar a explicar que esa actividad es para ellos y que la comunidad esté de acuerdo. Y tuvimos la buena suerte que no todo el mundo se sumó porque no nos creían, sino unas que otras mujeres se sumaron, las que tenían alguna esperanza que íbamos a seguir. Si hubieran hecho todo el mundo, quizás no nos hubiera alcanzado los recursos que teníamos. Entonces, la base fundamental para trabajar en temas de acuerdos holísticos es llegar a un acuerdo con la comunidad, ver qué es el plan que tienen, si tienen plan de vida o no, si tienen, pues reforzarlo, lo que tienen, y si no tienen, ayudar a hacerlo. Y luego, el otro nivel es ya pues determinar las áreas. Es la primera experiencia que tenemos, pero la idea es, lo que tenemos es determinar áreas de conservación, áreas de restauración y áreas de producción, pensando esos cultivos que estamos sembrando o las plantitas que se puede decir en términos más sencillos, es con una visión de que en un futuro puedan tener la capacidad de cosechar y puedan generar, digamos, productos con valor agregado. Entonces, eso es el trabajo que estamos haciendo y es una cadena hasta llegar, digamos, con estos acuerdos, lo que estamos pensando es una cadena larga con todo lo que es de acuerdos, planificación, su plan de vida, términos de incentivo y ya un convenio, digamos, formal a largo plazo, a 20 años plazo. Lo que al menos ahora estamos pensando es hasta 30 años de compromiso, pero por compromisos de décadas, de 10 en 10. Entonces, ese es el plan que tenemos. Nuestra ambición es hacer ese trabajo en la Amazonía. Tenemos alrededor de 300 a 350 millones de hectáreas. Entonces, nuestra meta es hacer ese trabajo con organizaciones nacionales en cada país, pero en un espacio, en un lugar específico allá en el terreno, y llegar a una meta a 30 años, llegar a la preservación, a la gestión de 200 millones de hectáreas. Entonces es una meta, una ambición bastante fuerte y que hay que empezarlo, y ya hemos empezado, como les digo, y ya tenemos en Ecuador esos 200 hectáreas que hemos sembrado, estamos hablando alrededor de 150,000 plantas sembradas.
Fantástico. Quisiera invitarte a ti, Johnson. I'd like to invite you to represent the dedicated grant mechanism. So if you could speak to us a bit about how does the mechanism operate, how is it conceived by indigenous people, and how does it work for indigenous people?
Okay. Thank you very much. for the invitation and closer. Okay, we'll take out this. No estás con COVID, ¿no? Okay. So the dedicated grant mechanism for indigenous peoples and local communities is a program that receives funding through the Climate Investment Fund, comes through the Forest Investment Program, and I think it's 10% goes to indigenous peoples in this program called the DGM. So how we are organized is that we have a global project and 12 different projects in each of the countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The total amount, we started with 80 millions, and now we have 75 because one country decided to leave, let's say. So how we operate is that in each of the countries, indigenous organizations and local communities, they have organized themselves in order to create a national steering committee in order to manage the funding, to make decisions and be like the leading group and the decision making in the country at the national level. So in most of the cases, they have used the existing already organizations, like let's say in Peru, they have two big organizations, CONAP and IDCEP. Their members are members of the National Steering Committee. In other countries, like in Ghana, perhaps they don't have these like huge organizations, but they are mostly community-based. They have implemented a consultation process in the regions of the project, and then decided to nominate the members of the National Steering Committee. So in each country, they have national steering committees to lead and guide the project. So the funding for each country goes from $4.5 to $6.5 million, depending on the country. And from each of the countries, they nominate one of the members to become member of the Global Steering Committee. So in the global project, as Conservation International, we are implementing. We are the executing agency, and we have the Global Steering Committee. That's the part of the governance, and they make decisions in order to support. The main objective of the global component is to exchange the experiences that we are having from each of the countries. So how the funding goes to the community or flows to the community, after having this governance structure, the national steering committees, they make decisions about what activities they are going to prioritize, right, in the communities. And in some cases, for instance, they make decisions to not just to make a process to compete and get the funding, and just to support an area. For instance, this is interesting case in DRC, they didn't want to compete in order to get the funding, to access the funding. So they have decided in this region, these communities, they are going to work together and come up with a proposal, and then access to the funding and implement there. In other countries, like in, let's say, Burkina Faso, they have decided to compete, and they received like more than 600 proposals, and they only supported 25. And many people, they were disappointed because, they were competing together. That's why in DRC decided to make it a different way. So they have different ways to do that. The second thing after the governance, I believe, is the increased participation of women in the decision-making process. We started very low. Let's say it's not our decision, it's the decision of the leadership in the countries, but they have been increasing in different ways. In Mexico, the National Steering Committee, they have increased the participation of women in the decision-making. In Burkina Faso, they have decided to provide additional points for projects that includes women, in the proposal. In Peru, they have decided to allocate specific funding for women implementation. So, different ways in order to approach to increase the participation of women. Then in terms of projects itself, we have, many projects. Let's say forest management in Mexico, in Mozambique. We have seed banks in Brazil, land tenure, land titling process in Peru and also in Indonesia. And then, several type of projects, different projects, from land tenure, from small projects, medicinal plants, all linked to, to this sustainable development, how to, in the communities, they can manage taking care of the forests or increasing, let's say, working on reforestation and that kind of project. So the funding has been used in the communities directly, and they have decided what kind of projects they're going to implement. We have also a grievance mechanisms there. That is really important to perhaps point out, because we have communities sometimes complaining why I'm not benefited here when my neighbor community is benefited. In the case of Brazil, they are working in the Cerrado area, and families are, some in the Cerrado, others in the Amazon, they don't have access to that funding, so that's perhaps not complaint, but it was an issue of understanding the borders where they're going to support. But also we had complaints in terms of projects implementing why we are not receiving the response of our complaint on time, because the mechanism that we have perhaps is slow, and things like that we've been learning in the process and using each country complaint mechanism in order to strengthen what they already have. So we are not reinventing anything here. We are using or strengthening the same system that they have in countries when they have it, and empowering communities. That's been, the entire project, the purpose of the project, empower communities and connect with this interest of, we have here on climate action. So more or less that is the history of what we are doing on the DGM in general.
Before I pass the word to you, Kristen, I would like to ask both of you, having come to so many different COPs, there's no doubt that this is the one where the indigenous voices are being heard, I think, for the first time, and we're actually seeing at least important commitments, at least in terms of funding for them. How do you see are the greatest challenge to turn this 1.7 billion that has been committed or promised with the current structures that we have? What is the major challenge, and how do you think you're going to be providing a response to those challenges? No sé si has podido comprenderme. Tuntiak, ¿has podido comprender? Okay.
Sí. Bueno, con la experiencia que venimos desde el territorio, nuestra propuesta no ha sido solamente un discurso general y hemos venido aquí a presentar a la COP, ¿no? Es una experiencia desde el terreno, desde el territorio. Además de lo que les comenté con temas de restauración de mujeres, estamos emprendiendo el tema de trabajo con bambú, con jóvenes, que es otro componente de acuerdos holísticos. Ahora, llegando acá, a nivel de la COP, hemos venido haciendo incidencia desde hace algunos meses a través de algunos aliados de que no queríamos estar en la COP y simplemente que seamos los espectadores y pasear acá en el pasillo y no tener acceso a nada. Entonces, eso era nuestra preocupación. Entonces, convocamos a algunos aliados desde que se generó la iniciativa LIVE. Entonces, y nos sentimos que no éramos parte, o sea, ya habían construido los gobiernos y les dijimos, bueno, no somos parte, ¿y cómo vamos a nosotros acceder a esos fondos? No hay. Entonces, se empezó como a cuestionar, a proponer y se genera esta coalición, este consorcio de grupo de algunos gobiernos y privados y lanzan pues un fondo de 1.7 millones. La verdad no sé si eso realmente existe en el banco, pero no sé, o ya se gastaron o se sumaron todo lo que ya tienen programado en gastar, no lo sé. Pero la verdad es que Reino Unido está muy comprometido y está empujando a esto. Inclusive tenemos mañana una reunión para generar los próximos pasos. Entonces, creo que hay un poco de esperanza, aunque mucha gente dice, bueno, anunciaron y no sabemos cómo van a gastar esa plata, quizás van a ir a través de sus propios canales o a través de los gobiernos, etcétera. Entonces, hay una preocupación porque no hay una claridad. y tampoco ellos los que han donado no tienen claridad cómo van a hacer, o no han sido, o si tienen no nos han comunicado, no sabemos. Entonces, eso es una preocupación generalizada y, bueno, por un lado yo les he dicho, les felicito que por lo menos estén anunciando, pero ahora la otra parte es cómo vamos a ejecutar eso con las organizaciones, con las comunidades indígenas en el terreno. Entonces, buscar la mejor canal. Si hay canales actuales que no han funcionado, hay que mejorarlo. Y si hay canales o mecanismos que hay que generar o crear, hay que hacerlo. Y por otro lado, sé que los gobiernos como tal, eso es como el fondo voluntario, ¿no? Que se unen un grupo y lanzan 1.7. Pero sé que los gobiernos también, creo que ayer o anteayer lanzaron, que como gobiernos van también a trabajar con pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales y lanzaron 20.000 millones. O sea, eso es mucho más todavía que no sabemos cómo va a suceder, porque en realidad los fondos climáticos internacionales que reciben los estados, los gobiernos en este caso, se convierten, para ser honesto, utilizados según la coyuntura política. Entonces no es una garantía que va a llegar directamente a las comunidades. Si quieres que llegue a las comunidades, tiene que ser amigo, pana con el gobierno que está en su turno, o si eres, digamos, defiendes tu derecho, prácticamente no te dan. Entonces eso, y por otro lado también, ayer el primer ministro, creo, en su Twitter, anuncia que, bueno, los gobiernos en general se comprometen al tema de desarrollo verde, no sé cómo lo llaman, ¿no? 130 billones de dólares. No sé para cuántos años será, no tenemos idea. Entonces parece que hay mucha ambición de anunciar, pero no hay una claridad de cómo se va a hacer eso en cada país, en los sectores rurales. Creo que una esperanza sería para controlar eso es a través inclusive de la plataforma, que no es mucho su papel, plataforma de conocimientos y prácticas tradicionales de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales, que se hagan a nivel nacional para que puedan tener al menos una vocería, porque eso sería casi el único espacio donde los pueblos indígenas pueden tener la vocería. Entonces eso no hay una claridad, no hay todavía los pasos siguientes que se va a dar. No quisiera que llegamos otra vez a la COP, después de este anuncio se olvidó y no sabemos nada qué pasó y otra vez lo mismo en la próxima COP. Eso es el riesgo que hay de esta COP.
Muy bien. Johnson.
Ok, voy a seguir en español entonces. Como caucus oficial de pueblos indígenas participamos en noviembre del año 2000. Entonces ya llevamos como 21 años, o casi, sí, 21 años participando en estas negociaciones. Y la primera vez que escuchamos algo vinculado a pueblos indígenas en el lenguaje de las negociaciones fue en el 2006, cuando incluyeron el tema del conocimiento tradicional en el plan de trabajo de Nairobi, ¿no? Primera vez, Canadá lo propuso. La segunda vez es en el 2007, al año siguiente, cuando en Bali se implementa las decisiones de red, ¿no? Bali dice, bueno, experimenten con red, y ahí dicen, ok, pero hagan que los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales participen. Entonces ya la segunda vez. Luego en Copenhague hubo un acuerdo general que no se aprobó y fue ratificado, digamos, en el acuerdo de Cancún, donde vienen las salvaguardas de pueblos indígenas en el tema de Red Plus, ¿no? El tema, en ese acuerdo creo que hay un artículo respecto al derecho a la tierra, la titulación de las tierras, también se menciona ya. A partir de ahí ya viene incrementándose, digamos, el lenguaje sobre pueblos indígenas en las negociaciones. Uno. Lo segundo es que respecto a los fondos, ya desde 2007, como dijeron que experimenten también con la participación indígena, lo que se dijo desde los pueblos indígenas, y nosotros también queremos fondos para implementar. ¿Dónde están esos fondos para nosotros, no? Entonces ya se empezó a escuchar el acceso directo, ¿no? Queremos acceso directo. Entonces el fondo de inversiones del clima, el Climate Investment Fund, empieza con la idea de crear este fondo en donde ahora nosotros estamos implementando el proyecto para tener un acceso directo. Sobre este 1.7 billones, lo que vemos es que es un compromiso, no sabemos si va a haber dinero. Ahí no queremos, digamos, decir que no creemos, está el compromiso ahí, pero si este mismo país aquí, de su compromiso que tienen ante Naciones Unidas desde el 73, de entregar el 0.7% de su Producto Interno Bruto como donación, digamos, decidieron bajarlo a 0.5 aquí. ¿Cómo es que y de dónde sale entonces el dinero cuando están reduciendo internamente su propio compromiso de apoyar, ¿no? Ahí viene un poco entonces vienen los recursos, nos preguntamos, ¿será igual que los 100 billones de dólares que ofrecieron en el 2009 y que hasta el 2020 no han logrado cumplir? Dijeron que desde el 2020 va a haber los 100 billones de dólares. Dicen que a lo máximo han llegado a 70, creo, billones entre iniciativas privadas y también del Estado. Entonces, pues estos compromisos tomamos con mucho, digamos, positivismo, ojalá sean reales y que esto se efectúe y luego se verá cómo se implemente esto, pero que sean reales, ¿no? Y que lleguen a las comunidades y que la preocupación de algunos no sea tampoco una manera solamente de querer salir aquí con el que el Nature-Based Solution es la solución y aquí está la plata, ¿no? Sí. Pero tal vez mañana no vamos a poder ver ese dinero. Somos optimistas, esperemos que sí, vamos a apoyar, creo que desde las organizaciones también, a que eso se haga una realidad y que se implementen bien los recursos, ¿no? Gracias.
Yo diría sobre todo, I would like to say above all that the main issue is also the political will to do things. There's a lot of money, but there are in many countries no political will to actually demarcate land to really secure indigenous people's rights. So I was just wondering, how you could be using some of that fund in order to generate that political will if that's possible. But while we still wait for Toya, I'd like to ask you, Kristen, to speak to us a little bit from your perspective.
Thanks. So, similarly, like TNC, Conservation International has been working and partnering with Indigenous people for over 30 years. And we are all members of something called the Conservation Initiative on Human Rights, where we have worked to include human rights in our conservation practice. And again, we are organizations and that continues to evolve and there's lessons learned. But I really want to highlight and pick up on the conversation here is that, Conservation International, like many others, have been working with Indigenous peoples to think through some of these funding mechanisms. And I think this is the challenge that we have. And I think I'll target my comments here is that I think the political will is there at a very high global level, and I think it's great, and we should celebrate that. But we also need to make sure that those things are accountable. And organizations like CI, TNC, and many of the collaborators here need to really support our Indigenous partners in how to be able to move this forward. I think in some of the examples that Tuntiak and that Johnson have given today, and your own example, is really how do you work with those communities to understand how we meet their needs, but also how do we work to meet those global commitments in different ways. And I think part of it is we really need to reimagine how the system happens. And we need to bring together these worlds. And that happens a lot through listening, right? Through dialogues like we're having here today. And Tuntiak highlighted the process that they went through to talk about these holistic agreements. The word incentive isn't the right word to be using with communities, but at the same time, we want to make sure that communities are valued and receive the financing that they should to do the work that they are. We need to move away from referring to Indigenous peoples and local communities as beneficiaries. I think that's one of the biggest challenges we have. As we see here, there is leadership here, and that leadership should be supported. We often speak different languages when we talk about these things, and how do we bring together Western science with traditional knowledge to co-create or co-solve these problems? But I also think we as a collective, working with Indigenous peoples and as NGOs, need to come together with a lot of these models, whether it's the holistic agreements, whether it's the dedicated grant mechanism, and whether it's other entities, to find out what works, what doesn't work, and how do we move forward. And I think there are a number of experiences with public funding, and public funding is a challenge for Indigenous peoples to access. It's a challenge for our own institutions often to administer. Similarly, we have indigenous peoples and local communities have fought for safeguards, which are really important, but at the same time, some of these safeguards are the same challenges that communities have to accessing them. So how do we look at those safeguards, support traditional practices, and they're looking at safeguards from their community lens, but also how do we support the administrative development of indigenous organizations, where they want to have that. Yeah. Not every community or organization is necessarily going to administer $50 million, but I would see several organizations, indigenous organizations, could administer money on behalf of other communities as well. So I think these are the things that we need to talk about and that we need to work through, and we need to support indigenous partners in that co-creation and thinking and design with donors and force donors to also change how they do things. But I know Bharati has been waiting in the security line, so I want to pass the opportunity to her to speak as well. So I'll pass it over.
Yes. You just can speak.
Namaste and good morning, everyone. I'm Bharati Pathak. I'm chairperson of the Federation of Community Forestry Users Nepal, and I'm a global DGM co-chair, and similarly is national DGM co-chair also. I'm so sorry, I was in the a travel, so too much long queue there. I missed the other panelist speech in here. Thank you so much inviting me in here, especially sharing the cases and practice for the community forestry in Nepal. You already know about the Nepal community forestry. So we have a long history, more than 30,000 years. We are working with the community forest users group in Nepal. We have a more than 22,000 community forest users group in Nepal. Especially they are playing to the very good role and protect the forest and conserving the forest. More than 2 million hectares managed by the community forest users group in Nepal. And 10 million people are affiliated with the community forestry movement. So this is a very great example, very model practice in the community forestry users group in Nepal. So like a community forest users group, there is a different ethnic group affiliated in the community forestry movement. Like women is the very strong in the community forest users group. Similarly, we made a like a policy, how can we empower the women in the forest sector? Not only community forestry, but highlighting the like a provision for the women leadership in community forestry. We are trying to the all over the forest area and natural resource area and develop the women leadership and the position. Like you know, and before the 30 years in Nepal, there was the what types of the like landscape and the like a nature. And when hand over to the community forestry from the government side, now we can see the more greenery and the big change for the when managed by the community forest users group. There is the not only like a democratic practice, there is the more they are protecting the natural forest, more traditional practice in the community forest users group. They are trying, there is the different ethnic group and indigenous group in the community forest users group, and they have a different practice in the grassroots level. And they are protecting the forest and the water and the like a biodiversity, and equally they are going to the inclusive model. Women and the different poor people also staying, and indigenous people are staying in the forest area. So, and the community forestry rules and regulation and the constitution more empowering the different marginalized group and bring the leadership position. So I have I would like to sharing with you an example for the like a plantation, and the very few plantation working on CFUG, they are trying to protect the natural forest in Nepal, different types of the forest in Nepal, as the like a timber-based forest, and the other is the non-timber-based like a forest also in there. And naturally comes to the different types of the forest, and they are like a protecting. And one is the most important, and they spend to the more time protect the forest and bring the greenery and protect the biodiversity and everything. But now, and community forest users group are trying to, how can we go to the, through the forest resource and sustainable forest management practice in the community forestry, and very linkage with the sustainable development goal. And the women and the youth also coming in the leadership position in community forest users group. So that is the very good practice, and they are trying to support to the livelihood in the poor people and women and the different types of the products. So similarly, we are in together an indigenous network and the local community networks and the women's networks and the other ethnic group networks in together, and the delegated grant mechanism steering committee in Nepal. So we are jointly raising the voice, make a policy. And sometimes it's going to the government and another track. And similarly, we are raising the voice in here, like issues for the carbon rights for the local community and the women's and the youth, and all are spending more time in the protect the forest water. Why not aware about the like a carbon market and like a rights for the carbon? So that issues we are raising, like a country level and the globally also. So not only alone in the FACO fund, not only alone in the community forestry, we have a delegated grant mechanism. One is the strong unit in Nepal, and globally we are very connecting and together and raising the voice and the support to the capacity building in local community, indigenous people, women, and the youth. So I think maybe we have many traditional practice and the different cases, but one is the problem, and they have many cases and success stories for the community forest users group, but not coming in the globally. So that is the challenge we are facing. And sometimes we have many policies in the forest sector, like a favor for the local community and indigenous people, local community, especially in CFUG, but not implementing very well. So we are pushing, we are advocating with the government. How can we implementation and secure the rights for the local community? How can we go to the sustainable forest management based on the Paris Agreement? So that agenda we are raising with the government. So thank you. Yeah.
And Bharati, just before you arrived, we were discussing about this commitment of $1.7 billion to indigenous peoples here at this conference. And I would, your organization has been working in 12 countries, if I understand correctly, right? Providing grants. What do you think is so this new granting mechanism actually enables one to think about another scale of funding. What do you think is ready to be scaled up in terms of your work? Is it expanding number of countries, bringing things more thematic to a scale up? How do you imagine benefiting from that opportunity to make your work even more impactful?
So we are discussing, like the FACO fund is working in the country level in Nepal, and the DGM, delegated grant mechanism, working within the 12 country, like cases for the a different country and different issues are raising, like indigenous people and local community, especially case for the carbon issues. We are raising the voice, more time are spending for the local community and conserve the forest. But sometimes is creating issue for the a loan, issues for the loan. And the community people are protecting the forest, but some are supporting the a loan, not as grant. So we are raising the voice that way. So I think maybe one of the important for the globally and the other all country, how we can secure the rights for the local community and indigenous people and the carbon rights and the million resources going to the a country level, and how can we secure and goes to the resource indirectly in community people. We are raising the voice in the 100% resource need to go in the direct the community. So we are raising that voice.
Well, thank you very much. And I would like to welcome Toya Mancinelli. So Toya, if you could introduce yourself. And we were here talking about the main theme of this discussion is rights and governance. And you're going to be sharing with us the experience of how to draw management plans, indigenous management plans within COIAB. So if you could explain what is your role within COIAB and that experience with planos gestores.
Primeiro, agradecer o convite, né, para participar desse evento, né, que é de suma importância para todos nós, né, dos povos indígenas ao não indígena, né, e no Brasil vamos dizer, de governo Bolsonaro, né, atualmente não podemos dizer que podemos fazer a gestão de um território bom, né? Que realmente não existe política, né, voltada mais para essa área, né? Mas há tempos os povos indígenas vêm fazendo o manejo e a utilização dos recursos naturais através de seus conhecimentos ancestrais, né? Então, o manejo, né, das florestas sempre foi e sempre será, né, um instrumento dos povos indígenas, né, para cuidar do seu território, né? E no Brasil, né, nós iniciamos um processo, né, que se chama gestão territorial dos territórios indígenas, né? Que significa fazer o mapeamento, né, do território e, a partir daí, ver as potencialidades que existem, tanto para a questão econômica, né, para as comunidades fazer seu trabalho, mas também a questão do fortalecimento cultural, das invasões dos territórios, né? Então, isso nós temos realizado, mas também feito a questão do monitoramento, né, que é uma parte também que serve para que a gente possa olhar de perto, né, o que existe no território e, a partir daí, fazer um planejamento, né, que se chama planos de vida, zoneamento ecológico econômico, né, que se chamou, ou etnozoneamento, né? Então, é dessa forma, mas é necessário, né, que os estados possam mudar a sua política, né, ambiental. Porque não é só os povos indígenas conservando e utilizando sua sabedoria ancestral para conservar a natureza que vai funcionar. Temos que fazer toda uma gestão do planeta para que possamos trabalhar em conjunto e, a partir daí, a gente organizar de forma adequada a utilização dos recursos naturais, né? Então, para isso é fundamental toda uma mudança de mentalidade, tanto dos empresários que acessam, né, os recursos naturais, dos políticos que fazem as leis ambientais, né, para que a ação seja conjunta, né? Porque está provado, né, cientificamente, através de nossos parceiros, né, que levantaram os dados, que os territórios indígenas são menos devastados, né, do que próprias, às vezes, unidade de conservação, né, que existe, né? Então, é necessário todo um cuidado de todo mundo para que possamos, né, manter a floresta em pé. E, claro, qualquer ação do Estado, ele tem que ser voltado também para o respeito aos direitos das populações que ali existem, né? Porque, caso contrário, nenhum programa de desenvolvimento vai dar certo, porque vai sempre estar a população contra o Estado e o Estado contra a população, né? Então, é necessário que os dois funcionem de comum acordo, né? Conhecendo a realidade, utilizando os conhecimentos que ali existem, e utilizando e incorporando esses conhecimentos nesses programas de desenvolvimento, né? Outra coisa que eu penso que é fundamental para que os povos indígenas contribuam mais é a questão do acesso aos recursos, né? A gente vê muita complicação na questão dos recursos dos fundos globais, dos fundos climáticos, né? Vamos dizer assim, hoje existe esses fundos, mas as populações indígenas não acessam diretamente, né? São de governo, de estado para estado. É necessário criar um mecanismo para que os recursos vão diretamente para as comunidades indígenas. E nós, do Brasil, nós temos construímos um mecanismo, né? Que se chama Fundo da Amazônia Brasileira, Fundo Indígena da Amazônia Brasileira, chamado PODALI, né? Que é nessa tentativa de captar o recurso, né? Para fortalecer, né, a organização social do povo, fortalecer seus laços familiares, seu conhecimento, né? Porque é só dessa forma que nós vamos também conseguir mais defender a floresta. Caso contrário, nós todos vamos plantar soja, né? Ou seja, né, geralmente também a gente brinca muito que diz o seguinte: quem devasta a floresta que ganha o dinheiro. Os povos indígenas que conservam não tem nada, só ficam com as doenças. Então é necessário inverter isso, né? É necessário colocar o dinheiro na mão certa, né? E que os estados possam fazer uma política de maneira que incorpore toda a sabedoria do povo, né, que mora na região amazônica. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Toya. And I'd like to, at this moment to open the floor for questions. So if there are any questions on your side, it would be a pleasure to hear. While we wait for questions, enquanto a gente espera, eu queria te perguntar uma coisa. Durante esse período tem sido muito difícil assegurar direito à terra no Brasil para as populações indígenas brasileiras. Eu nunca vi uma manifestação tão forte como nesse último mês em Brasília, em que milhares de indígenas, representantes de dezenas de povos indígenas, vieram à cidade para reclamar os seus direitos. Aqui está se prometendo uma quantidade razoável de recursos, mas é dinheiro. Então, quer dizer, como é que você pode transformar esse dinheiro em vontade política para realmente demarcar as terras que faltam ser demarcadas, para restaurar as áreas, sobretudo no sul do país, que também a gente sabe, você representa a parte norte, na parte da Amazônia, mas muito dos problemas indígenas no Brasil, da falta de terra, é no sul, e que tem muito pouca atenção, porque não carrega o nome Amazônia com ela. Então, diz para a gente como é que você pensaria nisso.
Bom, nós temos trabalhado, né, de maneira, vamos dizer, geral no Estado brasileiro com relação aos direitos dos povos indígenas, né? E aí a questão, por exemplo, dos recursos climáticos, nós sempre estamos trabalhando para que seja utilizado em todo o Estado brasileiro, nas populações indígenas, não só na Amazônia, né? A Amazônia seria o olhar, né, para entrar o dinheiro, mas que a população indígena não conserva só as florestas da Amazônia. Ela conserva no Cerrado, na Caatinga, né, em outros cantos. Então, também é merecedor, né, de acessar os recursos. Para a política dar certo, né, 1 milhão e não sei quantos mil dólares, né, foi prometido aqui, né, mas são promessas, né? E se realmente o recurso sair, é necessário que haja, né, a participação total dos povos indígenas, né? Desde a questão da concepção dos projetos que forem ser desenvolvidos no país até a implementação. Caso contrário, não vai dar certo, como já vem não dando certo, né? Tem vários recursos climáticos entrando nos estados e que serve apenas para comprar carro, para pagar funcionários muitas vezes, e que nas comunidades, nas unidades de conservação, tu não tem nada, né? Isso não é talvez só um caso brasileiro, isso seja um caso de Estado, né? Vamos dizer assim, né? E para isso nós temos, como eu falei, né, os governos têm que mudar a política, né? Os governos têm que mudar a política porque o planeta já não espera muito mais, né? Nós estamos já, vamos dizer assim, já saqueamos muito o planeta Terra, né? E agora ele precisa descansar. Caso contrário, todos nós vamos perecer sobre, né, sobre as consequências que for acontecer com o planeta, né? Com todo o sistema, né, que existe.
Thank you. So, a question from the... Yeah, take that. Please.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Nicola. I'm producing a documentary about the Aral Sea in Uzbekistan. And my question... sorry, is it better now? Okay, sorry. My question is, when projects need a scientific approach, either from Western countries or like a national approach, a scientific approach, what are the mechanisms, to like make a cooperation of knowledge, practices, actions between scientists and local communities, and how this can become sustainable by, involving local communities in like data collection, analyze that stay within the region, because sending scientists, leading like scientific expedition, it costs a lot of money, and like money is kind of the issue of many things. So how can this be sustainable by, creating this co-production between local communities and scientists? Yeah, thank you.
Would any of you like to answer to take that question on indigenous knowledge and science?
So I think, coming from conservation organizations, we obviously have science departments. We put out a lot of publications related to the environment. I'll just speak very generally. However, that work mostly is not done unless we work with communities on the ground. And I think where science and scientists and the scientific community needs to catch up with what is going on is that many times that work could never have been done without indigenous peoples and local communities. And normally when scientific papers are published, that acknowledgement is not there. And I think part of that transformation has to happen not only in the collaborative work we do on the ground, and I think there's many examples of where that incorporation of traditional knowledge is happening on the ground, but it is not happening enough at the global level. We do know here at the COP, there is a local communities and indigenous peoples platform, and part of that negotiation and that discussion was to be able to bring traditional knowledge into this space, make sure it's acknowledged and recognized. But the scientific community and that co-creation, as we've been talking about, also has to happen between communities and the scientific community and our own organizations. Our own organizations have to be more accountable to that, and trust me, I am a disruptor in my own institution, that we need to be more accountable. We need to make sure that that voice and that knowledge of indigenous communities is very present in the research and publishing, because we are all trying to save the planet. And just as we're talking about the perspectives of indigenous peoples and holistic agreements and a mechanism, again, it's co-creation. And how do we really balance that co-creation and recognition?
Okay.
É uma pergunta bastante interessante e que muitas vezes eu falo o seguinte, que nenhum conhecimento ele é total, né? Então é necessário que, para que a coisa dê certo, é necessário primeiro que cada conhecimento respeite o outro conhecimento, né? Não queira ser maior do que o outro, né? Eu penso que dessa forma dá para a gente trabalhar tanto com conhecimento dos povos indígenas, com conhecimento, né, científico e com academia. Porque todos os conhecimentos são necessários para que a gente possa, né, vamos dizer assim, fazer um bom planejamento, fazer um bom projeto e, a partir daí, começar a implementação, né, vamos dizer, dos projetos nos territórios, né? E, claro, sempre trazendo a participação indígena, não como, né, muitas vezes se fez no Brasil, se fez várias reuniões para os povos indígenas olhar e, a partir daí, dizer, não, foi consultado, mas realmente trabalhar o projeto, né, do início ao final, né? Então é necessário, né, haver esse respeito e a partir daí começar a trabalhar em conjunto. Eu particularmente acho que nós temos muito a ganhar se cada um respeita e cada um leva seu conhecimento, não para a disputa e nem para, vamos dizer, qualificar a ideia do outro, mas a complementação, né? Eu acho que dessa forma nós conseguimos fazer muito e muito mais.
If you want, yeah, please.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry. She was going to. No, keep it. She's going to say. It's okay.
I'm agree with her point, especially like in local level, more in the community level, more traditional practices there. Science is important, but like many research paper need to highlight to the traditional practice for the local community, indigenous people, which is used to in the community level. So that will be linkage to the science and the technology. And one is the important for the transfer the technology to the local community and respect the local knowledge and traditional practice. I think that will be very important. Yeah.
First, I want to thank the panel for really fascinating conversation. I want to maybe twist the conversation a little bit and ask about progress on SDG 7, so electrification. So in indigenous communities, we have seen a real history of lack of ability to really make their own decisions on electrification. So unsustainable practices, whether that's diesel generator sets in local communities or damming up local rivers, and really a push to putting decisions in the local communities, whether that's towards indigenous access to rural electrification services that are more sustainable, solar or other sustainable practices. Can you comment on the progress you've seen in local communities over the last couple of decades towards really local decision making around energy rights?
Bueno, aló. El tema de acceso a electrificación y otros servicios básicos es muy importante, no solo con la electricidad como uso en la casa, sino para que sea para ciertos aspectos, inclusive para transporte, ¿no es cierto? En Coica, en la Amazonía, nosotros se ha hecho algunos programas de acceso a la electricidad de las comunidades como parte de su gestión territorial. El tema es que implementar eso es un poco caro, y la tecnología no está, digamos, diseñada para que dure mucho tiempo a largo plazo, sino más o menos corto. Tenemos experiencia también con el transporte solar que se ha implementado en la Amazonía ecuatoriana. Igual no ha tenido éxito porque no se ha desarrollado todavía suficiente fuerza para los ríos caudalosos del Amazonas. Entonces ese es un desafío, pero nosotros no estamos viendo la electricidad, bueno, la pregunta como simplemente la iluminación, sino dentro de eso crear como por ejemplo un mecanismo de economía comunitaria, familiar, que desde con la generación eléctrica tú puedes tener inclusive proceso de sacar agua, de hacer productos de valor agregado, secado de semillas, cosas así. O sea, lo estamos pensando de manera integral. Sin embargo, no ha habido suficiente inversión o suficiente apoyo externo para poder implementar esta línea de iniciativa. Pero sí estamos con ese interés de trabajar. Muchas gracias.
We'll take the 2 questions and then we'll answer to them. Please.
Thank you very much. Ebony Holland from the International Institute for Environment and Development. I wanted to come back to one of the points that an earlier speaker made around challenges with accessing some of the funds from the climate finance institutions getting down to the local level. I wondered if you could elaborate a bit further on what some of those challenges are, what the experience has been with accessing finance from those funds, and what you think would be some great solutions to overcome those barriers.
Can we take also the second question? So those will be the 2 last questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think thank you for all the panelists for bringing the local initiative practice to here. And let me introduce myself. I'm Ghanashyam Pandey. I'm from Nepal. I'm also the chairperson of small organization Green Foundation Nepal, which is the observer representative in the DGM steering committee in Nepal. So I would like to ask, maybe you are able to respond better. You know, in Nepal and in many part of the world, there is a big kind of the untrust on the role of the larger big conservation organization, that they are not really doing the respecting the human rights in the natural resource management. You know, going to any international organization to the country, and they have contacted with the national government, and they do what the national government said. But they have the commitment to work with the local communities, indigenous peoples, but in the real sense, that has not been happening at the ground level. That is one critique. So how the larger international conservation organization will change their theory of work with the indigenous people and local communities, that one. And then the last one is the climate finance is again going to capture by the elite and larger organization, which is being big threat to the indigenous and local communities. So how we can make that in a real sense to reach to the local communities and indigenous peoples together here. Thank you.
Thank you. So who would like to take those two questions? Yeah.
A primeira pergunta, né, ela é fácil de responder, sobre, né, o acesso dos povos indígenas e aos fundos climáticos, né? Primeiro, o Estado tem que ver a gente como parte, não como observador, né, para a coisa dar certo, né? E quando as políticas, né, os recursos são destinados ao Estado, ele sempre vê a gente como observador, não seres com direito, né, a políticas públicas, né? Então essa questão tem que mudar. E nós no Brasil, né, vendo toda essa política de fundos climáticos e o Estado sempre negando, nós criamos um fundo chamado Fundo Podálico, que eu já falei aqui, né, que é a maneira da gente captar o recurso, né, de fundos climáticos para ir direcionar diretamente às comunidades indígenas, né? Por exemplo, nós temos o Fundo Amazônia, né, mas no Brasil apenas 2 organizações indígenas acessaram, porque a burocracia é tão grande que é feito para grandes empresas, vamos dizer, acessar o recurso, né? Então, nós temos que também criar mecanismos com facilidade para que as comunidades acessem esses recursos, né?
Would you like some concluding words?
Yeah, I think, you know, speaking from a conservation organization perspective, in terms of funding access, our own institutions are a problem. You know, we have had to be accountable to funding agencies, and those funding agencies have to be accountable to the governments and the parties that give them money. And many of the things that we have been looking at is how do we actually get those resources? It's from small things like how do you make sure our wire transfer that's going to an indigenous person or an organization that they don't have to incur the cost of that wire transfer. Something as basic and unexciting as that is extremely important. The other thing is that when we have to, you know, we all have to assess the risks of organizations that we work with. Indigenous organizations are typically risked high, and Koyab and CI have been having a conversation, and that's created an entire conversation internally about the challenges that our own staff have with our own requirements and how do we transform them. We need to be accountable, and we all recognize that, but how do we make adjustments and tweaks to make the delivery of that funding more holistic on that front? I would
like to conclude first by thanking you all. And I think this amount of funding that is being made available for the first time at this level actually creates an opportunity for fundamentally changing things. Right now, for example, our organizations have been the ones receiving funding and giving to indigenous people. I think this actually offers the opportunity to reverse and say it's up to them to choose with what partners would they like to work under their terms. I think this is a very important opportunity that is taken that way. And I would like to thank all of you for your excellent ideas about demonstrated already that there are very good governance mechanisms in place, that we're still far away from getting to the rights that we need to get, but the opportunity of these funds, we need to really transform it in a way that most of these funds actually go directly through your own organizations, and we hear your quest for becoming parties and no longer observers. And I say, well, this is going to be a long fight. But I'd like to thank you all for being with us, and thank you, and some applauses for our excellent speakers. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And happy Diwali.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here today at the Nature Positive Zone at COP26 in Glasgow. My name is Emily McLone, and I work as the director of Peaceboat US, an international organization that focuses on building a culture of peace and sustainability around the world, based in New York City. And I'm here today with Peaceboat's founder, Yoshioka Tatsuya.
Hi, good morning.
And we're going to be joined online via Zoom with some of our partners here today. Oh, great. Here we have Michelle and Pita. Welcome to both of you. I'm so happy you could join us today.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay.
Very well, thank you very much.
It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. As you all know, this is a monumental COP for everyone coming here together. And this morning, we're going to be focusing a little bit on one of the main themes of this year's COP, which is the green economy, focusing on also the Sustainable Development Goals and a transition to a low carbon or carbon post future.
Yep.
So I would just like to start just by introducing a little bit about our speakers, and I'll let everyone go around and introduce themselves just to kick off today. So we'll start with Michelle, because she is one of the main organizers of today's event from Music for Climate Justice. She's put so much great effort into organizing not only this event, but we also have an afternoon and an evening reception today on the Blue Transition also, and Music for Climate Justice, making a positive impact through the arts. So Michelle, would you like to start just by doing a brief introduction to yourself and to this event today?
Absolutely. So thank you so much. And it's a great honor to be here with these wonderful speakers on our panel today, as well as looking forward to some future events this evening. So I'm Michelle Bongiovanni, the founder of Heal Our World, which is a social impact nonprofit. And we are, social impact for profit, and our nonprofit, which is Music for Climate Justice, which is launching today, actually this evening, live from the Marriott. And so I've been in the space for over 7 years. This is really my first COP, so excited to be here, even though remotely, with the team to talk a little bit about the green economy today and some of the great work that everybody in this panel is really doing around those issues. So thank you, and excited to talk more.
Thank you, Michelle. And thank you so much again for this great opportunity to be here with all of you at COP26. And Pita, Milan, would you like to go ahead next and tell us also where you're calling in from and a little bit about your background and why you're here today?
Great, thanks, Emily. I'm Pita Milan. I'm actually calling in from Portugal, but I'm Australian, as you can hear in my accent. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Jet Group. We specialize in delivering regenerative practice to large corporates and public sector. I'm also the founder of Transcendent Media Capital, which is a company that's developing new methodologies for thematic-based investing into startups and ventures. And I'm also on the International Advisory Board for the World Sustainable Development Forum, and also an associate fellow of the World Academy of Arts and Sciences. And I'm really delighted to be here today. So thank you, Michelle, for inviting me. And I'm really looking forward to engaging in some really interesting dialogue around action.
Great. Thank you so much, Pita. It's such a pleasure to have you joining us here today, and really excited to see where our future partnerships are going to land as we build towards this green and regenerative economy together. Yoshioka. Yep. Would you like to give a brief introduction to yourself as the founder of Peaceboat and EcoShip, and tell us a bit why you're here today?
Okay. My name is Yoshioka, and I'm from Japan. And I have started this Peaceboat program 1983. And this is a quite unique program because we are chartering the quite big ship. And with 1,000 people, we are continue to global voyage every year, in year 3 times, and visiting the 100 countries. So on board we are full of the SDGs educational program. And also each port of call, we have the collaboration with the local NGOs and also local community, and to promote about the green economy. So and for us, that is something like this ship is a quite important tool to create kind of the sustainable world. So, and now, maybe that later on, my turn to explain about the new project EcoShip. But anyway, Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I'm also going to be speaking about Peace Boat. As I mentioned, I'm based in New York City as the director of Peace Boat US. So we are both collaborating on the same project. So we're going to be starting with a little bit of an introduction to our organization and how we are contributing also towards creating a more regenerative future and green economy. So maybe we can go ahead and pull up some of the slides to get our presentation started today. We're going to be each speaking for a little bit about our own projects, working towards sustainability, and then we'll be taking some Q&A at the end. So if you have questions, feel free to hold them towards the end, and we'll go around the room. And also for those who are tuning in online, this is being live streamed today, so there are various people watching and tuning in, and we'll be happy to take those questions also from our online portals. Mm-hmm. So yes, as you all know, this event was sponsored by Heal the World, and also Music for Climate Justice, with a focus on the green economy, working towards the contribution towards a low carbon and resource efficient and socially inclusive economy. Next, please. Here we have actually Pita's presentation. So we're going to start with Pita. If we can zoom her in to start with her first slides, that would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you everybody. So I'm here to talk about regenerative. What does that regenerative actually mean? Because this, for me, is a new model of action. And it's actually not that new. We have Donella Meadows speaking about this type of stuff from the early 70s, but it just hasn't really been identified as key to solving some of the challenges that we face. So when we look at regenerative, we have these definitions of a living organism growing after loss or damage. We also have another alternative definition of bringing new and more vigorous life to an area, an industry, or an institution. Reviving, especially in economic terms. So why are we talking about sustainability instead of regenerative, and what is the difference? Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So when we look at the trajectory of ecological design, we look at what has traditionally or conventionally been done. And we're looking at very, very technical systems design. We're looking at focus on efficiencies, focusing on technologies and techniques, focusing on very quantitative measures and results. And this has led to the great acceleration. So when you look at the past 50 years and the increase in temperature on the planet and the mass extinction rates that have occurred, it has come about through our conventional methodologies, which are largely extractive in nature. So the basis of economics that we adopt as our truths here are that we compete for scarce resources, we get as much as we can, take as much as we can for as low cost as we can, and do it as quickly as we can, because that's what we call scale. And this has led to this type of degeneration. So green is still a little degenerating, and the reason for that is it's not yet value adding. We're talking about how do we have less carbon? How do we do less emissions? How do we have less waste? And so regenerative is really trying to move us towards a value adding basis, and sustainability is neutral. What are we sustaining? Who's asking that question? Are we trying to sustain practices that create the conditions that are not conducive to the whole of life? Why? So we need to look what is really beyond sustainability. Like, are we trying to sustain business as usual, but without making things worse? I mean, I think some of these bigger questions need to be asked. And then we have restorative. We're starting to move into the regenerative space here, where we're restoring rainforests. We're trying to restore soil, nutritional value, these types of things. And it takes a long time. But regenerative is different because it focuses on how we think. It focuses on understanding ourselves as part of a living, complex system, because we are. But we're taught at school to not really like complexity too much because it's too big and too much. And so we break it down into its parts and pieces and then try to understand it, a bit like a doctor who's a specialist in a heart, but then another doctor who's a specialist with the brain. I might have, a heart arrhythmia. The heart doctor says there's nothing wrong, but it could be an issue with my brain and it's not detected because they don't speak to each other. These types of things. We do this also in business, and we do this also in our lives. So regenerative starts to look at living systems design. It starts to identify simplicity through the patterns that we can identify. It focuses on effectiveness, and this is a really important distinction that I'll talk about. And some of the measures are more qualitative. So could you move to the next slide, please? So what is not effective action? I really like this picture because it reminds me of the French knights from the Monty Python movie, the Holy Grail, where they're standing behind the wall and they're throwing things at the other knights. And we find this in business, but we also find this with investors as well. No, I'm not going to invest. I only invest in technology. No, I'm only investing in green, sustainable energy. No, I don't understand media. Media has no value, and all these kinds of things. And when we work within organizations, we see this a lot because Jet has a very strong technology arm of our business where we support our clients too. And we find that business doesn't understand technology, or IT, and IT doesn't understand business, and all these fragmentations happen. So what's the impact of all of this siloed, fragmented mentality that we've been taught to see things through? Next slide, please. So we see that these are global statistics. 75% of investments made by venture capitalists fail. But what does that mean in real terms? There was 300 billion spent by the end of 2020 in venture capital. Between 70 to 90% of mergers and acquisitions fail. The deals surpassed 4.3 trillion as of October this year. It's expected to exceed 6 trillion by the end of the year. 70% of change management programs fail. Financial institutions are spending on average 14% of their annual operating costs on change management processes. And 73% of digital transformation processes fail to deliver value. And that spending will catapult to over 6.8 trillion by 2023. That's the expectation. So for those of us who don't like waste, that's really sad. It's a lot of wasted money, right, on things that fail to deliver. And so when you look at the fragmentation and the fight that we have, the biggest climate impact is coming from industry. It's coming from the corporate world. Yet we're so protective about doing things the way we've always done them, best practices. But this is where we're seeing it's not actually delivering value, not for the business. So why are we defending it? And most certainly not for the planet. So let's have a look at what does effective action actually look like. Because when we talk about we need action, it's not just action for action's sake. We need to be effective. Next slide, please. So when I'm borrowing this from Donella Meadows. So she identified back in the early 2000s leverage points across a system. If we're looking at systemic transformation, this is what we need to mitigate our climate crisis, not just small tactical interventions, right? And so when we're looking at the scale, this is not super linear, right? Because obviously in a regenerative system, you always look at something in its own context. But we spend 95% of our time focusing on, the details, the parameters, the numbers, the subsidies, the best practices, the things that we do and how we do them. But they actually have the least amount of leverage on the system. And as we go up to the points of highest leverage, which is where Jet's working, we're also looking at the structure of information. Okay, we have so much data out there. How much money is companies spending on AI right now? But what is the data that we actually need? How do we interpret the data? How do we make that data effective for our own purposes and for the purposes of the planet? We don't have those answers right now because we're still perceiving the data from the point 12 in terms of functional analysis. Then we're looking at, what are the rules of the system? How are our systems currently functioning? How do they interact and exchange with each other? Because we live like they're truths. They're not truths, we made it up. We made up economic theory. We hypothesize some things, and we've seen since the 1990s, many of our economic truths failing, yet we're not questioning the system, right? And then we look at the structure and the power to add, change, or evolve, or self-organize the system, and this is fundamentally important. Can we go to the next slide, please? Because what we're talking about is a transitional from functional thinking to epistemological. Epistemological is the way that we see things, okay? And when I'm talking with a lot of colleagues who are working in systems change or working regenerative or sustainability, or even in some of these areas like mergers and acquisitions, I was speaking to a leader from one of the big Fortune 500 companies. They acquired a company for $3 billion. It had the potential to be worth $30 billion, but it was still owner operated and the merger was failing. Why? Because it's to do with people. People are complex, and always at the people level, things break down and we don't know how to solve it. But that's why regenerative works in nested systems. So we work with self, we work with the group, and then we work with the system, but it's not linear. We're operating those things parallel. So when we work with organizations, we're working with boards and C-suite who are challenging the way they think using our frameworks and methodologies, but then that's shifting how the group functions. And then that's also then shifting how the system functions at the same time. So we work in nested systems. Can we move to the next one, please? And so when we look at that, it's really, really super important because it's focusing on culture, the culture of how we behave, the culture of how we view the world. And we need to start there in order to create a systemic strategy. And then the leadership has to be developmental. We have to be constantly learning and growing and adapting and challenging our perspective as we go. Unfortunately, our dependency on best practices means that we just lean on what's always been done without really innovating. And then we can get to, the strategic implementation of what it is that we're doing. And what we find is when we work this process with organizations or even large associations and whatnot, the way that the whole being of that organization starts to shift, and that's how you get that systemic change. Next slide, please. And the reason is because we focus on place first. Every place has its own unique potential. And every place is a living, breathing organism. An organization is a living, breathing organism. It's made up of interactive, growing and developing, evolving parts, people, departments. A community is a living, breathing organism. And we don't relate to it like it is. So we need to acknowledge that every living, breathing organism is unique. What makes Michelle Michelle cannot be completely replicated. There are things that she has had experiences of, her past, her worldview, her histories, her stories, her religions, her belief systems, all these types of things that make her unique, right? She's a living, breathing organism. She has her own unique potential. Then as collectives, it's also the same. A sense of place has its own unique potential. So what is that? So we ground things in place first. And from there, we start to understand that there is a potential to shift the business model. So many of my colleagues have been working for 20 years in carbon credit trading. This hasn't shifted anything. All we've done is commoditized carbon. It hasn't accelerated a green transition. It's regulators that are coming in now and bashing down doors that are making people do things differently. So what we need is not more of these types of economic structures that are more of the same. We need to shift our business models. And from there, real innovation can happen, like really thinking outside the square. And that's when finally we get to those tactical interventions that, back on the leverage point slide I showed you, which is where we spend 95% of our time. We do that further downstream, and we get there, but coming from a totally different context. So I think that's the end, if I remember rightly. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's the end. So I really wanted to talk today about action. We're here for action. The time for talking is over. But I think we need to ask ourselves, what kind of action? What action's actually going to be effective? Because doing for the sake of doing will not help the transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Pita, for that wonderful presentation. And I really loved what you said about community-centric action. It's so important to look at the communities around us and to find what is the most appropriate action, what is most related to their place and purpose, and how we can support each other towards building a more sustainable future. So I think that links really nicely also into our next presentation. So thank you for that great introduction and background on how we can work together. So let's give a round of applause for Pizza. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Great, and if we can just go ahead and pull up the next slide, please. We'll go ahead into explaining a little bit about also one of our partners, who is the Blue Planet Alliance. And although they're not here in this venue today, we will be seeing them later this afternoon at the Marriott Hotel. And we have this event right here featured on the screen that shows the great title and enthusiastic explanation that we are doing this. And the reason why the name We Are Doing This came about is because the Blue Planet Alliance has been working towards promoting 100% renewable energy. The Blue Planet Foundation, first of all, was started in Hawaii, and they worked to create the first mandate to have Hawaii reach 100% renewable energy by 2045. And they reached that through community efforts, through NGOs, through private-public partnerships, and working with local government officials. And once they reached that mandate, they thought, not only can Hawaii be an example of how we can reach solar and wind energy to be the main resource and work towards 100% renewables, but they also want to help other island nations and other communities to follow suit. So after Hawaii, California was the next state to declare that they are working towards 100% renewables. And this evening, and also in the afternoon, we're going to be having talks and presentations at the Marriott Hotel, followed by a reception where they'll be speaking with various government officials and recognizing those governments who are working towards now the 2045 target of reaching 100% renewable energy. So that even though many of us are understanding that governments are finding it difficult to sometimes come to those decisions and partnerships that are actually making the strides towards renewables, they are saying that we are doing this. We are making those strides. And everyone here at COP is here because we care, and we have initiatives that are working towards the same goals. So together, we can make that impact. And this event is sponsored by Music for Climate Justice, EarthX, and Blue Planet Alliance. And we'll be working together this afternoon and evening. I invite all of you to join us there to learn about what we are doing to achieve that 100% renewable energy target. So we look forward to that today. So if we can, we'll go ahead to the next one. And this will be a short presentation by video, I believe. So we'll see if this can come up on the screen.
When you learn about Hawaii's 100% renewable energy law and see how successful the program has become, you'll realize it makes sense for virtually every island community.
Island communities are impacted in a much bigger way by climate change and global warming. We see the impacts every day, and we know the devastation will be coming if we don't take action.
For generations, we've been spending billions of dollars exporting that money out of our economy to import fossil fuels. I think the biggest thing we faced trying to pass a 100% clean energy mandate was that people didn't believe that it was possible.
We thought it was impossible. Remember that Hawaii was the most dependent state in the country on imported fossil fuel.
It just didn't make any sense to agree to a 100% renewable commitment. Nobody makes a decision like this on their own.
So everybody said we couldn't do it, but I've never believed in obstacles that couldn't be overcome. And we, as human beings, have always overcome obstacles.
When Hank and I first met each other, and I was first introduced to Blue Planet, my initial reaction was, what is he talking about, right? Who is this guy pushing 100% renewables and we have to get off of fossil fuel faster? And there was definitely some early headbutting.
No one had really analyzed a 100% clean energy scenario in Hawaii. So we knew setting a goal that was 30 years hence was doable.
When we harvest energy from the sun or from our wind or from other local renewable resources, that value, that economic value, that money stays in our economy.
What we found when we actually did it was that the economic benefits were far greater than we ever imagined. It took us 3 years of introducing bills to actually get 100% clean energy bill passed. And there was definitely resistance.
After years of effort, the breakthrough came in 2015.
The last state became the first state to commit to 100% clean energy. This morning, the governor signed a law requiring all of Hawaii's electricity to be produced from renewable energy sources by the year 2045.
Supporters say it could take some getting used to, but it will save customers millions of dollars in the long run.
As an electrical engineer, I knew that we would have the technology available.
The 100% law was really a game changer for Hawaii. And we're able to achieve it at a price far less than business as usual and at a rate that's faster than anyone anticipated.
You know, today we're way ahead of our goals for reaching 100% clean energy, and we're going to do it at cost savings of billions and billions of dollars for local residents.
So what was really exciting was others quickly followed. 3 short years after Hawaii adopted its 100% clean energy law, California followed suit.
I think any jurisdiction, any country on this planet has the ability to go 100% renewable. Don't wait. If you're an island nation state, if you're like Hawaii, think of it like agriculture, harvest the power from the sun, the power from the ocean, the power from the wind, and use those resources to power your country with modern electricity.
When you're comparing it to like a diesel-fired energy system, it's not too hard to actually beat that from an economic perspective. We are actually seeing combinations of new technologies that are more cost-effective than our fossil fuel plants.
We're improving the environment, saving the planet, and reducing the cost of energy here all at the same time. And I'm committed to helping each and every one of you find the same path.
In 2007, I started the Blue Planet Foundation to end the use of carbon-based fuels starting in Hawaii. Today, I'm starting the Blue Planet Alliance in New York to do the same thing, but for the rest of the planet. Because the problems that we have to solve are worldwide problems, not just problems of Hawaii. Renewable energy technology is here now, ready to provide power for island communities 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, without burning a drop of fossil fuel. If you can accomplish your area, your island, your city to go 100% renewable energy, that will be your legacy. And your children and your grandchildren in the future, they will thank you. This is something that you can do for them.
Beautiful. Creating a world in which humanity and nature live in harmony. Let's give a round of applause for Blue Planet Alliance. And they're one of the main partners from today's event. And as I mentioned, they will be speaking later this evening at the Marriott Hotel. And Hank Rogers, who is the visionary and founder of Blue Planet Alliance, he mentioned in this video that they just launched in New York. And one of the reasons that they are starting to become more global is because of their success story from Hawaii, which you just saw here in this video, is something that they want to share with all of the small island developing states. So they'll be working very closely with all the ambassadors who are to the permanent missions at the United Nations based in New York, and helping to not only export their technology of solar and wind energy, but also ideas and grassroots organizations that can work together to help islands achieve this 100% renewable energy initiative by 2045. So we're really pleased to work with them and to support this initiative also from Peace Boat. So thank you so much for sharing that short video message. And next I would like to just introduce a little bit more about our organization, which has been sailing the world for more than 38 years with a message for the Sustainable Development Goals and climate action. This is the Peace Boat ship, which has been now carrying more than 1,000 participants on board, visiting 20 countries every 3 months. Our main headquarters is based in Tokyo, Japan, which is where Yoshioka is also based. And as I mentioned, I'm based in New York. I also have my colleague Jasna, who is here from Zurich, Switzerland. And we have various volunteers and staff members working with us all around the world to make these global voyages take place. So as we travel, we are working with nonprofit organizations, NGO leaders, youth, indigenous communities, and also the private sector, as well as governments in each of the communities that we visit. And you can see here there are 3 different lines on this map. Starting from Japan, the red line follows more of a northern hemisphere voyage and goes up into the Suez Canal, Mediterranean, and into the fjords up in Norway and Finland, for example, and crosses through the Panama Canal. And the green line, which you can see on the bottom, is more of a southern hemisphere voyage, focusing on Southeast Asia, going down to South Africa, Namibia, over to Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, sailing through the fjords of Patagonia. And each of these voyages, as I mentioned, we're visiting around 20 countries, so 20 different coastal communities that we're engaging with to support their initiatives and to learn more about how we can work together to achieve a more sustainable world. On board the ship, we have guest speakers who give lectures and workshops about so many important topics. And as Peace Boat has now been sailing for, as I mentioned, also 38 years, we've taken so many guest speakers on board to share their messages for peace and sustainability. And we also serve as an NGO. We are a nonprofit organization that's based in New York, but also a social business in Japan. So when we think about the green economy, we also think about how can businesses be more inclusive? How can we also highlight the different themes that our partners want to talk about in their communities and bring those into the business aspects? Peace Boat now also sails with the Nobel Peace Prize on board. We are part of the steering committee of IUCN, which is the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which received the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize. And so we sail with that Peace Prize on board. And you can see here that we visit more than 100 ports in more than 80 countries. So we're quite an international organization, and we're always striving to achieve more each and every year. On board the ship, we focus many of our programs on youth initiatives. So I wanted to highlight here our Youth for the SDGs program, which focuses on young people ages 18 to 30 years old who are working towards the SDGs so they can come on board the ship and share those best practices and also shared challenges and solutions to creating a more climate positive future. And just in this photo on the left here, Sylvia Cantu, I'll just highlight her because she's here at COP right now. She's from Mexico. She was one of our Youth for the SDGs scholars, and then she was able to join the Mexican delegation here as one of the negotiators at COP. So I'm really proud of her efforts, and it's great to see her transition also into becoming a global leader for climate action. Peace Boat sails with the SDGs logo on the hull of our ship. And all of our Youth for the SDGs scholars, when they join us, they really choose which SDGs are important to them and what are the actions that they're going to take into making those SDGs become reality. And so with that, I'd like to show a short video about what Peace Boat is doing now for the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you. I hope that gave you a brief overview that Peace Boat is working on all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And as we use our ship as a venue for education and raising awareness and also building those partnerships, for us, SDG 17 is incredibly important because without partnerships, nothing is possible. And that's one of the reasons why we're here at COP, is to continue to build those partnerships. So we do look forward to meeting all of you during the Q&A session and learning about what you're doing also for the SDGs and seeing how we can collaborate together. And with that, I would like to pass the microphone over to Yoshioka Tatsuya, the founder of Peace Boat, so he can introduce a bit more about EcoShip and Peace Boat's transition to a more sustainable future for the business and also for our organization.
Thank you, Emily. So again, thank you very much for coming here and to joining this session. And briefly, that I hope that you can understand the peaceful activity and so on. But I have started this program when I was 23 years old, when I was very young and a student. And I really feel in my life that the encouragement to the young people is very important, I think. Otherwise, that there is no core of the energy to change this world in a sustainable direction. I really believe so. So, and this, the peaceboat cruise, the peaceboat voyage is one of the method of that. So, but unfortunately, our ship is not completely clean ship. Passenger ship is, have to use the fossil fuel now. So that is a huge, the frustration. Why we have to use this ship? But it is no ship in the world still. That is, of course, a small ship is okay, but several hundred people, the voyage is, if we would like to organize such kind of the educational voyage, we really need the kind of innovative the ship. And on the other hand, as you know, that how many the big tankers or the big cargo ship do you know completely clean energy? Not yet. But why not yet? That the car is Musk, and not only him, that all over the world now that start to produce that 100 clean energy car. Why not the ship? And also I would like to add, ocean is a key factor for the climate change, climate crisis. We have to save the ocean seriously. So in that case, why not we try to imagine or they really make efforts to build the eco ship. So I would like to introduce our eco ship now. This one. This is also still not 100% the clean energy. But this future and this image is, I really believe, start to create of the we can do to create the really 100% renewable energy ship and ocean transportation. This is a solar. This is not joke. Huh? We are spending the 7 years. That is already very the real design and engineering test we are doing. So, and any time we can start to the build. That is the situation. So maybe we prepare the video. Okay. Anyway, the little bit. Let me explain about that. And one of the quite important point is this sail, the 10 sail, but this is also solar panel. The wind power, to utilize the wind power, and at the same time the solar power. Next, please. Oh, this one next. Okay. Anyway, that's and also that's integrate of the more nature on the ship. And because that's also, I really would like to make an opportunity the people who join this ship, the feeling about what is a nature and what is necessary for our life. And in this, let's say, botanical garden on board, we are also making the hydroponic the facility and to create a vegetable and so on. And the people is surviving, not surviving, enjoying the life on board, but sustainable way. Like a circular economic, that is also the green economy, of course. Huh? Next, please. Yeah, and of course, and the water and the waste is completely recycle in the ship. Ship is like a small planet. We have to survive on board the 100 days, and that experience is really people can start to understand that wow, this planet also same. We have to consider about how to spend waste energy. Next, please. And also, this is a very strong my dream. I think COP conference should not be here, should not be on land. They should be on board and feel the nature and atmosphere and ocean and start to discuss about how to save this planet. I think that is very necessary. that is something like we really need, we have to now start the kind of the really start to feel this planet crisis and discuss and find a solution. So, and that's why my dream is the COP26 is on board. Okay? And the video. Okay. No, not video. Okay, next please. Video. Sorry. Oh yeah. And now that the solar cell is retracted, and now only solar panel working, not wind power now. And each the yeah. This is an olive tree. Peace board is a symbol of the peace. So an olive tree is a symbol of the peace. And this is theater. And also that this sports area is a kinetic floor, and by basketball you can create energy, electric energy. And the disco also, where the kinetic floor that we will use, and we can produce energy. Thank you. I hope you like this shape. And also, at the end, I really would like to emphasize that we will organize a 3 times world cruise by this ship. That is the plan. So it means that is 100 countries we can visit every year by this ship. So, and I really consider about that kind of the awareness raising effect. That is, if this ship is coming in a port or your city, the people can start to understand that, wow, and wow, this kind of thing is possible. So why not? We can make more efforts about that. So anyway, that is, I really hope that this ship can be the game changer very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoshioka. Thank you so much for introducing EcoShip. Raise your hand if you'd like to join us for COP on the EcoShip in the future. All right. Well, we'd love to have you all on board.
Thank you.
For me, too, it's a dream to sail on the EcoShip, really promoting and embodying the message of sustainability as a flagship for the SDGs. So we look forward to partnering with all of you and really building this together. Not only will the EcoShip be the vessel for Peace Boat's activities, but it's a convening space for conferences and workshops and education for all of your organizations and businesses and the activities that you all are working so hard to bring to light here at COP. We hope that we can also share those through our ship around the world. So I would like to also talk about now Michelle's project of Heal Our World, which she also has been excited to bring to the Peace Boat in the future. So if we can bring Michelle back in by Zoom, I'd love to have her talk a little bit about Music for Climate Justice and her goals here at COP. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Emily. So number one, Yoshioka, I think my dream would be to be on the Peace Boat for the next COP for sure. I think many of us would dream to be on that Peace Boat. Yeah. Beautiful presentation by both of all three of you. So I'm really honored to be here today and talk to you a little bit about the work that I'm doing since having left corporate America and in sort of the financial sector. I really wanted to use my background to make a difference. And so I've always been in innovation. I admire a lot what Hank said. which is that, and if anyone tells me it can't be done, I'm going to find a way to do it. And that's probably more of an incentive than anything. And so what I'm here to talk about are a couple of our programs. First and foremost, Heal Our World. And so when we think about what Pita talked a bit about, right, in order to facilitate systemic change, we need to think about mindsets, right, and will, being, what is the potential of the system? And, there's tremendous potential. But if we continue to do things the way they are, we know the system is broken. In particular, what I'm really passionate about is supporting small and mid-sized enterprises globally that are critical to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and who absolutely have a lack of funding. There's over $5 trillion in lack of funding internationally, just internationally, for SMEs, right, according to the World Bank. They cannot get access to fairly priced capital. And what's extremely frustrating to me is many women-owned organizations or minority-owned organizations cannot access capital. And then if you add on the layer of them being in the impact space, there becomes another layer, as Pita very well articulated earlier with investors, right? So there's this, well, this doesn't fit into my box here, and this doesn't fit there. Oh, and you're women-owned or you're minority-owned, you're getting 2%, less than 2% of venture capital funding. So I am here to change that if I can, in any way that I can, and to showcase those businesses who are committed to the SDGs and to our planet. And for me, if we can create that kind of systemic change, we will have done a great thing in the world. And my goal is, and what my research has shown through Dun & Bradstreet is, once I put together this database of these companies from around the world, 1.2 million of them, we looked at how they looked from a credit perspective. And I knew going into this that theoretically they should come out looking much stronger than the average business because of the way that they're run, their values, the employee, the way they treat employees and the like. And so what we were able to find was that on average, our businesses committed to sustainability and the SDGs are 3 times more creditworthy than the average business. Huge finding in the space, which has not gotten the attention I really would have liked. But we're really excited to do more around that and to say that we need to get that fairly priced capital to those businesses. It's critical. So without further ado, I want to show you a little bit about not us, but about our businesses, because they will inspire you. And you'll begin to see the pattern of the heart that really exists within these organizations. So if we could just go to the video at this point.
The world is calling out for help. But who will answer?
What can I do?
What can I do?
What can I do?
What can I do? Imagine.
We're really trying to make an effort within the communities. So that's been a huge spirit behind what we've done at Indigenous and a lot of the work that we've done here in Peru.
Any clothing manufacturing base starts off in somebody's garage in that sense. And I use the term sometimes urban garage.
There are group leaders in knitting teams that actually renovate a room in their house or use their garage for the knitters to work in, and that is, in a sense, their factory.
When you are a poor people, you need to work, but also you have children, you have your family, and it's very difficult to deal, with these two things. Keeping this as a model, all the cases that we could help to grow in their own houses and to begin their own businesses work very well. One machine, then the second machine, then the third machine, you know. So we are seeing clearly that this model is working very well.
I'm at Mayorga Coffee in Rockville, and the CEO of the company, Martin Mayorga, is different than your average CEO. He's not in it just to make money. He wants to make a difference in the lives of Latin American farmers.
You know, what we do for our family, we'd like to do for our consumers.
Yeah, we put a lot of time and energy in sourcing, you know, products and food and ingredients for our family. Those that have like vitality, energy, life in them. And it's beautiful to be here in places like the Sacred Valley, Machu Picchu, where that type of energy and life and pride is put into everything that they do, everything that they grow, from their crops all the way to their land, to the love of the environment, the mountains. There's a lot of love and respect in this area.
Our mission from the get-go was to create livelihoods for indigenous farmers and to work with indigenous communities to source native products and share those with communities up in the United States.
But more importantly, that we really think not just about the whole systems and needs of the farmers and the ecosystems they're a part of, but also about what the future could look like.
Overfishing and its associated environmental and social impacts is perhaps the biggest sustainability challenge we face after climate change.
Restaurants have got to start looking at MSC because they can keep small fisheries like this going for years to come.
I work for RMIT University Vietnam. We have over 5,000 students and staff, most commuting on gas motorbikes every day. Imagine the difference if people rode clean, quiet, zero tailpipe emissions electric scooters. At RMIT, we are developing an electric scooter share program that will allow access to environmentally friendly transportation for students and staff.
I wanted to change my life, and I didn't know where to start or where to go. I didn't even know right down the street was the Grayston Bakery. I knew it was there, it was just that they gave me the opportunity. Since I've been at Grayston, I changed. I did a 360 on my life. I got 3 bank accounts. To me, it ain't all about the money. It's about being a man and doing the right thing.
Imagine the impact your decisions can have when you choose consciously.
What can I do?
What can I do?
What can I do?
Support our sustainable business network of companies committed to people, planet, and profit. Help ignite a global movement by voting with your dollars. Imagine that together we can heal our world with every purchase. By combining best-of-breed technology drivers to create the greatest social impact. That gives sustainable small businesses from around the world a platform to tell their stories through a community that unites shoppers, investors, sustainable SMEs, and corporates in a mission to support people, planet, and profit, helping to transform the multi-trillion-dollar global e-commerce market into a force for good. Imagine a social impact community like no other. Imagine Heal Our World. The world is calling out for help. The answer must come from all of us.
Each time a man stands up for an ideal, or acts to improve the lot of others, or strikes out against injustice, he sends forth a tiny ripple of hope, and crossing each other from a million different centers of energy and daring, those ripples build a current which can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance.
Please join us at healourworld.com.
So thank you. Next slide, please. And I'm going to just take you through a great example of just being present digitally with this platform. We've been given an opportunity, I feel, to make a transformational difference, and I'm hoping with PETA's support I can do that. Not an area that I ever really knew much about. Is the next slide up? I'm just making sure the Tesla hospital, prior slide, sorry. There we go. So this is a great example of the potential of the system. So the Tesla Cancer Hospital in Nairobi, Kenya, is an initiative that's tried to raise capital for years now, unfortunately. And they couldn't get any interest from funders, despite their amazing business plan and the amount of money they put in. Their CEO is a woman doctor, Dr. Gladwell, who's done a phenomenal job in envisioning this, not only as a cancer hospital for breast cancer treatment, but also as an educational institution to begin to really train doctors locally, because that's one of the biggest issues in terms of serving the African population in terms of breast cancer in particular. And so next slide. I began to see that really looking at this is a huge issue in Africa. And breast cancer is nearly 28% of all cancer cases. The women who have money are forced to travel out of country, usually going to India for care, which is very difficult on their families, as you can imagine. And those who don't have money just remain untreated. It's a complete travesty. Next slide, please. So ironically, as I got involved and I tried to start to raise money to help them, this cancer hospital, I got very intrigued about, how do I bring in the right partners, an ecosystem that can create major change here? And so I did so with just the contacts that I had myself. So I brought in the IFC, only to find out that they were working on this strategy for an ecosystem approach. But this is a real case here that we can leverage as a prototype for other regions of Africa, certainly. And then I brought in Siemens, and I brought in Roche. And what's the irony of it all is that, typically Roche and Siemens don't ever work together. They're considered competitors, right? And what we worked out in this scenario was, listen, guys, if Siemens focuses on the equipment that's needed and Roche focuses on the pharmaceuticals, we can all coexist in this ecosystem and make a huge difference with this one unit and then have a bigger vision. So this is a great example. Everybody has come together. There's funding and discussion now to support this, and we want to take this model and really work on how will this create local jobs, local economy. How will we be able to support through education and tutorials so that people understand what they need to do and what that process looks like and how we can support them? How do we leverage technology to bring in doctors from all over the world? So even if they're not physically there, they can begin to help while we're building out and training doctors. So this is something I'm extremely proud of. And it's just an example of the possible when we think beyond, right? And we look at new ways of doing things, not the traditional same old, same old. Next slide, please. And so, my new campaign that we launched on Tuesday evening is called Together We Can. And we really do believe that despite what happens here with governments, and the like, we as citizens and as people of the world really have tremendous power, more power than I think we even give ourselves credit for. We really have the opportunity to say, no, we're going to do things differently. We're going to vote with our dollars or whatever currency we might be in, with our money for a better world. Frankly, we can choose the companies we choose to purchase from. We can choose to invest our money wisely and know where every dime is going, because that's our responsibility to this planet. So there's a lot that we together can do. And so my hope out of this COP conference is there'll be a lot of negative news. We all know that, right? But let's focus on the positive and what we can do together to make a difference, because every one of us has a beautiful voice that can. So next slide, please. So tonight, I'm very proud to announce a new project through our nonprofit, because one of my passions is really addressing resiliency and adaptation. And if you think about who are the most impacted individuals from climate change, it's the most marginalized. Climate injustice is real, and it's the indigenous and it's Black and brown communities globally, and it's our children. And I said the other night, you know, UNICEF just came out with a study where 1 billion, so 1/3 of all the children of the world are going to be severely impacted from climate change. This is real. So we need to start now, raising capital and money and making a difference for the lives of those most affected, helping them move, helping them, you know, really get started somewhere else. And that's the mission of Music for Climate Justice. It's a nonprofit. What we were trying to do is not another typical A-list musical concert, but to engage global musicians in a very big way to lend their voices, because there's nothing that creates unity more than music. And what we've been just humbled by the outpouring of musicians. We have over 350 musicians participating from all over the world. We had to break up into 8 sessions, 4 hours a night. We couldn't even accommodate it all. It was just, it was shocking, and it's beautiful, and it's a testament to the human spirit. And so I encourage you all to join us. Tonight we'll be launching Music for Climate Justice on our digital platform, events.musicforclimatejustice.org, 7:30 p.m. GMT. And I'd like to just play for you just a brief little video about that. And thank you all. I hope you can join us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. And congratulations for your launch of Music for Climate Justice here at COP26. I think, you know, this is a monumental time in history to really bring climate justice to the forefront of everything that we're doing, whether it be through music and the arts or through our activities such as through the Peace Boat, or, you know, working towards a regenerative future like Pita mentioned in her presentation. Now is the time, and we all know that. That's why we're here at COP. But these partnerships are really crucial to achieving climate justice. So thank you so much for all your efforts here. And we have just a few more minutes here left of our time at the Nature Positive Hub. And we wanted to open up the floor for a little bit for questions. And so I know that we also have some people tuning in online. Perhaps you can send in your questions via the virtual platform, or for anybody here in the audience who would like to just reflect a little bit on the presentations that you heard, or if you have any questions, whether it be for Michelle, Pizza, or Yoshioka here present, we'd be happy to answer those for you. So please feel free to raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question, and we can either pass the mic around or you can come up to the front and join us. Do we have any questions or comments or reflections here from the presentations? Yes.
Thank you so much for thank you so much for all of these presentations. I have a question for Pita. So I was just wondering, you know, with this innovation in how we're investing in new ideas and solutions, do you have any suggestions for what universities can do to really support that process? Because I know that Yashoka mentioned that he started the idea when he was in college, and so I'd love to just hear some thoughts about how we can integrate this into what educational institutions are doing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's a great question. We are looking at how this type of regenerative work can factor into education more powerfully. I'm noticing my son, who is 18 and studying economics, and really struggling with the material, not because the material is hard, but because it feels a little anti-intuitive to him in terms of how the world works. So I think, to really be able to engage students in dialogue, and each country will be different, right, depending on where the university is. So we would really look at what is unique about the place and start engaging students actively in workshops that are regenerative in nature, that enable them to start innovating, understanding their unique potential of place, and looking at what can then be developed out of those workshops for them, which will inspire them into new careers or into new, bring in new innovation to the market and whatnot. And if we're able to do that, one of the areas that I'm shifting the idea of investing is to shift it out of sectors and industries or projects even, and start looking at themes. So with TMC, we've broken up into 4 core themes, which is earth, youth, peace, security, and stability, and gender. And then we map all the leverage points across those systems through extensive stakeholder engagement. And obviously it's a co-evolving process, right? We learn more, things change, we understand more, there's more inputs and outputs. But what we can do is we can then start driving capital towards themes. So our first fund that we've put together is a peace, security, and stability theme, where all of the different ventures within that network or ecosystem work together, in a sense, in an ecosystem sense, to contribute to the transformation of that issue on the planet. And so if we can start shifting how we think about things out of these silos, and start developing more multidisciplinary courses at school, more multidisciplinary projects at school, start using some regenerative models and practice, and start looking at things interrelationally, we start really building that intelligence back again that we have intuitively but has kind of been schooled out of us, post-industrial revolution, to start really engaging with environments more powerfully, our own and others. So that would be my suggestion, is it needs to be, really looking at how are we building our curriculums, what types of alternative or extracurricular things can we put together for our students, and how can we actively engage them in, really regenerative thinking, starting to engage in innovation, removing or, letting go of the constraints of our traditional education.
Thank you, Pita. And that's such a great idea that you just mentioned about, removing the restrictions. And I think that's a big part of, innovation can really only come when you're in that creative environment. You're thinking about the place that you're in, the people that you need to serve, and also what are the solutions that you can get to that final answer of really creating a more sustainable future. And I think that, as we also mentioned, Yoshioka founding Peace Boat during that university time was because they needed a solution that was not present at the time, so they decided to create their own. And I think also part of our Youth for the SDGs program, that's what we like to instill in our students as well, is capacity building, how to be innovative in these times where there's so many climate challenges and the crisis seems so great and so overwhelming. There's a lot of people talking about the kind of depression about the climate and the lack of ability to feel like you can make change. But with the idea of positive action and innovation and creativity, I feel like we can kind of overcome any challenge. Even like Hank mentioned in his message, we have always overcome obstacles, and we will continue to overcome those obstacles and create innovative ideas. So I think that that's really important in working towards that regenerative future. Thank you for that question. And is there another question here in the audience that we can take from anyone here? We have at least another 10, 15 minutes, so feel free to raise your hand if you'd like to ask anything about Peace Boat. Yes, you can pass in the back.
Hello, we actually have a question from a YouTube viewer. Her name's Catherine. She's asking how, this is actually for Yoshioka, how do the educational programs offered on board Peace Boat's ships transcend into people's daily lives? What kind of educational programs might be offered aboard the ship?
Okay, that is the quite variety of the education we can do that. For example, we are seriously organizing about the global university program. So, and one cruise, the voyage is 1 semester. And that is one way. But also that we are really focused about that many teenager, the student, but they cannot, how to say, they refuse to go to the usual school in their community. And in Japan also that is very increasing. And and we organize a kind of the more free school type of the program on board. And through the experience of the voyage, but this is the experience, right? International experience. And that make encourage them very much. And but also that we are really focused like a marine research on board. And because the global voyage itself is a activity to research ocean is a possible. So and we are now quite a lot of the different way of the education we commit. Yeah. And is all right?
Great, thank you. And yes, anybody watching right now, tuning in on YouTube or any of the live streams, feel free to send in your questions. We'll be happy to take them here live from the Nature Plus, Nature Positive Hub. All right. Anyone else here in the audience has a question or anyone online, feel free to send those in. We'll be happy to answer. Okay, in the meantime, I would also like to ask just each of our speakers, maybe for one last comment or kind of a wrap-up thought here at COP26. This is, as we mentioned, the monumental COP this year after 2 years of not being able to gather in person and to make these connections possible. Maybe we can start with Michelle and then go to Pita and then Yoshioka.
Sure. Well, first of all, I just want to thank everybody for participating, all of you who've come to COP. I know it's not been easy, and your resilience and passion for making a difference is so key. For me, it's really important. The last thing I want to say is that we all work together. I think we talked a little bit at our dinner last evening about the fact that we can all continue to go down our separate paths, or we can begin to join forces to amplify. And I think that the message I'd like to leave is that it's really critical that we all find a way to connect with one another and amplify everybody's efforts, because that's what it's going to take. So thank you, and I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you to Earth Day as well for hosting us.
Thank you, Michelle. And Pita?
Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to give a big thank you to Heal Our World, and who's also sponsored this event, and Earth Day as well, and many of the others who've contributed. I was really moved, Michelle, by the part of your video that highlighted that we have the answers. Like if we just listen to ourselves, and if we listen to our environment, and we listen within our ecosystem, and we engage with each other and have this really community-centric approach, then we can solve this big challenge. Part of the big problem is that so many are being still very colonial. It's like they're in positions of power and they're saying, this is what we need to do. Well, you don't know what it is like to be, a kid in Bangladesh whose family has just been displaced because of rising salination in their area, and things like this. And another statistic that I thought was relevant was 55 million people were displaced in 2020 due to climate events. That was more displacement than displacement due to conflict, right? We don't have a mechanism by which to understand how to deal with mass movement of people, and so we need to have a community-centric approach to how we solve these challenges. It has to come from us. And I think that was one of the most empowering messages of today, Michelle. So thank you.
Thank you, Pita. Very, very much appreciated. And I couldn't agree more. I think that this community approach is something that will really help us all. So thank you, and peace both.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Pita. And Yoshioka.
Okay. As also our organization, Peace Boat, is of course a peace organization. And we are really honored that we received the Nobel Peace Prize that as a part of the IUCN, International Campaign for the Ban Nuclear Weapon. And we really would like to emphasize also, Michelle said the financial issue also, but how much expenditure for the military. The huge amount of the military expenditure, the spending in the world. Why we cannot utilize that some percentage of that military expenditure to the climate action and also renewable energy investment, and why not? And the military exercise is always create the kind of the huge amount of the greenhouse gas also. I think that is now we have to shift this way of the spending the money from the military to the sustainable world. I really would like to emphasize that things. And the last point is our friend, the Christiana Figueres. She's the executive director of the Paris Agreement at that time. She always saying, we need stubborn optimism. Stubborn optimism. I love that word. So always we have to keep this optimism and to go forward and spend the energy to create better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yoshioka. And yes, I hope that this talk today has inspired all of you and created a little bit more hope, a little bit more positive action that we can take for our future, and working towards that green economy and really creating an inclusive society that improves human well-being, that builds on social equity and reduces environmental risks, and that we can also create a world where humanity and nature live in harmony together. And thank you so much to all of our speakers today for joining us here online. Thank you for your positive contributions, for tuning in from all around the world. I think that if there's anything that we've learned this year through technology is that we can continue to connect no matter what, and we can continue to build on those partnerships globally.
Yeah, and let's sail by the eco ship together.
Yes, we hope to have you all on board sailing with us soon. So thank you again. Thank you to the organizers of this amazing pavilion, which is so beautiful and so welcoming to all of our partners. And we look forward to sailing with you in the future and seeing you tonight at the Marriott Hotel. So please join us this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me all right? Yes? Okay. Well, good morning and welcome, everyone. We're going to get started here. We've got a really good roster of speakers this morning, so look forward to hearing from all of them. We'll be hearing today about the answers to the question, why intact forests for climate change? We'll be exploring the wealth of science that has emerged on the high climate mitigation value of the world's intact forests, their carbon stocks, and their roles in the terrestrial carbon sink, other roles with respect to climate regulation, and their resilience. I'm your moderator this morning. My name's Dan Zarin. I'm the newly hired lead for forest and climate change at the Wildlife Conservation Society. I want to say, first of all, a word of thanks to all of our speakers for joining us today, a couple of whom will be here in person and a few remotely. Also, thanks to my colleague Tom Clements in the back there, who has worked at Tom Evans, sorry, only Tom Evans today, sorry. Tom Evans, who has worked tirelessly to put this event together. Very happy to have all of you here joining us today. Give you a quick overview of the event, and we'll be starting shortly with our first speaker, Simon Lewis. Simon will be talking about intact forests as globally significant carbon stocks and sinks. We'll be hearing remotely from Dr. Erica Beringer from the University of Oxford and Lancaster on sinks, forest fires, and resilience in the Amazon. We'll then have a couple of minutes for clarification questions for the two of them before proceeding to another part of our global tour, hearing about Canada's forest peatlands from Dr. Lorna Harris at the University of Alberta. And then we will have a couple of questions for Lorna, and then move to an exciting new project where we'll have two speakers, Dr. Nancy Harris, the research director of the forest program at WRI, joining us remotely to talk about tracking global carbon flows in intact forests. And an example of a report on that WRI did in collaboration with UNESCO, and we'll be hearing from Dr. Thales Carvalho, Hezengi, who's here in the room with us from the World Heritage Unit of UNESCO. We'll have a few questions from them, and then if time allows, Simon and I will have a bit of a chat about the interface between science and policy. How does we move to this science informing the policy agenda that's under discussion here at the COP? Before we jump in, I wanted to offer just a few framing comments on this issue of the role of intact forests in climate change mitigation. I think everybody realizes now that climate change is not a problem just for tomorrow, it's a problem of today. And fundamentally, we have just a few real big picture strategies to successfully mitigate this climate emergency. We need to rapidly reduce emissions, reverse emissions, and protect the forests that we have. The need to reduce emissions is pretty well understood. We need to decarbonize energy, transportation, the building sector, and industry. We also need to halt and reverse the emissions from land use, from agriculture and in the forest sector. And we know there's a prospect out there in the technological space around direct air capture, other forms of industrial carbon dioxide removals. But less well understood is the need to protect forests in the context of climate change mitigation. It's well beyond what is covered by deforestation and reforestation initiatives, including the carbon markets. Those markets are focused on fungible emission reduction credits for voluntary and compliance market trade. And these are all good things, but they don't actually address the fundamental dependence of the global economy on intact forests. And when I say that, what I'm really talking about is the extent to which forests are acting, the forests that we have, are acting as a carbon dioxide sponge, removing about a third of the CO2 emitted by fossil fuel combustion each year. This is no small feat. It's equivalent roughly to all of China and Russia's annual fossil fuel emissions combined. We would indeed be about a half degree warmer without this sponge, and that's a conservative estimate. because it would be significantly more if we account for the non-carbon dioxide impacts of tropical forests on climate and their role in cooling the climate. According to the IPCC, that half-degree difference, even if we take that conservative value, would expose another quarter of the world's population to extreme heat events, another 60 million people to water scarcity, and the complete disappearance of coral reefs. And economic analyses show that that extra half degree of warming would cost the global economy at a minimum tens of trillions of dollars, and considerably more in the impacts if we were to account for the impacts out to 2050 and beyond toward the end of the century. But this is still not generally appreciated in the climate change policy space, in the climate change finance space. And what we're going to hear about today that's so critical to changing that is something that is sorely needed, which is, first of all, first-rate science that makes very clear and makes very comprehensible what these mitigation impacts, these regulatory roles are that forests have on the global climate. And first-rate science communication is critical for making these basic realities, the scientific understanding, visible, intelligible, and actionable. So with that as context setting, I want to turn to a colleague who's been doing quite a lot on both the science and the science communication, and introduce Professor Simon Lewis, who will be talking about intact forests as globally significant stocks and sinks. Simon.
Hello, can you hear me? Great. Thanks to WCS for the invitation to speak. So I'm going to do a kind of scene-setting talk on intact forests. And so why do intact forests matter? Well, they are an incredibly important store of carbon, as well as all their other benefits. So we can see here's a very recent map of carbon density derived from a combination of remote sensing, from satellite data, and from ground data. And what we can see here is that you've got this very high carbon density in forests in the tropics, and also a band of forest of relatively high carbon density in the boreal zone. And then if not all forests are, of course, intact. So this is another very recent paper from Grantham, who looked at high integrity forests. So these are well-connected, away from infrastructure developments. And what we can see here is the sort of yellows and the greens is in the Amazon and Congo basin, and in the island of New Guinea. We see lots of more intact, relatively intact and high integrity forests, and then in this band again across the boreal zone. So it's both high carbon and also relatively intact. And there are also these high integrity forests are the places where typically you find more carbon storage per unit area. So in the tropics, 35% of the area of the tropics is high integrity, but it's storing almost 60% of the carbon in the tropics in trees. So these are the places to really focus on if we were thinking about avoiding the carbon emissions from deforesting these areas. And we should remember, when we think of this global view, when we zoom down, then the most intact places are concentrated within regions, which gives us a view on where we might intervene. So, for example, in West Africa, we can see that really it's around in Liberia, Grebo forest and Bia forest, the kind of last remaining very intact places in that part of the world. And in Borneo, we are now in a situation where the really intact areas is in the highlands in the center of Borneo, and the rest is unfortunately gone, and very high integrity in the island of New Guinea. Now, carbon storage is obviously important, because if you cut down that forest, or degrade that forest, then that carbon is going into the atmosphere. But the second important climate benefit of intact forests is that they are a carbon sink, or as Dan said, a carbon sponge, so taking out carbon out of the atmosphere. Now, this figure shows in the purple, so this is ground data where forests are measured and then remeasured a few years later to try and calculate the change in the carbon stocks. So if the forest has got bigger, then it's been removing carbon from the atmosphere. Got smaller, it's releasing it to the atmosphere. And that's what the purple bars show. And in the boreal zone and the temperate zones, where there isn't much land use change, then we can see that change is that there's a modest sink there. In the tropics, we see big land use change, so big emissions from deforestation, and also uptake in the natural forest and uptake in regenerating areas. And the net of those is in the purple to match the top, and we see that there's a significant carbon sink there. And what this shows is that the carbon sink on Earth, on the land surface, is almost entirely taken up into the world's trees, be they in the boreal zone or the temperate or the tropics. Now the question is why are these forests that are intact and undisturbed by direct human impacts, why are they getting bigger over time and sucking carbon out of the atmosphere? And the reason is the balance between more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, essentially fertilizing these trees, increasing the amount of photosynthesis, and increasing tree growth. And this is a very nice paper from Terra. So they synthesized all the experiments where trees are grown in high CO2 atmosphere, so they're pumped with CO2 and see what the impact is, and then use those to extrapolate the environmental conditions to estimate how much of an increase in carbon storage you would see from a 250 parts per million increase in carbon dioxide concentration. So what we see is that there's a big absolute increase in the size of the forest expected from this CO2 increase in the tropics and also in this boreal zone as well. Now, it's not just the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere increasing the growth of these trees. There's a negative impact of climate change as well. And that is a reduction in tree growth as temperatures warm. So higher temperatures reduce tree growth on average. And it's the balance of those two forces, the positive from the more CO2 and the negative from the increasing temperatures, that impacts these forests. And these graphs from a paper of mine looking at tropical forests, so each one of those dots represents a long-term record from a hectare of forest somewhere in the tropics over a long period of time. And when the CO2 was higher, then the carbon gains, the growth of those forests was higher. And when it was warmer, then the growth is lower. And it's the balance of those two forces. Now, when we put this together, we want to first think about the tropical forests and then think about the boreal zone forests. So this is my own work. So we've tried to put together these long-term forest monitoring sites where in a hectare of forest, every single tree is monitored and measured and identified, and the carbon calculated that's stored in that tree. And then we go back around 5 years later and remeasure everything to calculate the carbon stocks again, and we can work out whether that patch of forest has been a carbon sink or a carbon source. And we can do that across 2 million trees in the database now, and then estimate what's happened to the world's tropical forests over time in terms of their carbon stocks. So this requires huge teams of people all together to coordinate this careful measurement of all the individual trees. including some of these very large trees that we need, equipment to go and get up there and do a high quality measurement. So when we pool all this together, then we see that for the Amazon region, yes, these forests have been a carbon sink. They've been removed, these intact forests with no other impacts on top of them apart from these atmospheric changes, have been a carbon sink, removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and slowing the rate of climate change, but it's been in long-term decline. And that was a surprise. It wasn't expected. And then more recently, we've added the data from Africa. So the brown line is the same line that you've just seen from the Amazon. And now we have the same kind of data set calculated in exactly the same way, identical way to what we've seen in the Amazon for Africa. And what we see is that the sink is absolutely, per unit area, higher in Africa, and it's saturated. It's been the same in the 90s, of the 2000s, of the early 2010s. So they're diverging. And if we put these together with our data from Southeast Asia to think about the pan-tropical picture, then what we see is that there was a kind of peak in uptake in Earth's tropical forests of about 1.3 billion tons of carbon per year for that decade removed from the atmosphere. About 17% of global carbon dioxide emissions at that time were going into the world's tropical forests. But by the 2010s, you see a 46% decline. And some of that is the declines that we showed in the previous graph and the saturation. But it's also, this sink is smaller because of deforestation. The area of forest is also smaller. So these two components combine together to get this almost halving of the sink in the tropics. So it's still a really important sink, but it's saturated and it's in decline. Now, what's going on in the boreal zone? What's happening in the boreal zone? This is the carbon uptake into the boreal zone forests in petagrams, so billion tons of carbon per year going back to the 1960s. Now, these are not ground measurements of individual trees, because what we can do in the tropic, and what we can do in the temperate, in the boreal zone, excuse me, that we can't do in the tropics is that we can use atmospheric measurements. So we can measure CO2 in the atmosphere and estimate what the carbon uptake was into these boreal forests. And it's a really superb paper by Philippe Sias. And what they show is that these are the decadal averages in black, that these forests have been increasing their uptake decade by decade and more than proportionately with the atmosphere. So as the tropics have saturated, the boreal zone has kind of taken up the slack. So overall, the carbon sink proportionately has kept pace with emissions so far. And I should say, I think this is CO2 fertilization, and as we've got warmer temperatures, we have longer growing seasons in the boreal zone, increasing the carbon uptake there. So I want to piece all this together, and this is from the Global Carbon Project, which reassessed its numbers and brought out its 2021 estimate of the global carbon cycle just this morning. So this came out just today. And there was a big revision in it related to the land use change, which affects our thinking about forests. So this is the global carbon cycle, not set out in the usual way as a cycle, but focused on the increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations. So this is in carbon, in billions of tons of carbon per year over the last decade. To control climate change, to stabilize the climate, that middle number needs to go to zero. That's the goal. That's the goal of the Paris Agreement. That's the goal of why we're all here at COP26. The reason why it's going up is because fossil fuel emissions are putting 9.5 billion tons of carbon into the atmosphere. And land use change emissions are putting another 1.1 billion tons of carbon into the atmosphere. But not all of the carbon stays there. 5.1 billion tons stays in the atmosphere. The rest is going into the oceans and into the land surface, this intact sink that we've been talking about. And it's a colossal amount, 3.1 billion tons of carbon. So if you think about it in percentages, about 47% of the CO2 we emit stays in the atmosphere, and the rest is split between the oceans and the terrestrial biosphere. And almost all of this is going into trees. So we need to protect the forest to protect this carbon sink today and going forward. Now, the other part of this is the deforestation and the emissions. And we may be able to get this land use change number to be negative on overall. And that's by reducing deforestation and degradation and increasing our regrowth and restoration sink. And the Global Carbon Project numbers, through better remote sensing data, have revised down this net land use change term to 1.1 billion tons of carbon a year over the decade. That's lower than the 1.6 it was before. It's a huge revision. And what it shows is that global carbon emissions, because of this revision, may have been flattening off for the last few years rather than increasing. And that's been due to a reduction in the estimated emissions from deforestation and degradation. So there are big opportunities to reduce that and get the net land use change term down, and also forest restoration to increase that uptake number. Yeah. And if we take the tropical forest numbers that I showed before and the boreal forest numbers, then about 2.7 of that 3.1 billion tons of carbon is going into those two forest ecosystems, of which a large proportion of that is into intact forests. So these intact forests are incredibly important in terms of slowing the rate and magnitude of climate change. So in my last minute, I just want to, these take-home messages. So these intact and high-integrity forests, globally important stores of carbon. If we back this out back to CO2 numbers rather than carbon, so we times them by 3.64, then these tropical and boreal forests have been taking over 9 billion tons of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere every year over the last decade. So they're providing what has essentially been a free service to humanity. And we should be mindful of that. But the balance is shifting from the tropics to the boreal zone. So back in the 1990s, they were absorbing 17% of global emissions, down to 6% in the 2010s. That's partly because the sink is not as big, but also because the fossil fuel emissions are much larger, so the percentage is going down. So forests are still, tropical forests still a substantial carbon sink, but that carbon sink is saturated. It's not keeping pace proportionately with emissions. But the boreal forest is taking up proportionately more, so overall, the land sink is so far keeping up as the same proportion, even though our emissions are increasing rapidly. Now, the IPCC report, AR6, that came out in August, was very clear that as we go forward, we're expecting this to decline. That if emissions stay very high, then the proportion that's taken out by the land surface will not keep pace with that. But the data on the ground from the tropics suggests that there's carbon cycle feedbacks that are already kicking in, and this saturation is decades ahead of even the most pessimistic climate change models. And the leading edge of that shift is in the Amazon, and I think that's what Erica is going to talk about next. Thank you.
It's a great global overview from Simon. We're going to go right into the Amazon and hear from Erica Beringer, and then we'll have time for one or two clarifying questions. So over to Erica. Here are our three other speakers who you'll be seeing today. So Erica, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Tom. And thank you, Simon, for setting the scene so well. I cannot see my slides currently. Are they on the screen?
They're putting them on the screen now, Erica.
Oh, that's perfect, because then I can say next. That's
just waiting for them to come up. Can we get the slides up, please?
Well, while they are being brought up, I can start by saying that Simon just briefly spoke about the importance of intact forests as carbon sinks. And I'm going to speak about a similar issue, but under a different angle. I'm going to talk about, please, if you go to the next slide, I'm going to talk about burned Amazonian forests. Next, please. Yes, that's it. That's the slide that I want. And why, when we have anthropogenic disturbance like fires, like forest fires, because in the Amazon they are not natural, they need to be started by humans, so they are considered human disturbance, why they change the forest, intact forest, into degraded forest, and then they start to be sources. And the study region we're going to focus is about 6.5 million hectares, which is this image that you are seeing on the screen, and which is equivalent to 1% of the whole Amazon. In 2015, this was a region highly hit by the El Nino. And the 2015 El Nino was a pretty strong one because it's occurring on top of ongoing climate change, as we all know. Just to give you an idea, when we compare the 2015 El Nino to previous El Ninos, it was about 2 degrees hotter than previous El Ninos, and was also much drier. In this region that you are seeing on your screen, 1 million hectares of forest burned in 2015, which is the areas in red. And it's not only degraded forests that have more open canopies and a modified microclimate that burn, also intact forests burn in that year, which is pretty rare. For example, you have on the right of the Tapajós River, you have in lighter green, Plona Tapajós is a reserve, and 12% of its area is burned. And that's about 65,000 hectares that burn of intact forests just in 2015 during the El Nino. On the left of the river, you have the extractive reserve Tapajós Arapiuns, from which 23% of its area burned. And that's 150,000 hectares, which is equivalent to London. So an area the size of London of intact forests burned inside the protected area during the 2015 El Nino in the Brazilian Amazon. The message here is that forest fires in the Amazon don't know borders. They won't stop because it's a protected area. They won't stop because it's an intact forest. They will burn. And the effects can be quite dire. If you go to the next slide, please. And we monitor several areas in this region, in the Santarém region that you saw before, following the protocols that Simon showed before, which was established by his team leads on how to monitor forests through time. And what we saw is that after the fires burned our plots, our study areas, mortality, tree mortality, remained above expectations, above baseline levels for 2.5 years. So the impacts of forest fires, they are not necessarily immediate. They can last for a bit of time, for 2.5 years, which is something that has not been measured before. And in that area of 1 million hectares of forests that burned, we saw, next slide, please, that 2.5 billion trees died in that small area that is just 1% of the Amazon. And now it's really important to highlight that the Santarém region is representative of several other areas in 2015 across the Amazon that burned, including areas in central Amazonia. We never record any burning, not even in years of extreme drought like 2015. So it was a pretty serious El Nino with vast areas burning across Amazonia. So these numbers are not, although they come from this area, they are not unique to this area. They are representative of other areas across Amazonia. Next slide, please. We need to translate those 2.5 billion trees that die into CO2 emissions. What does this mean in terms of climate change? Well, the Santarém region is the dashed line that you can see on top, and the mortality of all these trees resulted in about 500 teragrams of carbon, of CO2 being emitted as a consequence of the El Niño. As a means of comparison, that's more than is lost annually to deforestation across the Brazilian Amazon. So, drought and fires in 6.5 million hectares of the Amazon emitted more CO2 than the annual emissions from deforestation across the whole Brazilian Amazon. That's how serious this is. It's not a trivial number that we are talking about. It's not trivial emissions. And to offset these emissions, if you go to the next slide, please, would take between 3 to 8 years of continuous growth of secondary forests in the Brazilian Amazon. Secondary forests are those growing in areas that have been completely deforested before. There's about 10.5 million hectares of secondary forests across the Brazilian Amazon, and they have to grow in the absence of human disturbances or of climatic disturbances to be able to offset all the emissions coming from the Santarém region during the El Niño. Another way to offset these emissions, if you go to the next slide, please, would be a whole year of continuous growth from the 334 million hectares of primary forests across the Amazon. So it's not simple to offset these emissions. We are talking about a lot of CO2 that was lost due to fire in that small part of the Amazon. And as I said before, we are not accounting for all the other regions that burned during 2015. But it's not only the CO2 that is lost. We have something else. If we move to the next slide, please. When we compare areas of intact forest with areas of burned forest, we see the areas of burned forest 30 years after the fires still store 25% less carbon than intact forest. So we have an impact on immediate term, in a short term, in terms of CO2 emissions, and in the long term, we have forests that are different, that stores significantly less carbon than intact forests, highlighting the impact, the need to avoid fires in intact forests. If you go to the next slide, please. So to conclude, there's a few things that we can do to avoid damaging intact forests, which are such an enormously important and carbon sink, as Simon presented. First, we need governmental programs for fire-free agriculture, so we can avoid fires escaping from agriculture and invading nearby forests. We also need emergency funds. For years of extreme droughts, like it was 2015, NASA had said that it was going to be an extreme drought year since 2014, but we could be better prepared. We could have emergency funds for fire prevention, fire control, fire combat, could support fire brigades, for example. And we also need real-time alerts for forest fires across the Amazon so we can better plan the distribution of those funds. And the take-home message here, what I think is vitally important, is the effective protection of the remaining areas of intact forests in the Amazon, as they are such a crucial carbon sink. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erica. So we have a pretty packed program here, so we don't have too much time for questions, but if there are one or two quick questions just for clarification from what you've heard from either Simon or from Erica, we can take those now. Yes, could you just use that and introduce yourself and your question? Can you put the microphone on? Thank you.
Yep, I'll stick to one question. So this is for Simon. So the paper, the first Hubao paper that you presented, you talked about increase in tree growth from with the fertilization effect, but decreasing tree growth with temperature. But how do you separate those two if it's not an experiment? Because the world is both getting warmer and fertilized at the same time.
That's a very good question. So in the paper, we can do it statistically, and that is because the Amazon, on average, is about 1.1 degree warmer than Africa, and that's because it's at Africa is at much of the forest is at slightly higher altitude. But it's always been a difficulty to try and separate out the CO2 impact from the temperature because they're both going up at the same time. But we can use some kind of spatial differences to tackle it, and that's why I showed the experimental evidence as well.
Great, thank you. There's one more question and then we'll move on. Maybe you could pass the mic. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Zoltán Kun from Hungary, WCPA member. Two questions very quick. Was soil carbon calculated in the studies, in the boreal and the tropic? And do you see any potential to make similar study for the temperate zone? Because I think there is a potential there as well, especially in restoration.
Second bit first. So there is in Europe and in North America, there are very good long-term data sets from national forest inventories to do these kind of calculations, but it is complicated by all the management that is going on because everywhere is managed. So I didn't talk about it because it's not really kind of intact. In terms of the soils, I just think that's a real unknown. It's a big unknown, and there's lots of papers, lots of conflicting evidence about what's going on with the soils, and I think it's also very heterogeneous, so different from place to place, so very hard to make clear generalizations.
Great, thank you. I know there are some other questions, but I'm afraid we're going to move on. I impose on Simon perhaps to stick around for a bit towards the end after the session is over, and maybe you can get him for more questions then. We're going to move now to Dr. Lorna Harris, so maybe we can get Lorna up on the screen. Lorna will be talking about the findings from a new paper focusing on why Canada should address its peatland sinks properly in climate policy and accounting. So welcome, Lorna, and thank you, Erica, again. But we'll move now from the Amazon up to Canada's forest peatlands. Lorna, over to you.
Hi there, everyone. I can't see my slides yet. Are they going to come up on the screen?
They'll come up on the screen in a moment. If you can just start introducing, and they'll get them up. Here we are.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we've heard a lot right now about intact forests, how important they are, and apparently the boreal forest is picking up some of the slack from the tropics. That's very interesting to hear. And I'm going to highlight in the next 10 minutes why we also need to consider the peatlands within these intact forest areas. And just before I begin, I just want to acknowledge that I am speaking to you today from Canada, which is Turtle Island, and from Edmonton, which is Treaty 6 territory. So the homeland of Cree, Saulteaux, Métis, Dene, and Nakota Sioux people. So next slide. So we've seen this map just earlier, highlighting the intact forests across the world. You can see a huge swath of intact forest in Canada, right there in the top left of the map. Next slide. And when we look at a map of where the peatlands are in Canada, you can see this considerable overlap there between the intact forests and the peatlands. So 1/4 of the world's northern peatlands are in Canada. That's 1.1 million square kilometers of peatland in Canada. And this is why we have to consider both of these really important carbon sinks together. Next slide. The importance of Canada's peatlands cannot be overstated here. Canada has the world's largest peatland carbon stock. It's around 150 gigatons of carbon. That is around 28% of the global peatland carbon stock. So it cannot be overstated. It is a critical carbon stock that we need to consider. Next slide. So up to 50% of the peatlands in Canada are forested or treed. You can see here on the map, most of these are above that managed lands boundary, so they are considered unmanaged in terms of greenhouse gas reporting. And these are also part of vast intact landscapes. Next slide. So 2 examples here. One photograph on the left showing forested peatlands in Alberta, and another showing the Hudson Bay lowlands in northern Ontario. Just to note, the Hudson Bay lowlands, the second largest peatland expanse in the world, holding 30 petagrams of carbon. This is a huge, vast, intact landscape. You can see the mosaic of different ecosystems here. It's very difficult to disentangle forests from forested peatlands in these landscapes, but also from more open peatlands, treed peatlands, fens, other wetland types, and rivers and lakes as well. It's a whole mosaic of a habitat. And here, this is why it's important to consider the whole landscape, forests and peatlands together, because any impact on one ecosystem affects the other ecosystems. The hydrology and ecology of these ecosystems is intricately connected. Next slide. So this is an example of a forested peatland in eastern Canada, in Quebec. And with forested peatlands, most of the carbon stored in these systems isn't actually in the above ground trees, it's in the peat soils, so it's below ground. So this study here and other studies have shown that these forested peatlands actually store more carbon than boreal forest overall. Next slide. So this graphic is just illustrating the difference between tropical forests, boreal forests, and boreal peatlands. And it's not only showing the difference in the quantities of carbon stored within the soils in these ecosystems, it's also showing the amount of time that that carbon is stored. So within tropical forests, boreal forests, I mean, it depends on the soil type and the setting, but generally that carbon is turned over a lot faster than in peatlands. In peatlands, the carbon here is stored for thousands of years. So all of this carbon in these boreal peatlands was taken from the atmosphere thousands of years ago. And this is exactly why we do not want to release that to the atmosphere now, because that will undermine all of our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to slow global climate warming. Next slide. So forested peatlands across Canada provide an essential global carbon service. And if undisturbed, most of these northern peatlands will remain a persistent carbon sink in most future climate change scenarios. It is only in the very worst climate change scenarios that we see these systems start to change significantly. There are also regional differences across Canada. Next slide. In the response of peatlands to climate warming, Western Canada is predicted to become a lot drier as well as warmer, which puts these peatlands at risk of lower productivity and also increased decomposition. In Western Canada, there is also a huge risk of wildfire. We've seen it already. We have more frequent fires, we have larger fires, and also more severe fires in these peatlands and forests. And it does depend on the hydrological setting. It depends on how high that water table is. It depends on disturbances to these peatlands if they've been impacted by human activities. But generally, peat loss to combustion in these fires can be up to 80 kilograms of carbon per meter squared. So the depth of burn, the amount of carbon loss can be substantial. And this is a number from an older study, but for Western Canada, the study found around 5 megatons of carbon was lost per year to fire, just in Western Canada alone. We don't actually have a number for all of Canada, the impacts of fire for all of Canada. Next slide. We also have a huge extent of permafrost in Canada. And generally, studies have shown that thawing permafrost peatlands, many of these are going to turn into a carbon source over the next 100 years. Generally, in Western Canada, most of these peatlands are forested or treed. And as the permafrost thaws, the trees can't survive in the wetter conditions that we have, but we end up with more sphagnum-dominated bogs, which can be quite productive, but we do lose the tree cover. So we have a completely shifting landscape here of different ecosystem types forming, and we don't fully understand how this landscape is going to develop over time, and we don't understand the consequences yet for carbon cycling and global climate. This is a big unknown still. Next slide. So there are other disturbances impacting peatlands in Canada. Peat extraction for horticulture is one of them. Also peat removal for open pit mining, and also the associated drainage and road construction. For some of these disturbances, we know exactly the area impacted, and we know the greenhouse gas emissions from these because they're in Canada's national greenhouse gas reporting. But for many, many others, we do not know. We do not know the full extent of peatland removal or drainage across Canada, and we don't know the greenhouse gas emissions. So we've just heard about the global carbon budget coming out today, which gives some fantastic numbers and perhaps a positive perspective on things. But that is only as good as the numbers that we have put going into it, and we're missing quite a lot to go into that global carbon budget. Next slide. So another impact on forested peatlands across Canada are seismic lines, and these are particularly prevalent in Western Canada. So generally a seismic line is where they go in, they clear the trees, and they take in machinery. It's for oil and gas exploration, and this compresses the peat surface so that the surface is then wetter and the trees can't grow back. So some of these seismic lines that were put in decades ago, the satellite image there showing seismic lines that I think are probably 50 years old at least, they are still there. They have not been restored. The trees have not regrown. And a study a couple of years ago highlighted that we have increased methane emissions from these seismic lines. And these are also not included in Canada's national greenhouse gas reporting. We also don't know exactly how much area is impacted by seismic lines. The study found around 900 square kilometers, but that was just for Alberta. There's seismic lines in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and we don't know exactly how many there are. Also the Northwest Territories. Next slide.
Just got a minute left, Lorna.
Okay, thanks. So all of this carbon lost to disturbances across Canada is irrecoverable carbon. We just cannot get it back within the next 30 years or even within our lifetimes. Peatlands accumulate carbon very, very slowly. It will take centuries to recover the carbon that we lose. And I don't have time to discuss this in detail here, so I am going to direct you to a talk I'm giving on Monday and another session in the Peatland Pavilion, where I will talk more about the science of the irrecoverable carbon and also cover the policy gaps as well in Canada in more detail. Next slide. So when we talk about peatland protection in Canada, we cannot, most of these areas are within the homelands of Indigenous people. So I'm highlighting here a map showing Indigenous protected and conserved areas. And you can see that all of these emerging and established IPCAs have huge areas of what will be intact forest and peatland within them. So this is one of the many ways forward that can work to protect peatlands along with improved land use planning, financing to preserve intact peatlands rather than including them as carbon offsets, and also working to improve greenhouse gas reporting so we can get a better global carbon budget. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Lorna. Maybe we can put Lorna back up on the screen for a minute. We have time for a question for Lorna, if there are any questions for her. All right. Yes, Simon, you have a question.
So do you have an idea about what the kind of net carbon flux to the atmosphere might be on a kind of current trajectory of warming of around 2.5 degrees C?
I don't think we have a number actually for Canada because we don't have good estimates for the permafrost thaw impacts. We don't have a number for fire impacts. And for the disturbances, we don't really have a good idea of the emissions for all of the disturbances either. So in terms of an actual flux, there's a lot that we just don't know for Canada, which is a huge gap.
All right, well, maybe we'll come back to that issue at the end of the session. Let's thank Lorna again for joining us. And we'll shift over now to Nancy Harris, who's joining us from Washington, I believe. will be talking about what the World Resource Institute's Forest and Carbon Tracker can tell us about sinks and sources in intact forests. So could we get Nancy up on the screen, please? There you are. All right. Shall we go straight to your slides, Nancy?
Yes, please.
Okay. Great. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Nancy Harris here. As Dan said, I'm the research director for the Forest Program at the World Resources Institute. So that includes the work that we do under the Global Forest Watch Initiative. Sorry, I can't be there today in person. Thank you so much to Tom and Dan for inviting me to present our data here. And the work I'm going to talk about really got started for a pretty simple reason, and that's that our team at WRI fields a lot of questions from journalists and companies and policymakers and generally non-scientists, right, related to what the forest change data that we show on Global Forest Watch really means for climate change. And in other words, are forest carbon sinks or are they carbon sources? And we get that question for literally every scale of analysis and region of interest you could possibly think of. And that question, as many of you sitting in this room probably know very well, that question's a good one, but it's pretty complicated to answer for specific areas and with the data that are out there. So we decided to dig in and see what we could answer. Next. Okay, so just backing up a bit, I have decided that if the UN is going to call 2020 the decade of ecosystem restoration, then I am just going to go ahead and call the 2010s the decade of the biomass map, because all of this mapping and monitoring of forest carbon, it really took off about a decade ago when the remote sensing community started to estimate above ground biomass density by integrating the field data from plots that people like Simon have been collecting for years with remote sensing imagery. And these maps served a really important purpose of showing that forest biomass is a lot more spatially variable than we previously assumed, particularly for the tropics. Next. And so these biomass maps have absolutely proliferated. According to one review from 2019, there were at least 45 different biomass products out there. And all of these maps vary based on the region of coverage, the base year, the pixel size, the forest mask used, the methodology, how different groups approach the uncertainty assessment, on and on. This publication table goes on for pages. Next. And here's another biomass map that GFW commissioned Woods Hole to make that we can use as the basis of our carbon flux model that I'll talk about in a minute. Next. And just this week, we have 5 more biomass products being launched at COP26 that incorporate NASA's new JEDI LiDAR data. And the tricky thing about all of these maps is that they're almost entirely inconsistent. So the remote sensing community, led by Laura Duncanson at the University of Maryland, is now working on developing this harmonized global biomass product that hopefully the entire community can one day agree upon. Next. But this explosion of maps, like this is my point here, the explosion of maps is more than just biomass, right? Many other maps have been derived from remote sensing imagery that relate to some aspect of forest role in the global carbon cycle. So we have maps of not just of biomass, but of soil carbon, where the peatlands in the world are, plantations, intact primary forests, mangrove forests, burned areas, loss and gain of tree cover, drivers of tree cover loss, rates of forest regrowth, and on maps go. And so as satellite data and the processing capabilities are further democratized across the world, this proliferation of maps is just going to continue, right? And so what we noticed was that these data sets were being produced rapid fire, but nobody was yet bringing them together into this coherent spatial framework for forest carbon monitoring. Next. So as the wise E.O. Wilson said it best, now, especially more than ever, we are drowning in information while starving for wisdom, and the world henceforth will be run by the synthesizers, people able to put together the right information at the right time, think critically about it, and make important choices wisely. Next. But decision makers, they can't make important choices wisely about the future of the world's forests with the data as it's presented here. It doesn't resonate, it's not actionable. Next, we get questions like, why does land show up twice, once on the left and once on the right? Where are these emissions happening? What's causing them? And where are the sinks that we should be protecting and enhancing? So show me on a map, maybe we can get somewhere. Next. So our objective was really to create that set of maps of emissions and removals and net greenhouse gas flux over the last 20 years that are more useful to decision makers. But we didn't want to do this as a one-off thing. We wanted to make it into a sort of a flexible framework that we can integrate the data that exists now, but those inputs are just going to improve over time. So we publish everything as open source to encourage others to improve this framework with us, or just take it and run with it on their own, using their own data sets. Next. So I'm not going to go through our full methodology, but when we look at satellite imagery, like here in Paraguay, we see forests being cleared over time. And that carbon that was stored in those forests gets emitted into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. We know this. So we can use the biomass maps that I showed before and the soil carbon maps to estimate how much carbon goes up into the atmosphere to produce a map of global emissions, like on the next slide. Next. And so creating this emissions map was the relatively easy part. The next slide was the harder part, which is when we go back to the satellite record, we see a lot of forests like this. They don't appear to be changing that much, if at all, over time. And so this is the case for most forests around the world, even the relatively young ones where the tree canopy is already closed. And so all these forests are slowly gaining carbon. Simon tells us they're slowly gaining carbon, but they're easy to ignore to focus instead on those abrupt visible changes that we can pick up in the satellite imagery. So the question we have now is how can we put these carbon removals on a map to show decision makers that they're actually providing the world with these really important climate benefits, essentially for free and essentially invisibly. So the next slide is what we had on carbon removals, which is essentially nothing. Next. So to get the ball rolling, we took this kind of old school approach of stratifying the world's forest into different forest types and ages, and applied these different sequestration rates to each based on the best available information that we had. So for primary and old secondary forests, we use updated tier 1 default rates that Martin Harold's team put together for the 2019 IPCC refinement. We use the map of natural forest regrowth rates from Susan Cook-Patton's team at the Nature Conservancy for young secondary forests. Worked with Rich Birdsey at the Forest Service to essentially spatialize the FIA plot data that exists for the United States. We apply different rates for different forest types across Europe, different rates for mangroves, different types of plantations and agroforestry systems. That over the years, our team has just been sort of compiling these maps about where these systems even are, and then we can combine them with the appropriate sequestration rate information. And so doing that led to the map on the next slide, which is a map of annual forest carbon removals averaged over the last 20 years. Next. So when we combine these maps of emissions and removals, we get a map of net forest greenhouse gas flux. And so we have these global maps, we have these global numbers, but the more interesting part about these new maps is that we can now calculate a net forest carbon balance for any area of the world. So national numbers are important for things like UNFCCC reporting, but we know that it's not just national governments. Climate action on forests has to take place at these multiple levels by multiple actors, right? So companies and investors and NGOs, local indigenous communities, none of those groups actually follow national boundaries, but they're all very interested in tracking progress related to nature-based solutions. So to actually make that progress, what do we need to do? We need to do two things: reduce emissions and, as well, increase carbon removals. So by mapping both of these sides separately, we're adding some transparency to what has up to now not been very transparent. Next. So for example, we can estimate net forest fluxes in the 3 major tropical rainforests and see that only the Congo Basin remains a relatively strong.
Nancy, can you get a little closer to your microphone, please?
Oh, yep. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. So we can estimate net forest fluxes in the 3 major rainforests in the world, see that the Congo Basin is still a strong net carbon sink, whereas Southeast Asia has already flipped to becoming a source. Amazon is according to our data, slight sink. Some other data suggests that it's already flipped to a source. Next. And since this is an event about intact forests, we can also look at carbon sources and sinks specifically within intact primary forests that the University of Maryland has mapped, the vast majority of which are in the tropics. So our results indicate that tropical primary forests are a small net sink with removals just outweighing emissions. Next. So these maps are also on Global Forest Watch, so we can select specific areas to analyze, like this indigenous reserve in Brazil. So we can estimate that over the last 20 years, it removed more than 700,000 tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere every year. So that essentially counterbalances the emissions of more than 150,000 passenger cars. And this is really the first time we can generate estimates like this, right, of carbon emissions and removals associated with any forest anywhere in the world. Next. And on Global Forest Watch, we can next. Yeah, there we go. On Global Forest Watch, we can also analyze a portfolio of areas. Like this example I'm showing here is the emissions and removals associated with Cambodia's economic land concessions. Thales is going to talk next about the analysis that we did with UNESCO to analyze forest carbon fluxes across the entire network of World Heritage Sites. Next. But before he does that, I just want to end by raising some discussion fodder for this final segment, if we have time for it, on what don't we still know and how can we explore some of the critical uncertainties. So as I mentioned, these maps are intended to be improved over time. And in our current model, we apply these IPCC defaults for sequestration rates in intact tropical forests. So we're essentially assigning one sequestration value for any tropical primary forest that falls into a given ecozone. And that results in some pretty funky artifacts on the removal map on the next slide. Particularly for the Congo Basin, where you see that those bands those aren't actually real. They're just kind of artifacts of applying these different rates to different ecozones. So how can we fix this? Next. We have these long-term monitoring plot networks from which we can derive sequestration rates with plots with negative values, losing carbon, positive values, gaining carbon. And it would be kind of fun to see if we can apply these approaches similar to what we've done for young forests with the Susan Cook-Patton's team at the Nature Conservancy, but this time map the spatial variability in intact forest sequestration rates, because we know from these plot data that not all intact forests are carbon sinks, right? Particularly around the forest edges. And so can we combine some of this ground data with different covariate layers and to create something akin to the map on the next slide, which I will emphasize is not at all final. This just serves to illustrate an approach for what we could take to move away from that, IPCC default approach to put more spatial nuance on the removal factors that get incorporated into our global model for tropical primary forests. Next. Okay, just a few takeaways here from this global research, which are that to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, we really need to both reduce emissions and increase removals from forests. And those two things are going to happen using different strategies implemented by different actors and at different scales. And so we really need a monitoring system that's able to track emissions and removals separately and spatially. So our maps are intended to be this sort of generation 1.0 of a spatial framework that can be improved over time as new data become available, both globally and nationally. So for example, MINAM in Peru, they're adapting our global model with Peru-specific data sets. So that's great to see. Hope more countries do that. And finally, we think this framework can help provide transparency into how forest carbon fluxes are derived by different groups and why they may differ. So now that I've introduced the global maps, I'll turn it over to Thales, who's going to talk about how UNESCO used these maps to tell the carbon story about what's happening at World Heritage Sites over the last 20 years. And after that, happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. We're going to hear from Thales now, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask questions of both Thales and Nancy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thales Carvalho Resende, from the UNESCO World Heritage Center. And today I'll be presenting the results of a publication that we just released a couple of days ago, in which we assessed carbon fluxes in World Heritage sites. So just before the slides appear, just for the story while waiting, so Carvalho, my surname, is oak in English. So if you allow me, I will suck your energy and make things go faster. Thank you very much. So, well, as you know, forests are one of the most important ecosystems for mitigating climate change, as they absorb and store carbon. Just to give you a brief, very brief introduction of what is a World Heritage Site. So basically, a World Heritage Site is described in the UNESCO World Heritage List under the World Heritage Convention, which was adopted in '72, currently 194 states parties, and this is one of the 8 biodiversity related conventions, like the CBD, CITES. And the objective of this convention is to protect natural and cultural sites of outstanding universal value. So this is something to keep in mind, outstanding universal value. The list as it is today, over than 1,000 sites, and about a quarter of these are natural and mixed sites. World Heritage forests cover 69 million hectares. This is twice the size of Germany. And forested areas have been identified in 223 sites out of the 257 natural and mixed sites. And through this convention, unique forest ecosystems are protected: tropical, boreal, temperate, mangrove forests. So basically, in a nutshell, what we did is that once we saw the paper that Nancy presented, we thought, it would be really interesting to quantify the climate benefits in World Heritage sites. So basically, we extracted the data that Nancy just showed to World Heritage sites. And we did this work together with the WRI, but also IUCN. And we cross-checked the data with local monitoring information. So, World Heritage forests have stored carbon over centuries and millennia, and they held an estimated 13 gigatons of carbon. So, this exceeds the carbon contained in Kuwait's proven oil resources. So just to give you an idea of how huge this is. And if this is entirely released into the atmosphere as CO2, this will represent 1.3 times the global total annual CO2 emissions from fossil fuels. World Heritage forests also absorb significant amounts of carbon. Every year, 190 million tons of CO2. So this is equivalent to half of the UK's annual emissions from CO2. But this heritage, so these intact forests, are threatened. So according to the monitoring processes under the World Heritage Convention, but also from IUCN, there are 2 main threats to these precious sites. Land use pressures associated with various human activities, illegal logging, and so on. But also, and very importantly, and that's what I'll show you in a couple of minutes, climate change and associated severe weather. And these pressures have been reported each in about 60% of World Heritage sites. So this just to show you how over the past 20 years, World Heritage sites have lost 3.5 million hectares of forest. So this is roughly the size of Belgium. And emissions have also increased over the past 20 years. I'll just ask your attention to these peaks here, because you will see the reasons why afterwards. And alarmingly, we found out that out of these 257 sites, 10 were estimated to be net carbon sources. And what struck us the most in this study is the impacts of climate-related events. So unprecedented wildfires fueled by climate change caused peaks in emissions. So for instance, as you recall the previous graph, there were some peaks. Here you can find them again. So these were wildfires in Lake Baikal, but also in Australia. And just to give a brief comparison, you see that these wildfires emitted over 30 million tons of CO2. So this is roughly what Bolivia emits from fossil fuels. So just to give you an idea of how huge these wildfires were, and just again, as Erica mentioned, fires don't know borders. No? So this is only a small portion of the emissions. But also, what we found is that one single climate-related event can make a site flip into a carbon source. And this is what we've seen in Morne Trois Piton National Park in Dominica because of Hurricane Maria in 2017, which devastated around 20% of the tree cover loss of the site, but also the Greater Blue Mountains in Australia because of the unprecedented wildfires in 2019 and 2020. So the takeaway messages and pathways for action. World Heritage Forests are a huge carbon sink. Every year they absorb net 190 million tons of CO2. However, alarmingly, 10 sites have been estimated to be carbon sources, and the impact of one single climate event such as wildfires and hurricane, can be more important than many years of sustained land use pressures. Heightened emissions from anthropogenic stressors, including land use pressures and climate change, are likely to occur at the growing number of sites worldwide, and pathways for action, rapid and effective responses can help prevent devastation from climate-related events. Many times, precious time is lost in an intervention, no? So rapid and effective responses using real-time data. Also, very importantly, support mechanisms that maximize the intactness and connectivity of forests. So it's very important here to keep in mind ecological connectivity and the links that have with climate change and biodiversity. And lastly, more from a policy perspective, integrate World Heritage sites into climate, biodiversity, and sustainable development agendas. Thank you very much, and sorry to rush.
Well, thank you very much, Thales. So we have time first for a few questions for either Nancy or Thales. Any clarifying questions for either of them? Yes.
I'm just wondering what...
please identify yourself.
Sorry, Toby Aykroyd, Wild Europe. What proportion of impacts comes from anthropogenic, either direct impact through stresses or indirect through enabling, say, wildfires? And how much of your future action do you think you might realistically be able to aim towards improving protection? Because that's the one element you've left out, and it's the one element missing from your entire agenda at the moment. Legal protection.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Indeed, what we have seen is that in some other cases, land use pressures have also triggered sites, for instance, to become sources. No, this is something that we have seen. One of the biggest challenges for World Heritage sites is sustainable funding for their protection. So we did a survey, and more than 50% of sites have an issue related to sustainable funding. So it is crucial to get such funding to take actions for the protection of these sites.
Great. Thank you, Thales. And again, thank you to Thales and to Nancy for joining us. I'm going to proceed to the last segment of our session today and invite Simon back up here to join me. Simon, I'm told you're supposed to leave your mask as we're talking to a video audience, and if you could grab the microphone so people could hear you a bit better. Thank you, Thales. in this last segment, what we thought we would try to do is move a bit in the direction of the question we were just asked about. So what does all this mean for the policy agendas that we've been hearing about, particularly perhaps some of the announcements that we heard on Monday? What's the implications? What is the science? How does the science inform these policy agendas? Or how should the science inform the policy agendas? Or even what is the science that we need to better inform the policy agendas? Simon, I'll start by saying, on Monday we had a lot of announcements, a lot of sort of very big picture commitments around forests, including announcements from, I think we're now up to about 120 different countries that have committed to collectively work together to end deforestation by 2030. Very large packages of financial support broadly around that, adding up to, depending on how we count it, somewhere between $12–19 billion of finance. Subsidiary pieces of that to different parts of the agenda regionally, private sector, even indigenous peoples and local communities. How do you see all of those announcements connecting or not to what you and colleagues have been talking about here? We've got a sort of tour de force at the global level from you and some site-specific data globally from Thales, hearing about key parts of the world from Lorna, as well as from Erica and Nancy's data integration to be able to show what this all means, sources and sinks. But what does it mean and how does it connect to what we're actually hearing about from policymakers?
So I think one of the key things about the forest announcement and all the other announcements, so there are teams of climate scientists trying to work out what that means for global temperatures. So, we arrived here with the current pledges going to a catastrophic 2.7 degrees C warming above pre-industrial levels by 2100. And how much has that changed? And we can't do that for deforestation, the impact on the climate, because we don't know what the emissions are well enough. So that's a clear science policy interface where there just isn't clear enough data. As Nancy said, we're drowning in information. There are too many maps, too many competing remote sensing groups. They're a bit divorced from the carbon community, and that needs tying up. But I think all this additional finance and focus will be the impetus to solve some of those problems once and for all. And Nancy's work is a key stepping stone on the way to that, I think.
Well, I guess maybe I want to ask also about when we look at what's really happening in terms of the development of mechanisms to address the challenges of forest loss, right? There's a lot of focus, particularly in tropical countries, around REDD+, REDD mechanisms, which seem very much focused on the emissions part of the agenda, right? And what we've heard about from you and others today, from Thales at the end, is that this issue of how we protect the forests that we have is not really getting into the agenda for being incentivized. Do you have any thoughts about how we get from here to there in terms of this science and how we communicate those messages?
Yeah, I think the importance of the sinks has not got across to policymakers enough, but it is starting. And while it's very important to give an additional incentive to protect intact forest and high integrity forests, it comes with a big danger attached to it. So that global carbon cycle numbers that I showed and that residual carbon sink going into the land surface, that's about 30% of global emissions. And what we show is in that science world is that emissions from fossil fuels and land use change need to go to zero, and the sink will just respond. But back here at COP, under the UNFCCC rules, then that residual sink, that natural carbon sink, can be included in people's national inventories. And that's good in terms of incentivizing keeping these forests standing. But it means that there's all this carbon that's being accounted for as a sink that isn't being included in those net zero assessments from the global science side of things. So there's some double accounting going on. So the emissions cuts that are being pledged won't be enough to get us to net zero if we start to include all this residual natural sink. And it's a big problem about how we move between pure science and our understanding of it and trying to improve that understanding of it and the practicalities of managing carbon on the ground in this UNFCCC framework.
Let me just test something against you in that space, is that right now, what we've been hearing about in the removals and the intact forest areas, a lot of that doesn't count as additional. It's not seen as something that that needs to be incentivized, because the perception is, well, it's going to happen regardless of what people do. And of course, there's tensions. We're hearing a lot about the Russian government wanting to claim those emission removals and count them against their industrial emissions. On the one hand, a lot of people don't think that's a good idea. On the other hand, there's a lot of sympathy for small tropical countries that have not begun the downward part of the forest transition curve to incentivize them to keep their forests. But what you're describing is, well, there is this tension, right? And we haven't quite figured out how to provide incentives for these intact forests, while at the same time not leading to that being a way to just kind of greenwash industrial emissions. Is that about right, or do you want to add to that?
I think that's a fair summary. It's not a coincidence that Russia announced a 2060 net zero target while also announcing a raft of large new protected areas in the Siberian forests. They are connected, and will be going into the future. And the same goes for tropical forest-rich countries who are clear that those forests are managed to continue to be forests and are providing this service, and they should be compensated for it. And that's important. And I think probably it's the science part of this that needs to shift to allow it an easier translation to the policy world rather than trying to change the policy world, because we do need incentives to keep these really valuable forests.
Yeah. So I'm gonna test another idea or two against you, because I think this gets into a quite sort of wonky technical area of greenhouse gas accounting under the Climate Change Convention. And what Simon, I think you've just alluded to, is that in terms of the national inventories, the greenhouse gas accounting reporting that countries do, when a forest, and you use the example of Russia, for example, when a forest is not in a protected area, it cannot be counted against their greenhouse gas emissions, because it is considered an unmanaged area. So when you designate the area, draw a line around it, say, now it's a protected area, suddenly it is moved into a different column where it can in fact be counted. And it's rather sort of, not quite sure whether to call it a subjective, but a somewhat, well, it's a very much a legal regulatory determination of what counts and doesn't count, depending on whether you've decided to make it a protected area, right? Is that, we've got that
Yeah,
part?
that's correct.
Yeah. And so what we're seeing is maybe a beginning of a recognition from among some countries that they can do that, right? And then be able to count things. But we're not yet seeing how that can be incentivized in one way, and perhaps there are other ways that we can also be incentivizing the emissions and removals in these countries. So how do you think about distinguishing between these different categories?
What do you mean distinguishing?
Distinguishing between categories of areas that are being put into these new buckets of protection versus areas where, in fact, we're seeing efforts to incentivize either reducing deforestation or increasing removals at frontiers, sometimes with market mechanisms. How do you see those as the same, or you see those as different?
I think they're a bit different in my mind. I mean, you know, the world has just said that it wants to end deforestation, and you end deforestation as one component is by shoring up the deforestation fronts. That's where you need to pile in your policies, your legislation, your enforcement, and your investment. Because if you can shore that up, then you can protect everything behind. And these intact forests are way behind those areas, the frontiers of deforestation. So they kind of have a different set of incentives and needed because they have different pressures. And I think this frontier is the key to stopping further waves of deforestation going inwards and affecting these intact forests.
Right. All right. So we're talking about different categories, a need perhaps to incentivize things differently. I mean, one of the challenges I think that's come up with that division is that, you know, if we continue down the track we're on, eventually everything is a frontier, right? And we're already seeing in the Amazon, for example, deep penetration of logging roads into areas that were considered to be intact forests. So we really need to find some ways to incentivize keeping those forests as forests that doesn't necessarily tie to this notion of, you know, imminent transformation into pasture or agriculture.
But, you know, what we have in terms of incentive structures now with things like the voluntary carbon market is that they go for the really low, you make out that your forest is really under threat, and then you buy it as credits from somewhere that's not really under threat, so you don't have to put much investment in protecting it, and then you can claim those credits as that it's not being deforested. And that's a real big problem, and actually to solve the problem of deforestation, you actually need to move to the areas that are actually really under threat to protect those, but that's much more expensive. And I think that's what we need to do, and that's where we've got these problems of people looking for the cheapest possible emissions reduction credits and very little regulation around that voluntary carbon market.
Right. So if we have, we've had earlier sessions here in this forum around the market, and if the carbon market is going to be effective, it's not a question of just is it effective for trading credits back and forth, but is it actually going to deliver more emission reductions than you would have if you didn't have a market, right? And there is certainly a place, there's certainly a lot of room for improvement of that structure so the market becomes an effective public policy tool. But we're still left with this problem of incentivizing the protection of forests in a way that views perhaps they're not a market asset or a carbon market asset, but still it's very clear these areas are climate assets that the regulation of the climate depends on, and that we would be much worse off without their protection. And that's the nut that we still haven't cracked or even really begun to crack very well at all.
I agree, and I think policymakers have, you know, it hasn't landed yet with the world about how important these forests are. So, you know, Congo Basin, you know, about, depending on how you count, 40 to 70 million people heavily dependent on the Congo Basin forests in the forest region. But those forests are supplying rainfall to parts of the Sahel and to the Ethiopian highlands, which is going down to the Nile Valley. And there are 300 million rural Africans who are dependent on the rainfall that's coming from the Congo Basin. And that just hasn't landed with people yet. They haven't understood the kind of services, these climate services, as well as the carbon services that these forests are providing. And you know, that's a challenge for you know, all of us who care about forests to make more clear. But then there's this question about how do you incentivize? How do you account for that economically?
Indeed, and when we see that in the other big basin in the Amazon, even within one country, within Brazil, it's already clear that we're very close to a threshold with respect to the loss of the source of rainfall for some areas in the agricultural belt in Brazil that could tip the soy-producing regions from being able to do 2 harvests to only being able to do 1. And that's a huge, huge economic shift, along with the impacts that are already being seen on hydroelectricity generation in the country. And yet, even within one country, not even addressing those kinds of trans-border issues that you mentioned, it's quite difficult for that message to sink in, that it's kind of, I've been characterizing that one in a Brazilian context as a bit of an own goal that they're scoring on themselves by continuing with deforestation. Any last comments, Simon, before we wrap up here?
I mean, just because this is a forest audience, and you know, the forest announcements on Tuesday morning were really significant, with big amounts of money pledged. But the tough thing is going to be in the delivery of those, and it's going to be the people in this audience and others who are going to have to monitor and work out whether those pledges are being delivered on, and those funds that's being spent that really get that transformational change to reduce deforestation. Because we had the New York Declaration on Forests in 2014, and deforestation went up, not down, in response to that.
Well, very good. Accountability is certainly needed. Well, thank you, Simon, and thanks all of you and all of our speakers for joining us this morning.
the biodiversity of our lands. And as we face the challenges of climate change, these resources are put under pressure. And as we try to adapt, the issue becomes, like you rightly said, the issue of financing. And what the big issue for us is as you know, it's an issue of we're a high-income country. But that's purely by virtue of size, right? So in absolute terms, we are not high income. And the latest assessment we've done is, in terms of adaptation, over a 10-year period, what we need is about $400 million. And that's impossible for a small country like Seychelles to afford. And the economic crisis caused by the pandemic, in 2020, we had a contraction of 15% in our GDP. We simply do not have the fiscal space to cater for that. So I think in the past we've used a variety of blended finance, but that needs to be scaled up. The amount involved is simply not enough. And even if we stick to blended finance, this is not enough, because we need to be able to finance these projects outside of the country's budget. And the big issue remains for us is an issue of not being able to access concerned finance and grants. So unless that conversation changes in terms of what the seeds are pushing, in terms of looking at other criteria for finance, in terms of the vulnerability index, we will not see much improvement in terms of access to finance. But I do see that there are some new innovative measures in other countries which are currently being used. For example, we now have domestic agricultural banks being put in place, looking at protecting the biodiversity as part of these programs. We are looking at what the multilateral agency banks are doing in terms of partnership with different organizations. So I think we all need to come together and be able to find solutions to these kinds of solutions. So right now, like you said, we are still in the infancy of that discussion. And we need to speed things up because we see the effects of climate change. It's happening. It's not something that's going to happen. It's already happening in our country. So we need to speed it up, and we need to have those solutions now. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So maybe it's just a follow-up question. So I've heard this from other middle-income countries, that development finance is out of reach for them, but yet they're suffering from climate change now. Do you see any policy recommendations or movements that are happening here in Glasgow, or that we as a community should be pushing to make special windows available for island nations in particular, ones that are middle to... I've heard the same thing from the Bahamas yesterday, as a matter of fact. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about the vulnerability of SAIDs for over 20 years. It's been just stopped, right? Nothing has happened. I now know that the conversation has really started in terms of the Commonwealth is pushing for that, the UN is pushing for that, but what we need is the multilateral institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, to recognize that small island states need to be treated differently, despite being middle income. So that conversation has really gained momentum, and I think throughout COP26, I'm hearing this, but so far, it's the talk. Now we need to see it happen.
Thank you. So, Dr. Jopa, I would love to turn to you and talk a little bit about, since clearly we have a challenge with public finance, what role do you see the private sector playing in this whole debate, and how do you see some of the innovative approaches that can deliver on landscape level change?
Sure. Before I say that, I would just say if it's bothering you that I'm rocking back and forth here, it's not my fault. They gave me that. It's irresistible, kind of, to just... So if I look like I'm swaying in the wind, it's because I am. But look, I think you said it really well in the beginning. You know, commitments are great, but then you have to finance them. You have to make investments in them. And that's what we did, we kind of set out on this journey of setting commitments. We committed to being a carbon negative, water positive, zero waste company by 2030 and protecting more land than we would use, and building a planetary computer to change the way that we monitor and model and manage Earth's natural systems. And then we said, well, how are we going to pay for all of this? And not just how are we going to pay for it for ourselves, but how are we actually going to mature the markets that the world needs to actually achieve a net zero carbon economy or all of the other types of natural services that we need to secure as well. And, you know, you don't have to have taken kind of too many courses in economics to realize that if you want to mature markets, there's really three ways that you can engage in those markets. You can be an investor, you can be a customer, and you could be a donor. And so that's what we decided to do. We said, well, we'll do all three and hopefully play our part there. So we set up this Climate Innovation Fund, $1 billion fund that then kicked off a lot of kind of competitive follow-on funds as well, which is fantastic to see, because what you see there is that there is a significant appetite in the private sector to put its capital to work in especially the nature-based solutions space. And so that's been hugely encouraging to see. I think just since 2020, we've seen multiple multi-billion-dollar funds raised in this area, and that's fantastic. But you know, we also operate a carbon fee inside the company, so we charge for all the carbon that is emitted, and we use that to help accelerate carbon removal markets. And predominantly, if you look at our purchasing portfolio so far, nature-based carbon removal markets, almost 98% of our portfolio is nature-based carbon removal markets. And when we think about that, it's afforestation, reforestation. So it's not so much on the protection side, which we also do, but it's on the restoration and rehabilitation side. And then we also donate a significant amount of money, including $100 million to the new Catalyst Fund that Bill Gates et al. Stood up. But then we have this separate land protection commitment as well, to go out and actually just almost philanthropically protect more land than we use. And so, you know, that's kind of a quasi-market structure that we've kind of brought inside. But I think it's something that you're starting to see replicated across the private sector. At least those that have the resources to do so are starting to put their capital to work. And it's far from sufficient, but it's incredibly important because corporations in the private sector have the ability to put money into the market in different places and in different ways that can fill the gaps that that the market's experiencing. I would just pick up on this blended capital, blended finance perspective, because I think that's a way that the private and public sectors can really work together powerfully to draw more potentially reticent or risk-averse players into the market. I think some of these blended finance vehicles are really going to open up a lot more capital moving into the nature-based solutions side of things.
Great. And maybe a quick follow-up. It's interesting that a technology company would have, you said 98% of your investments as nature-based solutions. I'm just curious, why did you guys decide to go the nature-based route?
Well, that's what's there. I think if you want to buy carbon removal today, which we do, then you're buying nature-based solutions, and that's extremely important. You know, every conversation about climate quickly becomes like a or conversation, and then it ends with it's not an or, it's an and like, what if we just started with the and instead of going through the whole thing? And so, you know, for us, if you look at our Climate Innovation Fund, our future investments that we're making, it's a much more balanced mix there, because we're looking out at like 2040 when we want to see these really like mature returns on our investment. But if you want to actually take action today at meaningful scale, then you must rely on nature. And I think that that's such a nice future-present collaboration that you can do with your capital. it makes a lot of sense. I think that we all know that, hopefully by the time technology-based solutions, for instance, for carbon mitigation come into play, hopefully we've saturated all these theoretical thresholds that nature has to offer. And so everybody should be out there playing in the nature-based solutions market right now. I don't know what threshold is right. There's a million papers. I've tried to author some of them. But whatever it is, there's some threshold. Let's have a competition with ourselves. Let's see how fast we can actually max out nature's ability, so that then we can go and top it off with whatever technology needs to fill in with.
Amen. Thanks for that. So we'll probably pick up on that during the Q&A a little bit more. So Stephanie, I want to turn to you, and I'd just love to ask you, I mean, you are running a very large philanthropic fund, and what do you see as the biggest opportunities that private philanthropy, public-private philanthropy, can play in this space?
Yes, thank you very much. So what I'm running is a mixed fund, actually. What we are trying to do is that with Legacy Landscapes Fund is exactly to work on the end. To work on the end of public sector funding with philanthropic funding, to work on the end of conservation, protected areas, and nature-based solutions. And this is also why I don't think we are only a biodiversity financing instrument, but we are also a climate change financing instrument, ultimately, because when you do protection, this is always the cheapest solution. And you can't restore carbon when in the same amount that when you can keep the carbon where it is in the natural forest. So the fund is a mix of public sector funding with a match of private sector funding. So this is why we are trying to leverage each other. We are trying to leverage each other's financial capacities, but also each other's advantages, let's say. The public sector is there to not only invest in protected areas, but also to secure them with political capital, which is important. We can secure those protected areas because we don't want one side that works perfectly with a high fence and all the rest is going berserk, basically. So we need the political capital to secure protected areas. The private sector, the philanthropists, are the ones that can mobilize money very quickly, that want to see results very quickly, that are not the administrators, but the ones that are driving those processes. So together we can create the speed, the enthusiasm, but also the quality, the scrutiny, the financial scrutiny, the work we do with political securing of those landscapes. So hopefully now, this is what makes those invested monies more sustainable, because also we need to stop thinking of protected areas or even of nature-based solution as projects that have a 5-year maximum or 3-year. This is a stop and go of protection. It doesn't work like that. There is no half-life of protected areas and there's no stop and go. If we really want to keep nature-based solutions efficient, we need to secure them forever. And this is why we are talking about a 15-year first step to then work more into sustainable eternity, perpetuity funding, whatever you want to call it. And there again, public and philanthropic financing can help, because both of them have certain rooms for maneuver, which we try to bring together. Also in 2005, we had something called the Paris Agenda, which is aid efficiency and not making recipient countries overburdening them with 17 different reports. This is really what happens now in conservation. Those NGOs are implementing together with the participation of course, of the protected area agencies. They have 17 different projects to juggle. One runs 1 year, the other runs 17 years, and the next one, everybody has once a different report. So we are trying to work against that a little bit with pooling funds to have one fund, one report for 15 years, which hopefully makes gains, gives us efficiency gains. Yeah.
Fantastic. So just to follow up maybe on that, what are you seeing? I mean, I know your fund's relatively new.
Yes.
And what are you seeing as some of the challenges in getting the money out to the field as we sort of open this discussion up with? What are the biggest challenges?
Well, we have several challenges. We have the challenge of different, let's say, state of minds. Because I talked about this as if it would be very easy that governments talk to philanthropists. It's not. It's challenging because everybody has different expectations and different speeds of decision making. So this is a challenge. We need to marry the speed of a philanthropic organization and the ability to decide in just write a check, basically, with a government who wants at least 7, 8, 9 different analyses before they even give the money. So this is what we have as a challenge. So we need to marry those two things without losing the quality, but still getting the speed. What we also need is that we need trusted partners on the ground. And trusted partners on the ground, not only in terms of a donor perspective, because yes, that's fine. We have NGOs who have been doing this for a long time, and we can trust them. But we need them to be trusted partners for the people that matter on the ground, the governments, the protected area authorities, and very important, the local populations. We need to ensure that benefits are not only there for the protection of the site, but for the local people. And we don't work with castle conservation anymore. These times are over. It shouldn't have happened anyway. We now need to work all in sync. It's all hands on deck, and we need to make sure that human rights are there. We need to make sure that grievance mechanisms are there. We need to make sure that benefit sharing is not only tokenism, but real benefit sharing for the local population. Those things take time. Building trust takes time. So even if we are now happily announcing that we are starting to get the money down to the first 3 sites that we have just decided, the way this takes is it takes a little bit of time. But I'm confident that we can speed things up. Yeah.
Fantastic. Maybe we talked a little bit, Minister Hassan, about the challenges that you're facing clearly. And if there's one message that you would have for us, given that there has been this historical push to ensure that small island development states get more financing, especially ones of middle income, what would you say to us? All of us in this room, I'm sure, have access, have energy, have a desire to help out countries like the Seychelles. What would you say to us? How can we help you more?
Seychelles has really shown leadership in terms of driving this agenda forward. And if you look at some of the different initiatives we've taken, the first Debt for Nature swap, the first Blue Bond, so we've shown initiative, and I think it's a word which I've heard very quite often in COP is partnership. We can't do it by ourselves. We need partners to be able to bring this agenda forward, and this is my message. We want to do it. We've got the plan to do it. Now we need different partners on board to help us do it. So that would be my message. Is let's see how we can work together and bring solutions to the table. Now there's a lot of talk of different blended finance, innovations, and everything. Let's see how we can make it work. If you look at past projects we've done, it's been small. The Debt for Nature swap was just over $20 million. The Blue Bond for 15. We need to scale up those kinds of initiatives to make any meaningful change. So this is my message.
Yeah, no, that's really important. And the Nature Conservancy was quite involved in the original Debt for Nature swap and the Blue Bond. And I will say that, coming in relatively new to the organization, that I know that while that was amazing and transformational in many ways in terms of the first, it wasn't sufficient to cover the full cost of the protected area. And I think we all have to recognize that. I will say that there's a lot of energy in this space now in terms, especially post-COVID, tourism-dependent countries who are really suffering with COVID and helping with that debt burden and in a much, much bigger way. So I think, you were the first, exactly as you said, and we've learned a lot, and now we're going to be announcing a big one tomorrow, and I know there's been talk about even bigger ones for Ecuador and other countries. So it's moving, but you're right, you're a pioneer, and we learned a lot there. So I'm not sure that we're going to be seeing our lovely Minister White. So that's okay, no worries. He's doing important things. He is negotiating, so that's okay. That's what we're all here for. So maybe I will just open it up to the floor, and we can have a robust discussion, please. Can someone, yeah.
Hi, thank you for all the participants. So I've got a quick question. We've got the public sector, we got philanthropic funding, and we got the tech. We are facing existential crisis at the moment. Isn't it time that we start partnering with startups around the world? We have Silicon Valley in the US has produced amazing startups that's changed our society. Isn't it time we have a Silicon Valley nature style that embraces and works with the public sector, with the funding, with the existing tech structures, and how can each of you encourage that? Thank you.
They're all looking at me. Not all startups are tech startups, but no, I think you're completely right. People always ask, well, what's the role of the private sector? And of course, there's money, et cetera. But the real answer is that's where the solutions are going to come from. That's where the market maturation is going to happen. I think that obviously, I'm going to broaden the tent of clean tech, which is like obviously it has a bad, legacy, kind of in bad taste in people's mouths. It also just doesn't sound good. I don't know. Clean tech doesn't, I've never liked the way it hit my brain. But let's broaden that a little bit, and let's include more nature-based solutions in there as well. We are seeing a really steep increase in funding into some of these organizations. So for instance, I'll just use one example. An organization that was previously called Sylvia Terra that did, many of you know them. A small organization started by a PhD in computer science and a PhD in forestry, getting together to build this kind of machine learning shop for counting, individual trees. And they did the hard work, and they built up their company. And as soon as we learned about them, Microsoft, we started investing in them. But by investing in them, I mean we were just giving them money, philanthropy, which is not the most scalable part of ways to mature a market. And I remember talking with the founders just 2 years ago, and saying, how I wish there was a market for them to go into, kind of. And then 2 years later, having to beg to be part of the round, right? And I thought, wow, the world turns fast, doesn't it? And that was just a really good example for me. Now, that's not to say that we have everything we need, et cetera, but I would just argue that there are a lot of really interesting, small, emerging startups in this space, whether that's in the carbon space, the ecosystem services space, the risk assessment space, or there's lots of great things in kind of the fire modeling and breakthroughs and kind of physics constrained machine learning and things like that. So that's where tech, of course, wants to put its money. That's what it's good at assessing. It's good at understanding. I haven't seen the public sector, obviously, that's not really the way the money goes in, but we also could use a lot more public sector R&D investment in that space. That's where I think the public sector has a huge, wildly underutilized potential. It's for us to help incubate the technology to bring the private sector funding, but it's also for the public sector, small, medium-sized, small and new company loans and all of that kind of stuff, and the spin-outs out of universities. Trust me, if there's a good thing out there right now that's stealth spinning out of University Series A, the private sector is watching and is waiting. That I can tell you. There is a lot of eager capital, but there's actually a dearth of supply, quite frankly.
Yeah, just to pick up on that, and then we'll take your question. I I couldn't agree more. I was just sitting here thinking about we have in the U.S. the NIH, which provides incredibly important public funding for health tech and development. And without NIH, a lot of things wouldn't have happened as fast because they're so venture. They needed that public money. There isn't that for nature. If you think about all the U.S. agencies and in most countries, there's not that kind of public space to co-invest with the private sector to seed some of these technologies. So it's a really, really good question, and we should go talk to some of the negotiators about creating something like that. Really good point. Would you like to?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to all of you. So I work for a French university. So it's not in Marseille, but not very far in Nice. And obviously we work and we rely on public and private investment through industrial shares and collaborative research. And I was really happy about your intervention because we are facing a real problem of synergy between agendas of private and public investors, the pace, but also the modalities. And I would like to stress, for instance, intellectual property. How do we face that question, us research universities and even, I imagine, also startups? And how can we combine and create more synergy between public and private agenda?
Let me try to take this. I mean, in the development sector, we had public-private partnerships for like 15, 20 years. But often it meant the risks was on the public and the gains was on the private. This was also why, for a certain time, public sector was a bit disappointed from kind of this collaboration. But I think now it has changed a little bit, and especially as we are seeing that there is no way either the private sector or the philanthropist or the public sector can solve this crisis, because the climate change needs money. The adaptation needs money. Now Corona, we can't solve the Corona crisis just by giving out vaccines in Germany or UK. This will never help. So we are realizing the global space, and we are realizing the global responsibility we have, and that all those crises, climate change, biodiversity loss, and even now public health, are all linked. So there's no way that one partner can do it alone. I think what is needed is what we have heard before, is really listening to each other and understanding each other's strength in a certain space. The public sector is not the one who does things quickly. They are not able to decide on one check in 5 minutes, because they can't. This is tax money. We would all not want our money to be spent like that. I mean, we all pay taxes, hopefully, so we don't want that. And then the philanthropists, they want all this bureaucracy, they want to spend money quickly, and they want to see impact. So we need to see how we can manage the space so for everybody to pull the strength, and then to still see, okay, we are all gaining from this. We are losing a bit of our speed in the philanthropic world, but we are gaining potential quality, reporting, financial scrutiny, risk reduction, a lot of risk reduction as well. And in the public sector, they are also gaining something. They're gaining leverage of private sector funding. They're gaining the understanding that you can do things differently. And they're gaining also the power and the enthusiasm, because these are not people who are administering their money. They are really enthusiastically spending their money, and they want to see impact. So I think, and then what the other question was, where is the intel, where is the innovation? Again, when you look at nature, a lot of solutions are not innovative. Protected areas has worked for 50 years, and you know what you do. But how can you bring those people together? This is when innovation comes in. Why don't we learn from each other more? Why don't we partner more? Why is every NGO or every, let's say, the Fish and Wildlife Service and then the German KfW, why are they always inventing things from scratch? We don't have the time anymore to do this, and we should not spend the money anymore to do this. So I think now this is what we call this all hands on deck moment, and let's just learn from each other and respect each other and find the space for everybody to learn and to shine, but also to be tolerant of each other. That would be my hope. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point, and I think, I mean, I'd be curious as a follow-up to maybe all three of you. I feel like things have changed in just the last couple of years. I don't know if it's COVID or what, but it seems like there's really a spirit of urgency that's bringing us all together so much more than before. I don't know if you guys wanted to comment. Do you feel the same way, or am I crazy?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've seen a change. There's a momentum building, and there's an urgency to it. I don't know if it's COVID, but I think it's we are seeing what's happening to the planet. We are seeing in reality that this is not fake news. This is happening. And I think that's creating that urgency and a momentum now. And I think what I've seen the change is, rather than just from theoretical commitments, we are now seeing how do we make those commitments realities. Because it's all well fine to talk about it, but if we don't see the action on the ground, it means nothing. So this is the shift in momentum which I'm seeing, and which it makes me I'm cautiously optimistic that we've turned the corner, and now we're going to see our actions on the ground, and we need to see it.
Hi, good day. I come from the International Labour Organization, and we've been doing more and more thinking about the relationship between jobs and nature. And so on the other hand, there's a very clear, we've estimated 1.2 billion jobs are directly dependent on nature, and these are threatened. But I actually wanted to get your views on if we invest in nature, what are the job opportunities, or what are the, because there's in the long term, clearly there's no trade-off. But in the short term, there may be trade-offs, or there may be shifts, there may be transitions that we need to deal with. I mean, you spoke about the kind of social dimension of investing in nature. So I just wanted to get some thoughts for you about how do we tackle this perceived or real trade-off between jobs and nature at times? Yes. And what mechanisms or what ideas you have to kind of bridge that?
Me or you?
Yeah, let me start, but then you take. I think what we have done wrong in the past is that we haven't distinguished between benefits. Where do those benefits happen when we conserve nature? It was very easy for us in the Western world, who have destroyed our nature, like very happily over the last 100 years, to say, yeah, it is benefiting all of us, the globe, if we protect some forest in Brazil. So this is a global perspective. Then we have a macroeconomic perspective. What do the Brazilians think of protecting this? Is this giving them enough, maybe ecosystem services, whatever? Can they calculate those? And then we have the local perspective. So what are the people thinking around there? Do they really benefit from it? So I think the word benefiting from nature investments, we need to be really careful. Where do we allocate and where do we see those benefits? And I think for protected areas or nature, you would have direct job creation for people who work in the protected areas. And often enough, there's no other way that people would find a job in a very, very remote area. But this is for very remote areas where you don't have a pressure, like in Indonesia or in Latin America, where you have a lot of people around and the pressure is high. But we also need to see the indirect jobs that this is creating through tourism, which unfortunately now has been declining because of COVID, but also in the ecosystem services. So I think this whole, when we make this, I think in the last report we have heard about a third of the global GPI is depending on nature and biodiversity that is intact. This is again a very macroeconomic perspective that doesn't help any decision maker on the ground. And I think we need to break this as well. So how do we calculate economic benefits in a macroeconomic and in a local way, not only in a global way? And I have not found a solution yet, but I think this is the next challenge. Yeah.
Well, that was well said. I'm just hoping somebody applauds for my comments like you got twice. So I was going to join in, but I won't speak specifically to protected areas, but I will say that, and like the last comments, I wouldn't say I have the answer. I would just say that one of the things that I always am struck by is the kind of the lack of perception of the way that, two things. One, that the way that the economy is structured, which is basically at the base, the bulk of the density distribution of the economy is the natural resource economy. And maybe that's a little bit different than nature, but for me it's not. And that is where most of the jobs are. And so when we think about connecting jobs to nature, it's like, well, that's the way the economy is actually structured, is jobs are connected to nature. And actually, when we have natural or breakdowns in nature, when we look at any of the biggest, the economic collapses that we're taught about, they almost all kind of come back, whether that's the Great Depression, the Dust Bowl in the United States, or the collapse of the cod fishery in Canada, or anything else. These like regional or continental-wide economic catastrophes are instigated by a disruption of the bottom of the economic pyramid. And so, again, that's not an answer. I would just say that I think when we think about jobs and nature, I think it does behoove us to at least recognize that nature actually is where the jobs are already. And that's what scares me, quite frankly, about the continuing breakdown of ecological systems, is that is the bulk of the economic activity on Earth. And so, unfortunately, you don't get to start at the top of the pyramid and work your way down. You're going to crack it from the bottom, and that's going to fissure all the way up. So maybe that wasn't super optimistic and hopeful, but I just think that it's just a simple mindset shift that I think people are like, how do we connect jobs to nature? And I'm like, my definition of nature is different, but in some macroeconomic sense, that is the way things work, and in others, it's absolutely not. And particularly in the strict, or at least mixed and strict preservation of nature, that's not the way things work.
Dang, yeah, exactly. Completely. I mean, I've heard this actually from trade unionists before, that there's no jobs on a dead planet, right? So, I mean, they are really connected, but I think the points that you make are really important for short term. Sir, please.
Thank you. I'm from the Center for Human Ecology. When it was in Edinburgh, I co-founded the Center for Human Ecology 50 years ago. I'm probably the oldest here. And I follow Stephanie's point, not to reinvent the wheel. I think is absolutely vital. But there is one old program of finance around the world, and it used to be called a resource tax. I think we now need to change the name, and it's come up in the Financial Times again, just in the last days, mainly from Professor Rajan, who was the financial advisor to the IMF. He knows his stuff. And at a meeting, I've actually spoken with him. So I've got here a leaflet describing a very simple way. It needs to be introduced with a question to the Seychelles. What is your per capita carbon emission? The emission, the allocation that we can each have to emit carbon into the atmosphere is a global ecosystem resource, which we cannot pay for however much money we have. But we can pay each other to reduce it. But it would be interesting to compare what goes on here and now with what goes on in your home country, for instance. And the proposal is that the UN, not local governments, the UN creates a global fund into which anybody who emits more carbon dioxide or uses any other natural resource in excess, anything that can be measured, which is difficult, carbon dioxide included, it's difficult to measure what we're doing. But insofar as you can, anyone who emits more than the global average pays into the fund, and anyone below the global average, and I guess that's the Seychelles, I don't know, certainly India and China, let us not forget, often blamed for having such a high carbon output. But you know, if you draw a line around a country as big as China, of course it's got a high carbon output. It's a completely meaningless statement. Even Al Gore made it on the radio. So anybody below receives from that fund. And in that way, the thing that yesterday, I think in the main sessions was a finance session, this idea, an old idea, revived by a previous advisor to the World Bank, supported by a whole lot of people, I've got leaflets here about it, has been forgotten. And it overrides that. Then, with that, within a country, you have to distribute as any local people and government would like. I just put that on the table, and anybody can have a leaflet. I think I've got enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Hassan.
Thank you for that, sir. And in fact, this is exactly what we're thinking. And of course, without having any figures on hand now, I'm pretty sure Seychelles is a net absorber in terms of carbon with 1.4 million kilometers of EEZ, with all the mangroves on the coast, which is an absorber of carbon and storage of carbon. And look, I know one of the projects that's been pioneered at the moment is to actually calculate in terms of the seagrass, what is that potential in terms of absorbing carbon and storing that. And that's the first part of that exercise, to be able to measure it, how much in terms of net absorption we have. And absolutely having those kinds of structure in the sense that those countries that are net producers of carbon is able to compensate those that are absorbing the carbon. So I would absolutely... Yeah. Yeah, but absolutely, this is exactly what we want to see and explore further. Thank you.
So just to put it in perspective, the Seychelles has a marine protected area that's twice the size of the United Kingdom. It's huge, and I completely agree with your point that we should all be paying for that global ecosystem service that's provided. So excellent point. Other questions? Lots of questions. Who's got the microphone?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and speaking to us. I'm Sydney. I'm a graduate student at the Yale School of the Environment. I had a question for you. So, Dr. Joppa, you kind of mentioned the race to max out nature, which I thought was kind of intriguing. So I was wondering from all of you, kind of how to mitigate the risk, I think, that would go with that kind of speed and, like doing such important work so quickly, and the risk of maybe land grabs or incentivizing protecting the wrong ecosystems. And yes, kind of the risk of doing more harm than good, I guess. Thank you.
Sure, I would just say that there's two risks. There's the risk that we don't do it, and there's the risk that we do it wrong. And we can't ignore either of those risks. I would say that maybe I'm giving an entire field of conservation. Maybe I'm giving the field that I come out of too much credit, which is classic confirmation bias from a desperately recovering academic. But I would say that there is a lot of work in the exact sort of world that Stephanie's working in on conservation, and particularly large-scale protection, that there have been mistakes made, and there have been a lot of successes as well, and there's been a lot of learnings. And I would like to think that that doesn't mean to say that every learning that the field has had is going to carry us perfectly forward. But it does seem like, well, at least the number of mistakes that have been made have led to a significant amount of learnings. And I would like to think that compared to 50 years ago, we are significantly better now in our ability to go out and roll out large-scale, inclusive, and just protection programs. But so that's not to say that I don't worry, but I would say that, again, this kind of comes out to that and/or thing. I think this is where the protection kind of debate comes in. Is like, okay, but there's all these other issues. You're like, yes, but there's all these other issues. And I think that if we keep moving forward in an ever more kind of inclusive manner, then, and I mean, I would just say that the TNC has really led the way, at least in my mind, in how to do some of these projects. But anyway, I'll let the experts speak.
No, but it's a little bit of what I said before. With the fund that I'm now running for almost only 6 months. I come from an NGO. I have worked also with the World Bank, so I have seen the public sector and I have seen the NGOs. I think we know a lot, and we know what we have done wrong, and we know what we need to try to do better, and we need to now, especially the risk of dropping people. This is the biggest risk right now that we are facing, because we are all rushing now into saying, yeah, we need to save the forest, we need to restore the forest, we need to. But what about the people? And I think this is something we are still learning. We are still learning, and we will probably need to learn for a while. And we need to open up that space to not learn only us as in the conservation world and in the funders world, but we need to speak with the people much more. We need to find ways of speaking to each other much more bluntly and frankly, and listen to each other much more. And I think that is the next big field that we all have to learn in the conservation community. And some NGOs have led the way. Some other NGOs are still hesitant. The public sector is very risk averse, maybe too risk averse often. The private sector or the philanthropists want to rush forward, and they say, whoa, this is my passion, I don't care about X, Y, and Z. So this is a moderation exercise and a learning exercise, and I think the more people we get on the table, and this is the next thing we need to do in the conservation world, we need to empower those local people. We have a lot of empowered local people, indigenous communities from Latin America. This has been going on for a long time. They are respected, they know to speak, they are organized very well. But you can't transfer this to Asia. The space is very, very narrow for NGOs, for indigenous people in Asia. Very narrow, and getting more narrow by the day. We're not working towards democracy in lots of countries, unfortunately. So this is the role we also have to play for conservation, a rights-based conservation. We can only have this when we give land titles to the local people and so on and so forth. So this is the next space we all need to learn from each other. Yeah.
Fantastic point. I can't think of anyone better to be running the Landscape Legacy Fund than you. You have such deep field experience and the public sector side, so great comments. We have time for one more question, please.
Hi, I work in nature restoration. I'd like to ask about longevity of finance and funding for nature-based solutions. As so often public funding and grant mechanisms are short-term. So how do you think that private finance can help to push the ambition into longer-term investment so that we can really deliver ecological outcomes?
Good question. Anyone want to take that? Longevity of investments.
Yeah, I think if you look at one of the initiatives that we did for the Debt to Nature swap, I think in terms of the longevity, is that part of the payback goes into endowment funds, and that itself makes it sustainable in the long run. The issue that we face is simply an issue of scale, because we did it for $20 million, and the amount that goes into the endowment funds is not enough for the longevity of it. But I think that model exists. It's just a matter of scaling it up to make it more sustainable moving forward. So I think we have the model, now we need to, like I said before, scale it up so that it can work.
Yeah, thank you. This is exactly what we are also trying to do with the Legacy Landscapes Fund. We're giving a 15-year contract at the beginning, which is already quite long-term for conservation. And within the 15 years, we're trying to build up the endowment. Because some of those areas might not need an endowment because you have RED Plus coming in, or the national funding comes in, or another funding is able to pay for protected areas, better tourism levies or whatever. But in some areas we don't have any alternatives, so then we would try to build up an endowment for those areas. And I think conservation trust funds, that could be a model where people who want to spend money quickly, and sometimes this is the government, because by 12th of December they realize, we still have something to spend. So then all the conservation trust funds can say, hello, we are still here. This is our account number. So this is good. But also for the philanthropists, sometimes they just want to spend money quickly and then say, okay, we don't need a 15-year scale, but we want to give you something to kickstart. You do that. Less so than the governments. But I think conservation trust funds can be a solution for long-term investment. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we've seen that some of the most effective mechanisms for conservation finance for permanence are a blended approach. We have some sinking because it's just, as you said, an endowment fund, you need so much money. If you're just taking between 5 and 7 and 8% every year, you need a big, big, big account. So, well, great. Well, I think we're gonna, I'd love to thank my panelists so much. That was a fantastic conversation. Thank you all. Big round of applause, please, after a long few days. And also appreciate you guys all coming. This is definitely a marathon, this COP, as they all are. But this one in particular seems very, very intense. And I just want to thank you all for your time, your attention, and your interest. And let's go out there and keep fighting. Thank you so much.
on resilient education. Welcome, everyone, to the audience here at COP26 and to those of you who are watching live at home from across the world. My name is Hulda Solst. I'm Deputy General Secretary of Education International. Education International is a global union federation of education unions. We have 383 member organizations representing more than 32 million teachers and education support personnel in 178 countries. So, we believe Education International is the voice of educators globally. It's 7 p.m. in Glasgow at the moment. It is the eve of the COP26 thematic day focusing on the critical role of education in climate action. We are at a pivotal moment. Tomorrow, education and environment ministers will have the opportunity to make ambitious commitments to strengthen their education systems to support climate action. With tonight's event, Education and Climate Policies, Are Countries Making the Grade? Education International launches a new analysis assessing countries' inclusion of education in their nationally determined contribution. Our research shows, unfortunately, that education continues to be overlooked in climate strategies, but we can make that change. It also shows that we are far from achieving educators' vision around the world, as laid out in Education International's manifesto on quality climate education for all. The manifesto calls for universal, transformative climate education that is based on science, centered around social justice, and which fosters civic engagement. This is far from the current reality globally. But this does not mean that we are without hope. We hope that the research presented and the discussion we will have tonight acts as a wake-up call and, courtesy of education representatives from across the world, a lesson. Tomorrow is an opportunity to make a strong, time-bound pledge to prioritize and finance climate education. Don't miss this opportunity. We will hear this evening from policymakers, from educators, and from students. They will provide their perspectives on where we are now on climate education, but also where we need to go, and how we can work together to transform education systems globally to be fit for purpose in the context of the climate crisis. So, to kick off, it is my pleasure to introduce researcher Christina Kwok, education consultant, research director at Unbounded Associates, and non-resident fellow at Brookings. She will present the key findings from her research. She will do her presentation via video. So let's roll.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the findings of our analysis of nationally determined contributions and for the opportunity to introduce you to the Education International Climate Change Education Ambition Report Card. Many of you are gathered in Glasgow to discuss the ambition behind countries' national climate strategies and what actions they must take in order to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement. Much of these discussions are likely to be dominated by a focus on closing the emissions gap, or the difference between the projected level of greenhouse gas emissions under business as usual and the level of emissions reduction needed to achieve the 1.5 degree target. But not many of those discussions will be attending to the education gap, or the difference between our levels of climate knowledge, green skills, and climate consciousness under education as usual, and the level that these need to be increased to in order to achieve our climate mitigation, adaptation, just transition, and sustainable development goals. This is despite Article 12 of the Paris Agreement on Action for Climate Empowerment, which calls on all governments to engage in the important work of education, training, and public awareness to build the capacity and to empower all citizens to engage in climate action. In many ways, closing the emissions gap is dependent on closing the education gap. So while we must monitor and track countries' progress on closing the emissions gap, we also need to monitor and track countries' progress towards closing the climate education gap. The work that I'm about to present is our attempt to provide stakeholders with a tool to do so through the inclusion of quality climate change education in climate policies. To start, we drew on the 5 pillars of Education International's Manifesto on Quality Climate Change Education for All to develop a set of metrics by which to evaluate countries' climate change education ambition along a set of indicators of quality climate change education that we would expect to see integrated into policy. You can find these detailed in our accompanying report. While you can use these report card metrics to grade any relevant country, county, or city level policy on its inclusion of climate change education as a climate strategy, we focused our attention on using the report card metrics to grade countries' updated, revised, or new nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. As of September 30th of this year, only 95 parties, including the European Union, have done so. We analyzed all of their new NDCs. So how are these countries faring when it comes to closing the climate education gap? Overall, we have some disappointing news. Based on real scores of the 95 NDCs that we analyzed, every country failed. The 3 highest scoring countries, Cambodia, the Dominican Republic, and Colombia, still scored poorly. But as any well-meaning teacher might do after seeing all her students fail an important test, we curved everyone's grade. But even when adding 42 points to every country's score, only 17 of the 95 countries rose to the top. Notably, the majority of these countries are those with high or extremely high vulnerability to climate and environmental shocks. In addition, none of the top 20 carbon-emitting countries, nor the top 20 wealthiest countries' NDCs mention climate change education. In fact, countries with the lowest carbon emissions are more likely to mention climate change education in their NDCs. What this tells us is that countries least responsible for present-day emissions and most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change are shouldering the responsibility when it comes to incorporating climate change education as a climate strategy in their NDC. Now, let's take a moment to look at the key metrics. Overall, 20 of 95 NDCs mention climate change education, but none are calling for compulsory climate change education as a climate strategy. 11 NDCs mention teachers, but none mentions teacher unions or consulting teachers during climate stakeholder discussions. In terms of students and youth, there's been some level of improvement compared to findings from an analysis of the first round of NDCs. Specifically, 69% of NDCs referenced children and youth, which is up from 42% of first NDCs. Our report card also identified women and girls as a proxy for the inclusion of vulnerable populations. Overall, 15 NDCs compared to 3 from the first round of NDCs mention girls. But none formally recognizes the contributions that an investment in girls' education can make towards their climate strategy, which is no change since the first NDCs. This includes countries that have submitted an updated, revised, or new NDC, and where climate change is expected to impact the education of girls the most. And as we move into the other metrics, countries begin to fare worse. While 41% of NDCs recognize that vulnerable groups are differentially impacted by climate change, only 8 NDCs actually mention climate justice. And you can see here in this chart that not many countries are meeting our criteria when it comes to quality climate change education. For example, no NDCs specifically call for climate change education that is based in science. 2 NDCs call for climate change education that fosters civic engagement and climate action. And 11 NDCs call for education and training to lead to careers in the green economy. Finally, countries are not paying attention to the need to strengthen education systems to support the delivery of quality climate change education, including the education workforce. For example, while 9 NDCs point to the importance of international cooperation to support education and training opportunities, only 2 NDCs specify that more funding needs to be directed to the education system. While 9 NDCs point to the need for teacher training, only 1 NDC calls for professional development opportunities that actually meet teachers' needs. And despite the anticipated destruction on education infrastructure that more frequent heat waves, intensified flooding, and other environmental hazards are likely to create and exacerbated by climate change, only 8 NDCs actually articulate the need to make education infrastructure greener and more climate resilient. So overall, climate change education ambition is poor. This is especially the case among countries most responsible for current levels of greenhouse gases. Urgent action is needed to integrate the education sector in climate decision-making, to position the education workforce as climate stakeholders, and to strengthen the capacity of education systems to engage in climate action. We must urge countries that have yet to submit their updated, revised, or new NDCs to raise their ambition on climate change education by funding, resourcing, and strengthening the education sector as a climate relevant sector, by prioritizing quality climate change education as a climate strategy, and by involving teachers and educators as key climate stakeholders. For those countries that have already submitted their NDCs, there are still ways to act now. For example, education unions and education stakeholders can play a vital role by identifying the barriers and capacity needs of the sector, by contextualizing climate policies into learning needs, especially for the most vulnerable and most marginalized, and by using mechanisms like the Education International Climate Change Education Ambition Report Card to hold national and subnational leaders accountable. Thank you for your attention, and best of luck in Glasgow.
And I would say thank you very much to Christina for her timely and important analysis, a rather strong message. And we don't want that message to put us down. We want that to encourage us that we have a common challenge to move forward. And to discuss that, I have a fantastic panel next to me. Right next to me in yellow here, we have the youngest participant with us, Shreya. Almost. Casey, she is a Nepalese climate justice activist and campaign coordinator for COP26. Next to her, we have the Minister David Senge, who's Minister of Basic and Senior Education, Secondary Education in Sierra Leone, and also Chief Innovation Officer in Sierra Leone. And then if we move on, we have Shirley Ann Somerville, who is the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills for the Scottish Government. And finally, we have Larry Flanagan, General Secretary of the Education Institute of Scotland, EIS. He is also President of ETUCE, which is the European region of Education International. I'd like to start in the middle. I'd like to start with Minister Senge. Sierra Leone's national determined contribution, because you have mentioned education, and you scored within the top 20 of the 95 countries, which, you know, is quite impressive if we look at that list. It's one in less than a dozen countries that highlights the importance of climate change education that prepares students for careers in the green economy. It is also one of only a handful of countries who NDC's positions children and youth as a priority group. It's very positive to see that you've managed to put climate policies on the agenda in Sierra Leone. I would like you to comment on, as a perspective of a minister, what do you consider the key components to be able to have quality education on climate change in your country?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Christina, for that excellent presentation. While it sounds like we're doing relatively well in Sierra Leone, I must say, as a policymaker listening to that, I kept thinking, we can do more. We can certainly do more. And as the Chief Innovation Officer, I was a little disappointed that Sierra Leone didn't make it in the science use for climate education. But I do think, just in the last cabinet meeting that I was in, there was extensive conversation at cabinet level that was around climate education and the inclusion of gender, particularly focusing on gender. So a major component for us has been the leadership of His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio. I do think that if you perhaps wait to see the updated strategy and action plan, elements of it that will be incorporated from that cabinet conclusion last week actually does focus on gender specifically. But I think to your question around how we can get teachers more involved, I think some of the work that we've been doing in Sierra Leone is the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, has been able to set up these nature clubs at schools. And when we think about activities of students, not just in the classroom and outside the classroom, we've been able to set up activities that focus on climate education as well. There's an ongoing essay competition that I launched maybe 2 months ago with a private sector bank. And the topic there that all students, all secondary school students can participate on was around resilience and climate and actions that students can take. So we are bringing this to the schools. We're now looking to challenge students to think about those solutions. And as a government and as a ministry, I'm looking to see how we can implement those, not just through the nature clubs and entities, but also with the kids in the communities. With regards to incorporation of teachers, I think we can do better. It's an area that I took notes on and something that I definitely will go back home and think and reflect on how we can get our teachers. But to end, we have what we call the National Civic Education and Development Department. They're actually very involved with climate action and resilience. Perhaps the feedback for me, I suppose, as well, is that those different work that is happening outside the Ministry of Environment and outside education that actually touch on civic education and public sector education, we need to be able to capture in these documents that represent us at a global level, because there is several other work that's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Sengen. I think you pointed something very important that touches me as a teacher, that it's so important that you have a whole school approach and that you have a whole community approach, that we don't address this as a silo, but as something that crosses across all subjects and also connects students and their schools to their communities. And that's what I'm hearing. I like that. If I may move on to Minister Somerville, that Scotland has also recognized the important role that education has to play to ensure a sustainable and just future. Can you perhaps tell us about the main elements of the Learning for Sustainability framework and how it's being implemented?
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to come along and to talk about what's happening in Scotland. So we've had our Learning for Sustainability for around 10 years now, and it's something which we are keen to further develop, and I'm sure we will learn lessons from the discussions tonight. One of the key areas around this is around an entitlement for every student to have Learning for Sustainability as part of their process. Also looking at the teachers to ensure that as they are moving through their initial teacher education, that they are provided with the support to be able to take that into the classroom, so they are confident teachers in this, to allow confident learners to approach, and also looking to ensure that within our teaching standards within Scotland, that this is part of the teaching standards. But that aspect around whole school approach is integral to this, because we need to ensure that this isn't just about one inspirational teacher that brings this into a school and is brilliant at doing that, but may move on to another job, or it doesn't happen in every single school in Scotland. And those are the aspects around that whole school approach, the whole community approach, then bringing in their parents, bringing in wider community activities, that is integral to taking this from just outside a classroom to actually then a whole of a Scottish community. So there is a great deal of work that we can do. And another key aspect of Learning for Sustainability is it's not just about climate change or climate action. It's ensuring that we are encouraging our children and young people to grow up as global citizens. So they are critical thinkers about their role, not just in climate change, but in other aspects around the world as well. So they are not just being taught a subject, but they're being inspired to be the change that will need to happen as part of the next generation. And they are very much taking that forward within Scotland. And another key aspect, I think, about what we're doing in Scotland in general is around children's rights and about embedding the United Nations Convention for the Rights of the Child and ensuring that children and young people have a very, very key role as we develop our education policies and ensuring that they have just as I have good relationships mostly with our trade union colleagues within Scotland and a good discussion and conversation around there, but how do we make sure that we're not just talking to teachers, but we're actually at the same table having that same type of conversation with children and young people who are also leading that change as well?
Thank you very much, Minister. And I think that was, a very important handover to Shreya, who's here, because it's about teachers, yes. And I'm very pleased to hear that you have invested in making sure that teachers have the knowledge and competence to do the teaching they need to do. Those of them that are trained in the area I am trained were not trained to teach neither sustainable development or climate education. So we need to upgrade, but we need to involve the students who it's all about, to make them competent citizens. So Shreya, I would like to ask you of your experience on climate education policies as a student in Nepal. Do you feel that you've received quality climate change education?
Yes, thank you for that question. Thank you again for inviting me in this discussion. If I have to say this in one word, I would say no. And when I was in school, there was a subject called science, and in that, we used to study about air, water, the physical, chemical, and the biological things, but not about environment, climate change, and all. And when I joined my bachelor's in environment science, that was a complete coincidence, but when I joined my environment science, at the very first day of my study, I learned about climate change, and I was like, seriously, is this happening? Is there a problem that is causing the that has the threat to wipe out the entire existence of human? This is impossible. I used to think like that. So I was very much afraid when I knew about climate change at the beginning. So there was no education, climate education before that. And I studied environment science as my major subject. And in there also, there is not much about climate change. In my 4th year, I have to study one subject, which is which has a bit less hours. And in that, we study about policies and those different types of things. So definitely, I didn't got quality climate education when I will grow up. But I have my brother who is studying now at class 12. And while he was studying in school, in that subject, it was not just science for him, it was science and environment for him. And in that, he used to read a bit about climate change, environment and all, but it was not a complete package what those students need to learn. So yeah, I think the way is a bit improving, but Nepal can also still do better. And talking about the policies, we don't have specific policy that emphasizes climate education. We have one called National Climate Change Policy, which is the umbrella policy, and it guides everything around climate change. And in that, there is a sector called awareness and capacity building. And in that, it prioritizes that the focal points of school, they will be educated about climate change, and teachers will be provided training, and eco-clubs will be established in different schools. But they are in the policies, but it is still to be implemented in the action. Yes, that is about Nepal.
Well, I'm glad to hear that although it's not perfect, that you do register that things are moving in the right direction. Now let's see if we can speed up so we don't have to go through many generations. Larry, you have the privilege of sitting next to your minister, who we have heard that Scotland has invested in empowering teachers and making them capable to teach on climate change. I'd like your perspective. How ready and empowered do you feel from your seat that teachers are?
No, thank you, Haldis, and good evening, colleagues. Thank you in particular, Haldis, for not introducing me as the oldest member of the panel, which I clearly am. And I'll come back to that in a second. But we do have a really strong push between government and the teacher unions around empowerment as an agenda in Scottish education. So we recognise the key role of teachers in schools in terms of delivery. And although we don't have a directed curriculum, the Curriculum for Excellence framework, which Shirley Ann referenced there, and which I was around when we started talking about it, has a very clear thread in it called Learning for Sustainability, which is climate education. And 10, 15 years ago, this was quite innovative to put this into a curriculum framework. So schools and teachers are enabled around this cross-curricular agenda to ensure that we have climate education within it. I think a really important dynamic, and we're here in Glasgow at COP26, there are tens of thousands of people here who have a strong political motivation around climate change, as the trade unions do. But for educators, we also have a really strong pedagogical investment in climate education, because we know that young people are invested and are interested in this topic. And as educators, we know that if your students are engaged in the topic, then learning and teaching is more effective. So in our schools, we have teachers across the country who are engaged in climate education because it's an agenda that works in terms of engaging students in the education process. And I think that's a really important message for others to recognise, that our education system is about the future. And as teachers, we are invested and we're optimistic about the future. And we also have an agenda there which is shared between the teacher and the learner, and it makes learning more effective. So I do think it's important that systems do empower teachers through their curricular structures, through their support for teachers, and through the daily practice in classrooms, for climate education to be central to young people's experience. And I think from that, we are all winners. Young people are winners in terms of their education, and as a community, we are winners in terms of moving the climate change agenda forward.
Thanks a lot, Larry. And I think that from you, we're going to go to another trade unionist. And we're going to listen to a video from someone that I know very much wanted to be here, but unfortunately couldn't make the travel. And that is the General Secretary of the South African Democratic Teachers Union, Mogoena Maluleke, who is also Vice President of Africa at the global level Executive Board of Education International. So let's listen to Mogoena.
Our country is making the grade. The climate crisis is the greatest threat facing our planet, and South Africa can never divorce itself from this threat. We have little time left to turn around the tide, and education is critical in doing so. In South Africa, climate change education is poor, and this is especially the case among countries most responsible for current levels of greenhouse gases. Urgent action among education and climate stakeholders is needed to integrate the education sector in climate policy and decision-making, position the education workforce as climate stakeholders, and strengthen the capacity of education systems to engage in climate action. A few countries' progress on the climate change education demonstrates that it is possible to prioritize climate change education alongside climate strategies in energy, transportation, and other technical sectors. The education sector can learn from the success of gender advocates, which have helped countries see that gender equality is a cross-cutting issue in their climate strategies. We therefore have the following recommendations. We need the funding, resources, and strengthening of education system as a climate-relevant sector. We need to prioritize as a climate strategy quality climate change education that is based on science, orientated to climate action, and takes an intersectional approach to climate justice. As education trade unions, we need to identify the barriers and capacity needs of the education workforce and the education system to address the climate crisis, contextualize the NDCs and other climate policies into the learning needs of the most vulnerable and marginalized students. Develop mechanisms like the EI Climate Change Education Ambition Report Card to hold local, national, regional, and global decision makers accountable for the climate change education policy and implementation. The countries are not making the grade. What they are doing is greenwashing. Let's save the planet. Let's save our future.
So a strong message there from South Africa. Let's look forward, because we have this common challenge, and thoughts about how can we move forward quicker than what we experienced in Nepal, so we don't have to wait too long. Let's go back to Sierra Leone first. You talked about this in your first interventions, about some commitments to further enhance the development of your climate change education. Some thoughts on it, but can you reflect some bit more, Minister Senge, on how you see the opportunity of moving further within Sierra Leone? I know you've had a campaign on radical inclusion when it comes to those left out. Perhaps radical climate change education?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I do want to, first of all, say these dialogues, these conversations are important. So I'll definitely look to my colleague to learn about your curriculum framework. In the basic education curriculum framework in Sierra Leone, we did include climate education there and environment, and we're just developing the senior secondary school one. So I'll send you an email on that. But in terms of looking forward, actually, and in the interest of all making commitments, my team today actively is out all across the country developing and socializing our education sector plan. It's a 5-year plan starting next year, and it touches on several other things. I think I took notes that I'll probably challenge them tonight to see if they can have a section on climate education in our upcoming education sector plan. And I think it will be a challenge for me and the team and everybody, because it's a very highly consultative process that we've gone through. And it's a sector plan from pre-primary all the way to higher and technical. And I think perhaps in terms of action that they're calling up, that everybody should be calling about, it's not just that it should be in our nationally determined contributions. I think it's that when we develop our education sector plans, it should be there. Climate action should be there. So I think Sierra Leone will make that commitment, and I think in our upcoming ESP, we will have a section on climate action.
Fantastic. So then we move to your neighbour next to you in the north, to Scotland, and you have something in place, but I expect that you have ambitions to move even further.
Well, very much, and I think as our First Minister Nicola Sturgeon has said, as she's attended events at COP26, small nations such as Scotland can play an integral part in our development on this global process, and we need to seize that opportunity. So, as Larry said, when Learning for Sustainability came in 10 years or so ago, it was highly innovative. It was new, there wasn't that many countries that were doing it. We need to make sure it's fit for the future, though, and we're going through that process, speaking to climate change activists, young people, to raise our game effectively, to make sure that it is as good as it possibly can be. And importantly doing that, I think, after COP26, to make sure that we are bringing in all the information and learning that we can from this. The other, I think, challenge we have, and I touched on it briefly in my last answer, was we need to make sure this is a part of every single school. So we have a system. I visited some fantastic schools in my time as Education Secretary and in previous roles that show this works, and the inspiration that the children have in terms of not just climate change but that global citizenship is there to see. But we need to make sure that's in every school, and not just in every school, but way into our early learning, and also as we move out of formal education settings to colleges, to universities and so on. So how do we embed this within a wider education sector? So there's a lot I think we still need to do, and particularly tying it into the opportunities that are here. And again, we've spoken about this, I know, in different parts of COP26, about ensuring that our, not just young people, but those who need to reskill, have the skills that are ready to take the necessary transition from the industries that we have at the moment to the green skills that they will require from the future. So where are our innovators? Where are the people who will be working in those industries that are still quite embryonic? And we want that to be in Scotland, but we can't have that unless we ensure that we're getting young people inspired into that and teaching them the skills that they're required to come out of the education system and move into those industries that we want to see in Scotland that will allow us to have that just transition and allow us to move to that net zero state that we need to get to. So there's a lot of challenges within this. We've got a good foundation, but we're certainly not resting on our laurels about where we can go next.
That's great that you're not resting on laurels, because none of us can. We don't have the time for it. But you say you started so much work, and it gives me a reflection of something positive that also unions can do. That my own union this week had their annual climate conference. They have a climate conference once a year. And at that climate conference, and I think it's the 10th year, they give recognition to schools that have done good work on climate, not just on, yes, on climate change education. And this means that they collect good examples. When you've been doing that for 10 years, and they awarded one award to early childhood education institution, one to a primary school, and one to a secondary school. So that you are collecting good examples, and you invite the students and the teachers to present together what they're doing. And that is one way of sharing the positives that can be done, and we can do it together. Or can we do it together? So I'm going to ask Shreya again, what are your hopes for the future of how we're going to move a bit quicker to get forward in Nepal or all other countries? What can we do, even more than what has been said?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So when we say that we want action on climate change, we are not only talking about we should invest in renewable energies and like those sort of things, but also we are asking that there should be the investment in climate education and all, because climate education is an untapped resources, and we need everyone to be educated about climate change so that they can take action on climate change. Many of the youngsters today, like they are suffering from, they're feeling climate anxiety. And to solve the problem of climate anxiety, young people should be taught about climate change from the very early age, so that caring about the environment, reducing own footprint, and those sort of things will be a part of their lifestyle, not just something that would be embedded when they will grow up. And like we can make progress on climate education by especially schools. They have very much critical role. There should be the mandatory climate education that should be up-to-date, integrated, and comprehensive, and that should be based on that reason. For example, the courses that are prepared in Europe and America cannot be taught in schools of Nepal, right? So there are different contexts, there are different success stories, so that should be incorporated in that studies label. And the second one is like the courses that they should not only be the theoretical things, there should be the mechanism so that the students, the young people, they can do those things, like the things that learn in their school, in different things, like trainings and all, they can implement those things in action, for example, through the formation of eco-clubs, organizing different programs and all. That is the thing. And another one is not just limiting climate education inside the students group in schools and all, because there are lots of young people who are outside schools. So creating some kind of mechanism to teach everyone about climate change, not like especially young people, but not just young people, like everyone should be taught about climate change. And lastly, what we can do is like prepare educational materials that is freely accessible to everyone, because everyone does not has that resources and privilege to go to school, to read, to access the online resources. So those kind of things can be prepared to enhance climate education. It applies for Nepal also and for other countries also, I guess. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think you highlighted some very important points, like that you can't copy-paste teaching and learning materials from one country to another, that they need to be relevant in the context where they're going to be used, so they need to be bottom-up. And again, you circle back to the whole school, whole community concept, so you connect in school with out of school, and make sure that everyone has the common framework and knowledge. Fantastic. Larry, What do you think are the 3 top priority reforms that will make a difference for teachers to be able to do their job at the level they want to do it?
Top 3. That's unfortunate. I'd learned the 5 EI demands, but I'll distill them into 3. I think the first one we have touched on, which is that in our school systems, climate education has to be embedded in the curriculum. So it has to have a strong profile, whether it's a framework, whether it's a directed curriculum, it has to be highly profiled within our curriculum structures, and that's the starting point. I think, secondly, to look at the teachers, and to echo a point you made, Haldis, I think we have to ensure that teachers have the knowledge they need to deliver effective climate education, and not assume that that knowledge is there already. When I was a young teacher in the 80s, we depended on North Sea oil, and we were fighting to keep the coal mines open. So the world has moved on, and we have to make sure that teachers have the knowledge, and then the professional learning, the professional development, to take that knowledge into the pedagogical approaches in the classroom, and to engage young people in that agenda. And then I think the last point, almost to return to your first question, is that teachers have to have agency. They have to be empowered to pursue this agenda in the classroom. And I think it's a hugely productive agenda. I've been sharing with colleagues on EIS website. We have an exhibition of work that young people have produced in relation to not COP26, just in relation to learning for sustainability. And if you go on and look at it, it's truly inspiring in terms of the hope and optimism that young people have that things can change. And I just think our education system, its primary purpose is to nurture that hope and ambition amongst our young people, because that really is our best bet for a change in the future.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you one last question, as a quick one, around all of you. We have some minutes left, because you represent different countries, different groupings within your countries, but we keep referencing to the need that when we deliver education, that it's holistic, that it includes all, that it's not sort of limited to a subject or to a classroom or even to a school. Then we need collaboration. None of us can do this on our own, but we all represent something. So I would like you some quick thoughts on how can we enhance collaboration so that we become strong, because we could become many with the same agenda. Anyone want to start?
Well, I'll start because I have the microphone. I think it's a really good question, and you mentioned, Haldis, I'm president of the European region, so I'm aware of countries across Europe where there is no social dialogue, where teachers are not consulted by government. And it's really telling when you look at the most effective systems, because a hallmark of the effective systems is that they have social dialogue. They have collaborative practice. And as Shirley-Ann said, it doesn't mean we always agree, but we are in the room talking about the same agenda. And when we do agree, as with climate education, that becomes a much more powerful dynamic, because it's not government telling teachers, it is a collaborative approach. And I think a collaborative approach based on trust in any aspect of education is absolutely critical to success. So I think collaboration is certainly the agenda we need to embrace.
I think absolutely echo Larry's point. I'm particularly struck in all my time as government minister that I think you make the best policies when you start by listening, not by thinking that government has all the answers, but actually to genuinely go out, listen, to co-produce, to co-design, where you can go with things. Now, that's not always possible, and there's not always consensus on a wide variety of issues, whether it's on education or on anything else. But on this, there actually really can be quite a lot of consensus about where we want to get to, about what we want to achieve through our education system. And I think we do that best if we have everybody around the table with policymakers, with whether it's the trade unions, whether it's with young people, whether it's with parents, and we sit together and actually work out where we want to get to, by when, and how we want to do that. And if we can achieve that, which I think we can on these issues, then I think we stand the best chance of success. So I think one of the key for governments is not to think you have all the answers, and to actually genuinely take a step back and listen to where people want to go on this, particularly young people, but educators as well. And by that way, we can get the best solutions.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, in terms of what we're doing in Sierra Leone, actually, that I'm very proud to share. I think just last week, Tuesday, I think, we had a government civil society dialogue that was led by the vice president in the north, and we'd all traveled there, and you had 30 plus CSOs and several government ministers and the vice president talking about service delivery. And one of the other things that we've done in Sierra Leone is I established a CSO consortium in the education sector and engaged them to go across the country and engage people on some of our policies. And the Sierra Leone Teachers Union, who's a member of the organization, also is working with us in our review of our act. So it's really engaging the unions and the civil society and giving them a role to play within the sector. And I think across government, often we feel like collaboration is just with non-state actors. But even with state actors, it's easy to not collaborate with state actors. And I think for us, for me, definitely one of the takeaway out of this is how we, that if we want to have a responsive curriculum or set of programs, the Ministry of Environment, the civic education, the teacher training institutions, the disaster management, they all have to be in there. But I do want to perhaps end on noting that if we do want to take climate action, if we do want to have stuff that's really meaningful, then we have to measure it. And I think another thing that I definitely will take back, that I'll definitely take back to Sierra Leone and commit my team to, is in our annual school census, where we measure a whole bunch of 100+ variables, that we need to explore how we measure climate action at school level, as we're talking about. So it's not something we're doing now. It's something I definitely can see that my team, that I would love to explore with my team in how to do. And to do that, you have to collaborate with everybody across the sector.
Adding on those points, governments, like, they can prepare the policies that talks about climate education and all, and not only preparing the policies, but also separating resources to achieve those commitments. And teachers, what they can do is, I think, ask with the students, like, what kind of things they want to learn, what kind of things they want to have in their education system. And with that consultation process and conversation with the students, the curriculum, courses, the different educational materials can be designed in that way. And what we can do also is to establish the eco clubs in different schools. The teachers, they can encourage the students to work in those kind of things and all. And the government, what they can do, I think, is to have a target, like, for example, 80% of the people will get climate education by 2022. Like, I think if we have those sort of ambitious target by year, then I think that will pressurize and encourage at the same time for all the students and teachers to meet those commitments. And lastly, encouragement. I think finance is important, funding is important, but more than that, I think empowerment and encouragement is very essential. For example, those teachers, those students who are doing best on climate education, I think if they are awarded, prioritized, and if those success stories can be replicated in other parts, I think that would be the best. Thank you.
Fantastic. All of you, thank you very much. I think you have pointed at very many important points. I sense a will to do more than you already have done and to move forward. I think, Shreya, you also pointed at the end there that it's great to have the ambitions, to have the goals, but we must never forget the bottlenecks that often hit us when we have educational reform. And they're on implementation, how they get from the government offices into the classrooms to empower people all the way. And unfortunately, it often is about finances. And we need both in place to be able to move forward, because we need to re-educate our teachers to be able to educate their students and have the knowledge and time and space and feel it's important. And there comes your goals. They must be aspirational, and you must report on them in the way you do in the country, like you say, Minister Senge. So I think that we have been able to get a lot of pointers here, and I want to thank you all for contributing, for interesting, important insights. I hope the next time that we do a research on the state of the art, that we're going to get a different result than the one Christina presented earlier today. And I would like to close by reiterating my call to policymakers around the world that tomorrow, some of you may be there, is your opportunity to take that lead and make ambitious commitments for climate education and for financing of it, based on science, centered on climate justice, and with a civic component. Seize the moment tomorrow. Thank you to all the viewers joining us here and at home. And I will leave you with a call to action to support Education International's manifesto on quality education for all. We have all kinds of stickers for those that you are here, so you can access it directly. Thank you very much.